Preface. On June 11, 2008, then Prime Minister Stephen Harper would formally apologize for the federal government's role in the residential school program, initiating a 7-year Truth and Reconciliation Commission. While far from perfect, it was the first attempt of any real substance to right the wrongs of the past, or at least to properly understand them. It also resulted in tens of thousands of hours of research and testimony, without which this book would not be possible. Introduction. In Canada, the Indian residential school system was a network of mandatory boarding schools for Indigenous peoples. The network was funded by the Canadian government's Department of Indian Affairs and administered by Christian churches. The school system was created to remove Indigenous children from the influence of their own culture and assimilate them into the dominant European Canadian culture. Over the course of the system's more than 100-year existence, at least 150,000 children were placed in residential schools nationally. By the 1930s, about 30% of Indigenous children were believed to be attending residential schools. The number of school-related deaths remains unknown due to incomplete records. Estimates range from 3,200 to over 30,000. Over the last few years, the history of the relationship between Canada's Indigenous peoples, the Government of Canada, and the Church has come to the forefront of public discourse. A darker shade has been applied to the colonial history of the country, which has had mixed results in acceptance from average Canadians. In the era of wokeness, these topics can become even more incendiary than they have been historically, and even more careful attention must be made to how they are reported and discussed. Let me be clear that the point of this book is not to throw fuel on an already raging fire, but to make sure that in the discussion the voices of the students that attended these institutions is not lost in the political noise that frequents our reality in early 2022. Governments and institutions have historically been the largest purveyors of human suffering, and the case of the Canadian residential school system fits the mold. The relationship between Canadians and First Nations is one that would be better served by open dialogue than with legislation. We cannot move into a better or more unified future until the mistakes of the past are, at a minimum, realized. First Nations communities find themselves still to this day reeling and recovering from a culturally traumatic experience that is less than a generation past. Poverty, substance abuse, and suicide plague many Indigenous communities to this day, and unless we learn the why of the situation, correcting it for future generations seems impossible. This book will avoid policy and solutions and focus more on storytelling, though not by the author, by the testimony of hundreds of Indigenous people that attended the schools over the last 50, 60 years, as recounted to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada between 2008 and 2015. In their own words, we can hope to come to learn the pain they experienced daily, what it was like to be taken away from your family and community and raised in the schools, sometimes not seeing your family for months or years, and in still more sad and extreme cases, never again. While painful, reading these accounts offer us all a brighter future, less affected by judgment and misunderstanding and more favorable to empathy. It's time to move beyond blaming and shaming and into an era of understanding and compassion between Canada and First Nations communities. The point of this book is not to lay blame, but instead to start a conversation about our tumultuous past and how, with that past in mind, we can move forward together. Before the schools. In this chapter, students reminisce on happier and simpler times before the forced attendance of residential schools. Canada's Indigenous populations existed for thousands of years off the land and were still in a period of adjustment to the onset of Europeans and the creation of reserves. In the mid-1880s, the residential school system would come into being, and by 1920, amendments to the Indian Act would make attendance mandatory and make attendance at any other institution illegal. The system was brought in by Prime Minister John A. Macdonald after sending Nicholas Flood Davin to study industrial schools for Indigenous children in the United States. Davin's recommendation to follow the U.S. example of aggressive civilization led to public funding for the Canadian residential school system. If anything is to be done with the Indian, we must catch him very young. The children must be kept constantly within a circle of civilized conditions. Davin wrote in his 1879 report on industrial schools for Indians and half-breeds. While these students would have already been living under the reserve system for several years, mandatory attendance was to catch them off guard. Taking children once raised by the extended family and greater community into institutions to be raised by the government and church officials, who had little to no regard for their culture, and in extreme cases, even their safety. In this first chapter, we will hear some accounts from life before being taken to the schools, to live for months and even years at a time. Bob Baxter.
When I think back to my childhood, it brings back memories, really nice memories of how life was as Anishinaabe. As you know, how we lived before we were sent to school. The things that I remember, the legends at night that my dad used to tell us, stories, and how he used to show us how to trap and funny things that happened. You know, there's a lot of things that are still in my thoughts of how we were loved by our parents. They really cared for us. And it was such a good life, you know. It's doing the things like, it was free. We were free, I guess is the word I'm looking for. There's a real free environment of us. I'm not saying that we didn't get disciplined if we did something wrong, you know. There was that, but it was a friendly, like a loving discipline, if you will.
Louise Bosom.
I'm come from a long way. I came a long way. I'm from Great Lake, Mistissini. That's where I was born in the bush. It was a pride for me to say that because I was born in the bush in a tent. It's something that remains in my heart, going to the woods, living in the woods. It's in my heart. Before going to the boarding school, my parents often told me what they were doing in the woods when I was born. What they were doing, we were in camp with other families. The stories my father told us, my mother too.
Before she was enrolled in residential school in Quebec in the 1960s, Therese Niquet lived on what she described as the family territory. She had very positive memories of that part of her life.
I remember especially the winter landscapes, fall landscapes too. I remember very well I often looked at my father, hunting beaver especially. I admired my father a lot, and I remember at one point I was looking at him. I think I was on the small hill and he was below. He had made a hole in the ice and he was hunting beaver with a harpoon, and I was there and I was looking at him and I was singing. And I remember when I was a kid I sang a lot, very often. And I also remember that we lived, or my paternal grandmother was often with us, my father's mother. And we lived in a large family also, an extended family in the bush. Those are great memories.
Jeanette Coucou, who attended the La Tuque Quebec school in the 1960s, said she was a member of what might be the last generation of Aboriginal people who were raised in the forest.
In the forest, what I remember of my childhood was bearskin, which I liked. I was there and it was the bearskin that my father put for us to sit on. That was it. That is why I'm pleased to see that here. And what I remember in my childhood also was my mother's songs, because we lived in tents and there was young children, and my mother sang for the youngest. And at the same time, this helped us to fall asleep. It was beneficial to everyone. My mother's songs, and that is what I remember. That is what I am happy to say, that it was what I was raised with and what was instilled in me, so to speak.
Albert Elias grew up in the Northwest Territories near the community of Tuktoyaktuk.
Yeah, when I first opened, like when I first saw the world, I guess, we were outdoors. And when I opened my eyes and started to, and I just a baby, I guess, and we were out in the land. The land was all around me, the snow, the sky, the sun, and I had my parents. And we had a dog team. We were traveling, I think it was on Banks Island. And I was amazed at what I saw, just the environment, the peace, the strength, the love, the smile on my dad's face. And when I wake up, he's singing a short song to me of love.
Bob Baxter was born on the Albany River in northern Ontario.
So that's how I grew up, And knowing all that stuff, we're listening to the familiar sounds of my dad's snowshoes in the winter when he came back from trapping late in the afternoon towards when it's already dark, and waiting for him to come home and tell us the legends, because there's no TV back then. So it was great. My mom was great too. She really looked after us, made sure that we were clothed and fed. That was good times. I remember eating wild game all the time. Because we had our grandparents that really looked after us too. I have good memories of, until that day we were taken away to school.
Prior to attending the Roman Catholic school in Kenora, Ontario, Linda Paface MacDonald lived with her family near Sydney Lake in northwestern Ontario in the 1950s.
We spent most of our time in the trap line in the cabin, and we'd play outside, and it was really good. There was no drinking. It was a small-sized cabin, and my parents took good care of us. And I remember those happy days. Like, there was no violence. We had a little bit of food, but we always had a meal. Like, we ate the beaver meat or moose meat if my dad got a moose, and deer meat and fish.
She could not recall being physically disciplined during this time.
They more or less just told me, don't do this. You'll hurt yourself and whatnot, but it was all in Ojibwe. All spoken in Ojibwe. And I spoke Ojibwe when I was a child, and there was a lot of fun. And my parents would take us out blueberry picking, and my grandparents would always take us blueberry picking. Or we'd go in a canoe and we'd go, or my grandmother would always be gathering traditional medicines. She had picked the wild ginger, and I would go with her, and we'd go pick all the medicines that we needed. And I also remember my mom picking up this medicine, and it would if we had any cut or open wound, she would use this like a ball, like sort of a fungus ball, and she would open it and she would put it on our wound or whatever and would heal, real fast. And she knew all her traditional medicines. And at the time, I remember my grandpa and my dad, they used to have a drum, and they would, drum, and they would sing during certain times of the year.
Mabel Brown had similar memories of her life growing up in the Northwest Territories.
Life in the bush is really good. And when we were growing up, when my dad was alive, him and my mom brought us out into the bush. And we went as a family together. They taught us how to do things. They'd tell us first, they'd show us, and then we'd do it. And then that's how we learned that. And that's how so many people now know when we see a snare or how to set it or set traps, because my grandmother showed me how to set traps and how to tell what kind of trees are what and what the different kinds of things you take off the gum and things like that, and when it's used for what it's used for. And chew, and my mom and dad used to dig up roots from the ground, and I used to just love that, roots. Chew on it, and all those things are medicine for our bodies too. And I still can't eat just store-bought foods. I have to have caribou or fish or moose meat or something like that, and to feel full, to feel satisfied.
Emily Kamach was born in 1953 in York Factory, Manitoba, and grew up in York Landing.
My family is Cree in origin. My mom and dad spoke Cree, and that's my native language, is Cree. And that's the only language I spoke at home. And when I was 6 years old, I only understood basic, really from my brothers and sisters when they came back from residential school. What is your name? And I knew to say Emily and not very much English. And I was very close to my mother. Her and I was just attached to her. I love my mother, and I knew she loved me. Same with my father. He showed it in different ways. He was a very quiet man, but his actions spoke volumes. He hunted. He was a hunter, a trapper, a fisherman. And that's how we survived, my family, because he didn't work. He didn't have a job. And my father was what they call a lay reader in the Anglican faith. He led church services in my community, and my family was Anglican in faith. My father ran the services in my hometown of York Landing. He did the services in Cree, and that's what I miss about our community right now, is the Cree singing, because it's not around anymore.
Peter Ernick was born near Repulse Bay, in what is now Nunavut.
I lived in an igloo in the wintertime. A very happy upbringing with my family, and both my mother and my father were very good storytellers. And they would tell legends, and they would sing traditional Inuit songs. My father in particular would talk about hunting stories. My mother would sew all the clothes that we had, caribou clothing and things like that, sealskin clothing. I still wear sealskin clothing today, particularly my boots, when I'm dancing, for example. So my mother would sew, teaching my sister how to sew, so that she would become a very good seamstress when she grows up or older. And in the meantime, I was apparently being trained to be a good Inuk, be able to hunt animals for survival: caribou, seals, a square flipper, bearded seal, Arctic char, these kinds of things, including birds. And I was also being taught how to build an igloo, a snow house. When I was a little boy, growing up to be a young boy at that time, my other memories include walking on the land with my father. My father was my mentor. He was a great hunter. So I would go out with him on the land, walking in search of caribou, and I'd watch him each time he caught a caribou, and I would learn by observing. As Inuit, I learned a long, long time ago that you learn by observation. That's what I was doing as a little boy, becoming a young man at that particular period of time. So in the wintertime, we would travel by dog team. I remember traveling by dog team as early as 3 or 4 years old. Hunting, again, hunting is a way of life that I remember when I was growing up for survival. And caribou hunting and seal hunting and fishing. And my father also did some trapping, foxes.
Anthony Henry was born in Swan Lake, Ontario.
I was born in a tent in the woods, so I was brought to the world in a very harsh environment, which I guess is a good thing because it made me the tough guy I am.
He said he was raised in a traditional lifestyle based on trapping, hunting, fishing, and harvesting of edible plants, such as wild rice and other edible materials.
Total traditional style is what I call it. My parents were extraordinary people. They prepared me to be an independent individual. They taught me a lot of things that I've used throughout my life as a traditional person. They taught me how to survive.
As Albert Fiddler was growing up in Saskatchewan, his father taught him how to live off the land.
I remember my dad teaching me how to hunt and learn how to snare rabbits, learn how to take care of horses. I was riding horses already on 4 years old, and I'm riding them with a bareback. And I enjoy that thing. I still remember that because I was a fairly decent cowboy, like Little Beaver, as they used to call him in the comic books. I used to hang on to just the mane. I didn't even have a bridle.
His father also taught him how to hunt.
And it's funny sometimes, and some of it was fun. Some of it was kind of patience, and pretty chilly sometimes when he was telling me how to snare chickens out of the willows. We were using a little wire and a long stick and standing on the dark side and waiting for the chickens to come and feed on the willows. And now we'd snare them down, yeah.
Doris Young attended residential schools in Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Her early childhood was spent in northern Manitoba.
The family that I had, my mother and father and my brothers and sisters and my grandparents and my aunties and uncles. The community I lived in was a safe one. It was a place where we were cared for and loved by our parents and our grandparents. And that community I lived at, we were safe. We were well taken care of. We lived on the land, on the water, meaning by fishing. My dad was a chief, but he was also what we would call a laborer in those days. But he was also a hunter, trapper, and fisherman. And that's how he supported us. And my mother spoke only Cree, and that's the language that we spoke in our household. And she taught us it was very important for us to have that language because it was the basis of our culture as I came to understand it later in life. And she was the only one that enforced the language that we spoke in our house.
Dolores Adolph was born in 1951 and grew up in a self-sufficient Aboriginal family in British Columbia.
Before I came to residential school, our families fished and hunted for our food. Our mother, she grew our own vegetables because we were quite a ways from the stores. And because we lived in the remote area where there's no stores. And our means of travel was canoes, so that's how we traveled. And our home life, it was not the greatest, but what our parents were trying to teach us how to be, keep busy, and then for us not to say there's nothing to do. So we packed water and we packed our wood. Sometimes we had to roll our wood up the dike and then roll it down to the other side. And we had to learn how to cut our wood and make kindling for the fire. And that was our way of life. And my grandfather was busy trying to teach us how to build canoes, make paddles, build a baler to bail water out of our canoe. And then they were trying to teach us how to race on those old fishing canoes, and we always beat the boys, and they didn't like that because we beat them all the time. So that meant that we were strong at that point, before we came to residential school. And my life has been upside down since I came to residential school.
Rosalie Weber, who later attended a boarding school in Newfoundland, spent her early childhood with her parents in Labrador in the 1940s.
My father was a fisherman, and my mother also worked with him, and they worked together. He was a trapper, and my mom trapped with him. Also, my mom made all of our clothes and all of his clothing. And they knitted and they cooked, and my mom was a midwife. It was very happy. We were always busy with the family. Everything was a family thing, you know? I remember gathering water from one of the little brooks that ran through Spotted Islands, where I was born. I remember, the dogs. I remember my brothers, and I had one sister, and I had another sister, a stepsister, but she lived in Newfoundland, and I didn't know her. We were quite happy, and my mother was a hunter like my dad. They'd go out in partridge season and always in competition, and with a single 22, she'd come in and with about 150, and he'd be lucky to make the 100. And then the community would take it, and it would be bottled and canned for the winter provisions, because being a trapper in the wintertime, they all had their own trapping areas, so many of them went in their own trap lines, and as we did, and my father trapped in Porcupine Bay. And so we would journey there when fishing season was over. I was just a small child, so I remember.
Martha Loon was born in 1972 in northwestern Ontario and attended the Poplar Hill, Ontario School in the 1970s. Stories were a large part of the education she received from her parents.
There were stories that, they taught us how to behave. They taught us our values. We even just, hear stories about the beaver, and I always used to wonder why my mom would, every time she was skinning beaver, she'd always set aside the kneecaps separately. She'd put those aside. And then afterwards, she'd go either paddle out to the water somewhere, like a deep part, and that's where she threw them in. And I always wondered why she would do that. I've never questioned. It wasn't until I was older I asked her, why do you do that? She says, this is what we're supposed to do, to respect and honor the beaver, to thank the beaver for giving its life so that we could eat it, use its pelt. This is what the beaver wants us to do. The same thing as you treat a duck, the duck bones a certain way. All that's got purpose and a reason for it.
Grandparents played an important role in raising children in many communities. Richard Hall, who went to the Alberni, British Columbia School, recalled with deep affection his pre-residential school upbringing and the role that his grandparents played.
And my grandmother, she taught us to be orderly. She taught us to go to church. She dressed us to go to church. She loved the church. My playground was my friends. With my friends was the mountains, streams, the ocean. And we're raised in the ocean because we went fishing all summer long, and we traveled to the communities, the fishing grounds, because at the mountains were places where we spend our days, times, the rivers, from playing in the river, no fear, and that was normal. With my grandfather, he took me with him at the young age. He taught me to work in the boats with him. He taught me how to repair boats. He would take me to talk to his friends, and all he did was to speak their language and speak their native tongue while they prepared fish around the fire. He took me wherever he went, and I later learned that he was my lifeline. He helped me and guided me the best he could.
Patrick James Hall was born in 1960 and grew up in what is now called the Dakota Teepee First Nation.
And I remember a lot of times, I guess, with my grandfather and my grandmother. One of them in my mind I remember. My grandfather used to haul wood on a sleigh. He had horses, and so my older brothers would go with him too. And he'd take us for horse rides, and he used to talk with us all the time in Dakota. I mean, we used to remember what he said because we'd always be laughing, having fun, and my grandpa was a very, very active guy. He always made sure, he made sure that we had everything for the family. We used to go hunting, deer hunting and fishing, trapping. And my mother too, she was a very hard worker because she used to be hauling water, cutting wood. That was just during the winters. It was very hard because we have to cut wood and break the ice for water and heat it up for the stove.
One former student who attended residential school in the Northwest Territories recalled that her home life was violent and frightening.
There was a lot of violence. We were very afraid of my father. He was a very angry man, and my mother used to run away on him, and he used to come home to us kids and then just really verbally abuse us and make us really scared of him. I used to run to the neighbors and hide behind their door because I was so scared of him.
kidnapped by institutions. Imagine, if you can, back to your earliest childhood memories. The safety most of us felt around our loved ones, having our mothers, fathers, grandparents, and siblings in our lives to help lighten the load and comfort us in hard times. Or perhaps you're a parent. Imagine the church or the state showing up at your door and, under the threat of violence via incarceration, demanding your children as young as 6 be taken by them to an institution of their choosing to be properly educated and/or re-educated. This was the reality faced by many Indigenous parents and grandparents in the late 19th and early 20th century in Canada, and several other countries such as the United States, Australia, and New Zealand, to name a few. In this chapter, the focus will be that moment of departure. How did it feel to be ripped away from your family when you were only a child and brought someplace where you couldn't understand the culture or the language? Through the stories of those that were there, we can try and imagine ourselves in their shoes, as uncomfortable as that may be. When Josephine Eshkabok was 8 years old, a priest came to her home in northern Ontario and presented her mother with a letter.
My mother opened the letter, and I could see her face. It was kind of sad, but mad too. She said to me, "I have to let you go," she told us. So we had to go to school, a Spanish residential school.
Isaac Daniels recalled one dramatic evening in 1945 when the Indian agent came to his father's home on the James Smith Reserve in Saskatchewan.
I didn't understand a word because I spoke Cree. Cree was the main language in our family. So my dad was kind of angry. I kept seeing him pointing to that Indian agent. So that night we were going into bed. It was just a one-room shack we all lived in. And I heard my dad talking to my mom there. And he was kind of crying, but he was talking in Cree now. He said that it's either residential school for my boys or I go to jail. He said that in Cree. So I overheard him. So I said the next morning, we all got up. And I said, well, I'm going to residential school because I didn't want my dad to go to jail.
Donna Antoine was enrolled in a British Columbia residential school after a visit from a government official to her family.
It must have been in the summer the Indian agent came to see my father. I imagine it must have been the Indian agent because it looked pretty serious. He was talking to him for some time, and because we couldn't understand, we couldn't even eavesdrop what they were talking about. So after some time spent there, father sat us down and told us that this Indian agent came to tell him that we had to go to school, to a boarding school, one that is not close to our home, but far away.
The official had told her father that he would be sent to jail if he did not send Antoine to residential school.
We were sort of caught in wanting to stay home and seeing our parents go to jail, and we must have thought, who's going to look after us if our parents go to jail?
In the late 1940s, Vitaline Elsie Jenner was living with her family in northern Alberta.
My mom and dad loved me, loved all of us a lot. They took care of us the best that they knew how. And I felt so comfortable being at home. This came to an end in the fall of 1951. My parents were told that we had to go to residential school. And prior to that, at times, my dad didn't make very much money, so sometimes he would go to the welfare to get ration or get some monies to support 12 of us. And my parents were told that if they didn't put us in residential school, that all that would be cut off. So my parents felt forced to put us in the residential school, 8 of us, 8 out of 12.
Many parents sent their children to residential school for one reason. They had been told they would be sent to jail if they kept their children at home. Ken A. Little Deer's father told him that
if I didn't go to school, he'd go to jail. That's what he told me.
As a result, he was enrolled in the Sioux Lookout, Ontario school. Andrew Bull Calf was raised by his grandfather, Herbert Bull Calf. When he was enrolled in residential school in Cardston, Alberta, his grandfather was told
that if he didn't bring me, my grandfather would go to jail and be charged.
When Martha Manus told her mother she did not wish to return to the Roman Catholic school in Cardston, her mother explained,
"If you don't go to school, your dad is going to go to jail. We're going to get a letter written in red, and that's very serious."
Maureen Gloria Johnson went to the Lower Port School in northern British Columbia in 1959.
I went there with a bus. They loaded us all up on a bus and took us. And I remember my mom had a really hard time letting us kids go. And she had a really hard time. She begged the priest, and the priest said that it was law that we had to go. And if we didn't go, then my parents would be in trouble.
In the face of such coercion, parents often felt helpless and ashamed. Paul Dixon attended residential schools in Ontario and Quebec. Once he spoke to his father about his experience at the schools. According to Dixon,
he got angry and said, "I had no choice, you know. It really hit me hard. I wasn't accusing him of anything, you know. I just wanted some explanations." He said, I will go. I would go in jail. I will go in jail if I didn't let you go."
When she was 4 or 5, Linda Papasi McDonald was taken by plane from her parents' home on Sydney Lake, Ontario.
I looked outside. My mom was, flailing her arms, and she must have been crying, and I see my dad grabbing her, and I was wondering why my mom was, she was struggling. She told me many years later what happened, and she explained to me why we had to be sent away to residential school, and I just couldn't get that memory out of my head, and I still remember to this day what happened that day. And she told me, like, she was so hurt, and I used to ask her, "Why did you let us go? Like, why didn't you stop them, Why didn't you, come and get us?" And she told me we couldn't. They told us if we tried to do anything, like get you guys back, we'd get thrown in jail. So they didn't want to end up in jail because they still had babies at the cabin.
Dorothy Ross recalled how unhappy her father was about sending his children to residential school.
As we got older, I remember Dad. I knew Dad was already angry. He was angry at the school for taking us away, for taking myself and my siblings. He couldn't do anything to help us. Either, same thing with my mom, there's nothing I can do to help you.
Albert Marshall hated his parents for sending him to the Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia school. Many years later, he asked his brother what the family reaction had been to his being sent to school. He didn't answer me for a while, a long time. He says,
"Nobody said anything for days because my father was crying every day. Finally, my father told the family, I failed as a father. I couldn't protect my child. I just couldn't because you know what the Mounties, the priests, the Indian agents told me? He told me if I resist too much, then they would take the other younger brother and younger children. Then he says, there's not a choice. I could not say take them or take the 3 of them, but I couldn't say nothing, and I know I have to live with that."
Jacko Anaviapik's parents opposed his being sent to the Pond Inlet Hostel in what is now Nunavut.
When they started taking kids on the land to attend school, the RCMP boat would come pick us up. There's no doubt that our parents were intimidated by the police into letting us go. They were put in a position where they could not say no. Even though they did not want us to go, they were too afraid of the police, too afraid to stand up to the police. I'm one of the lucky ones because my father did say no when they wanted to take me. He told them he would bring me himself once the ice had formed. I was brought here after the children who had been rounded up by the boat had already started. At first year, my parents came several times to take me home, but they were refused by the area administrator. My sister told me that my parents were very sad at that time.
Rather than be separated from their children, his parents moved to Pond Inlet.
After 2 years had passed, my family decided to move to Pond because they knew I had to go to school.
In some cases, parents reluctantly sent their children because the residential school represented their only educational option. Ellen Smith's father attended the Anglican residential school at Hay River in the Northwest Territories. She believes that his experiences at the school led him to oppose her being sent to residential school. However, her grandfather believed it was necessary that she get an education.
My dad reluctantly let me go to school because my grandpa said that in the future she will help our people. She needs to go there. And that struggle occurred with my dad over the years, for 11 years that I went to residential school. But my grandpa was the one that said, they have to go. She has to go.
She was sent to the Anglican school in Aklavik in 1953. She eventually attended 3 other residential schools. Some parents wanted their children to gain the knowledge they believed was needed to protect their community and culture. When Shirley Williams' father took her to catch the bus to the Spanish Ontario Girls' School, he bought her an ice cream and gave her 4 instructions.
1 was remember who you are. Do not forget your language. Whatever they do to you in there, be strong. And the 4th one, learn about the Indian Act and come back and teach me. So with those 4 things, he said that You don't know why I'm telling you this, but someday you will understand.
One student who attended the Gordon's Saskatchewan school recalled the ways in which the churches competed against one another to recruit students.
When we look at the residential schools, and the churches, we recognize, at least I've seen it, that we've had these two competing religions, the Anglican and the Catholic churches, both competing for our souls, it seemed. I remember growing up on the reserve here when they were looking for our students. They were competing against each other. We were the prizes, that they would gain if they won. I remember the Catholic priests coming out with, used hockey equipment and telling us, come to our school. Come and play hockey for us. Come and play in our band. We got all kinds of bands here. We got trombones and trumpets and drums and all that kind of stuff. We used all this stuff to encourage us or to entice us to come to the Catholic school. Then on the other hand, the Anglicans, they would come out with what they called bale clothes. They would bring out a bunch of clothes in a bale, like a big, big bale. It was all used clothing, and they'd give it to the woman on the reserve here. And the woman made blankets and stuff like that out of these old clothes. But that's the way they competed for us as people.
Some children wanted to go to school, at least initially. Leon Wallen, who attended the Roman Catholic residence in Fort Smith in the 1960s, said he looked forward to residential school.
Because I wanted to learn to talk English and learn, so I can learn both languages at the same time.
He hated his first year at the residence, particularly the restrictions on speaking his own language. But he said,
"My mom and dad didn't listen to me, but they still sent me back."
In other cases, missionaries convinced students of the benefits of going to school. Anthony Henry said that a priest named Father LaSalle convinced him to come to residential school at Kenora. According to Henry, his mother did not want him to go to residential school, but LaSalle, who spoke fluent Ojibwe, convinced him it would be beneficial. Places of refuge? While many of the students hated the idea of leaving their families, in some cases the schools could be looked upon as a refuge. The Indigenous culture at this time had already been largely affected, and First Nation people in Canada had already been put onto reserves. Most of these reserves were affected largely by poverty, trauma, and alcoholism, and were often in geographical locations where life off the land, which had been the norm for hundreds of generations, proved difficult to impossible. This resulted in an Indigenous population largely dependent on the Canadian government for sustenance, a problem which in many areas continues to this day. The effects of the schools themselves were multi-generational, as a parent that had spent their childhood in a residential school had little to no experience in raising children of their own, and were in many cases dealing with extreme trauma. In this sense, the schools could be viewed as a means of escape from poverty or worse. When stuck between a rock and a hard place, often a change of scenery, no matter the pretext, can be a welcome change and open new opportunities. Regardless, the traumatic effects of the schools would prove to be extreme in most cases. Poverty and the inability to feed and clothe their children forced some parents to send their children to residential school. When Ivan George was enrolled in the Mission British Columbia School, his father was a single parent with 6 children under the age of 14. When the time came to return to the school after his first summer holiday, Ivan told his father he did not wish to return.
He says, "You have to. I can't provide for you, or nothing to feed you, clothes on your back, education." So I went back and I said, "Oh, I better, because what's going on, all that." So I stayed the whole year without running away.
Cecilia Whitefield Big George said her mother was not able to support her family when they lived in Big Grassy in northwestern Ontario.
She would go and work for people, like do their laundry and clean their floors and clean the house for them, and that's how she fed us. They'd give her food, And then when the priest arrived, he told her, they'd be in a good place if they went to school. And so that's how it happened. My little sister, she was only 4 years old, so that's how we first got picked up.
One former student whose grandparents had also attended residential school placed his daughter in residential school when she was 13.
I didn't have a wife at that time, and I felt that was a good place for her. So I wasn't really fully aware of the negative parts of negativity of residential schools, because really, I guess, when I look at the residential school issue, I saw, Physically, I guess, better than what I experienced at the reserve. On the reserve, I had a very abusive dad. My dad was abusive, physically abusive, and we lived in a little log cabin, and we didn't have regular meals.
Ethel Johnson said she and her siblings were sent to the Shubenacadie school when her mother was diagnosed with tuberculosis.
My father couldn't look after us. I was 10 years old. There was another one. There was 5 of us. And the 3 of us were old enough to go to residential school. Never even heard about it till then. My father had to work and he had to maintain a house, fix our meals. He just couldn't do it. So I don't know where he found out or how this was possible, but we ended up going over there anyway. This was in 46.
Dorothy Jane Boileau attended the Fort Resolution Northwest Territories School after the death of her father.
And they seemed to pick on orphans, I lost my father when in 1949 we lost him. And I stayed here in a mission 11 and a half years, and I never went home for 7 years. I had nowhere to go, My sisters were living in Yellowknife, but they were all married and had children of their own. So, my sister Nora and I, we just stayed there,
Illness and family breakup meant that in some cases, children were raised by their grandparents. After Hazel Mary Anderson's parents separated in 1972, her grandmother took care of her and her 2 siblings. They lived on the Piapot Reserve in Saskatchewan until her grandmother was in her early 70s. At that time, the children were sent to residential school. Prior to going to the Shubenacadie school, one student was being cared for by his grandparents.
I went there basically because I felt sorry for my grandparents who were trying to look after me and trying to maintain, and they were struggling.
One former Blue Quills Alberta student said,
At that time there were 6 of us who were older, who were living at the house, but there were 3 others, younger ones, who were from another father, but they lived with us. So now in our family currently we had 12, but the oldest ones, the 6 of us, had to see and witness a lot of violence, especially abuse with my mom and dad. We had 2 sisters and 4 or 3 brothers and myself, that's 6. I was the youngest of the siblings of that bunch. But there was times when, drinking would be to excess. So my mushroom and my cookum would take us in to protect us from the fighting and the pain and the struggles. There was, as far as I can recall, one day there was some lady or social worker that just came to our house at my cookum's place, Jenny's, and they told us we were going for a ride in a big fancy car. And of course, we were poor. We didn't have any of that stuff. So we thought it would be kind of nice, but nobody told us where we were going. So all I could remember was my auntie, my cookum. We were at the house and waving goodbye, and all I remember was just peeking out the window in the back, not understanding why, Grandma was crying. But we went, and they brought us to a big school just out by the Saddle Lake Reserve. It was the Blue Quills School, and I was only 5, so I was the youngest of the 6.
In some cases, parents placed their children in the school to protect them from violence in the community. Both of Doreen Bernard's parents had attended the Shubenacadie school.
My father spent 11 years in a residential school from 1929 to 1940. My mom spent around 7 years there during the 1940s. Whatever would have made them think that it had changed, that it was better in 1960s than it was when they were there, I don't know. But I could tell you that our lives outside the residential school was bad enough that she felt she was alone to make those decisions, that it was better for us to be there than with other family members, with our extended family. We were safer in her eyes to be there than at home.
The journey. At its peak, the Canadian residential school system consisted of 139 schools spread from British Columbia to eastern Quebec. Canada is an immense country over 9,000 kilometers wide and 4,000 kilometers high, with over 600 First Nations, and because of this, the distance traveled to school could be extreme. Bearing in mind this started in and around the turn of the 20th century, traveling great distances was far from comfortable or even safe. When we consider that these journeys were made by children as young as 6 years old, often with extremely limited supervision, we can start to get a feel for the magnitude of this undertaking from both an emotional and a physical perspective. Frederick Ernest Coe recalled that one morning there was a knock at his parents' door, and Aklavik, Northwest Territories.
Anglican minister Donna Webster and RCMP officers at the door. They're asking for me and telling me to pack up because I had to go. I'll pack up a few little things, no suitcases. My hunting bag is still kind of dirty. Throw whatever stuff you had in it and you go. And I didn't get to say goodbye to my dad or my brother Alan. Didn't get to pet my dogs or nothing. We're going. Marched over to Frankie's house, which was just half a block away, and picked him up, and then we were marched to the plane, just like we're criminals, marching to this policeman to get on the plane. And that was my experience leaving Aklavik. It was a pretty monumental point in my life, very dramatic, I guess. You don't realize until after, because those times you just did what the people in charge told you to do.
Howard Stacey Jones said he was taken without his parents' knowledge from a public school in Port Renfrew, British Columbia, to the Cooper Island School.
I was kidnapped from Port Renfrew's elementary school when I was around 6 years old. This happened right in the elementary schoolyard. And my auntie witnessed this and another non-native witnessed this, and they are still alive as I speak. These are two witnesses saw me fighting, trying to get away from the two RCMP officers that threw me in the back seat of the car and drove off with me. My mom didn't know where I was for 3 days, frantically stressed out and worried about where I was, and she finally found out that I was in Cooper Island Residential School.
For many residential school students, the school year started in a long ride in the back of a school-owned farm truck. Shirley Leon attended the Kamloops, British Columbia school in the 1940s. She described her first memory of residential school as
seeing the cattle trucks come onto the reserve and scoop up the kids to go, and seeing my cousins cry, and then they were put on these trucks and hauled off, and we didn't know where, and my grandmother and mother hiding us under the bed. And when the federal health nurse or the Indian agent would try to come into the house, my grandmother would club them with her cane.
The day she left for the Lestock, Saskatchewan school, Marlene Casey's parents drove her into the town of Wadena.
There was a big truck there. It had a back door, and the truck was full of kids, and there was no windows on that truck. It was dark in there. And that's where we were put. There was a bunch of kids there from up north, Yellow Quill, Kenniston, and my reserve. And all you hear was yelling, and kids were fighting in there, and some were crying. And we were all falling down on the floor because there was no place to sit. We were standing up. And it seemed like such a long time to get there.
Rick Gilbert's first experience with residential schooling came when his older siblings were sent away to school.
I remember just directly outside of the house there was a cattle truck parked there, and they were loading kids on the back of this cattle truck. And that's how they were taking I'm going to call them my brother and sister. They were taking my brother and sister away in this cattle truck to the mission. I didn't know then that that's what they were doing, but that's what happened.
Alma Scott was taken to the Fort Alexander, Manitoba school when she was 5 years old.
We got taken away by a big truck. I can still remember my mom and dad looking at us, and they were really, really sad looking. My dad's shoulders were just hunched, and to me, it looked like his spirit was broken. I didn't have the words at 5 for that, but I do now. I just remember feeling really sad, and I was in this truck full of other kids who were crying, and so I cried with them.
Leona Bird was 6 when she was sent to the Prince Albert, Saskatchewan school.
And then we seen this army-covered army truck outside the place. And as we were walking towards it, kids were herded into there like cattle into the army truck. And in the far distance, I seen my mother with my little sister. I went running to her, and she says, "Leona." She was crying, and I was so scared. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what was happening. My sister didn't cry because she didn't understand what's going to happen to us. Anyway, it was time for me and her to go, and when we got in that truck, she just held me, pinched me, and held me on my skirt. "Mama, mama, mama." And then my mother couldn't do nothing. She just stood there weeping. And then I took my little sister and tried to make her calm down. I just told her, "We're going bye-bye. We're going somewhere for a little while." Well, nobody told us how long we were going to be gone. It's just like we were going to go into this big truck, and that's how it all started.
Sam Ross recalled putting up a fight when the Indian agent came to his family's home in northern Manitoba to take him to residential school in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan.
I remember hiding under the bed there. They pulled us out from under the bed, me and my younger brother. We ran, We cried a lot, but that didn't help better. They took us out. They took us out to the truck, all 4 of us. My other 2 brothers walked to the truck. But me and my late younger brother, We fought all the way, right to the station, train station, the CNR station.
As in Sam Ross's case, the truck ride was sometimes followed by a train ride. In the 1950s, Benjamin Joseph traveled by bus and train to the Shubenacadie School.
And I don't know who were there anyway. There was a police officer and two people. Told my father that we're taking your children to the better place. My dad didn't understand because my dad was getting sick. He had asthma. He didn't understand then, and he agreed with them anyway. He agreed with the people that would take us, all my brothers and my sisters, to the place that I don't know. So about a couple of days later, a bus came into our home and told us, get on the bus. I don't know, could be an Indian agent in the RCMP. Told us, go on the bus, we take you to a better place. So we had to agree with them because I didn't understand as a young boy. I had to listen to what they said because we listened to our dad. We listened to him because he knows what's best for us. So we went on the bus. So they picked every child in our community, in my reserve. Picked every child, put them on the bus, sent us to a train station at Grand Narrows that morning about around 7:30, around there I think. And every child they put on didn't say anything. We put them on the bus and through Grand Narrows. Then we waited there. We didn't have no food. We didn't have no clothes to take with us. We just get on the bus and go. So that morning we told my brothers we had to sit over here and wait for the train to come. So we heard a train, we heard a whistle, and my brother said, oh, that's a train coming to pick us up. I said, okay, When the train came, they put us on. Indian agents put us on. The RCMP put us on the train. Told us to sit over here. So it doesn't matter, so we left from Grand Narrows. In every station we stopped at, there was children, native children, that had long hair when I looked out the window. And I went, wow, there's more children going on the train. Probably they're going the same way as I'm going. But at that time, it didn't matter to me. So every station we stopped, there was native children, girls and boys. And there was an RCMP and an Indian agent lining them up, put them on the train, put them on the seats. No one's talking about anything. I didn't know them. Every station, and by the time we got to Truro, it was full of native people, native children on the train. Wow, there was a whole bunch of us. Had long hair, had no clothes to take with them. So we didn't know, we didn't understand. So we got to Truro, so we changed trains, and then the conductor, he says, when we get to the point where we went, the conductor said, last stop for Shubenacadie, last stop, get ready. So we were driving and we didn't take that long. So we got all the children, all the girls on one side and all the boys on one side. We didn't understand nothing. When the train came so far, I think it would be around 12 o'clock or between 12 o'clock or 12:30. We got to our destination and the conductor was saying, Shubenacadie, next stop. So he was saying that. So we all stopped and the Indian agent was sitting in the front there. He said, okay guys, get ready.
Larry Beardy had a strong memory of the first train trip that took him from Churchill, Manitoba, to the Anglican Residential School in Dauphin, Manitoba, a journey of 1,200 kilometers.
I think it was 2 days and one whole day of travel on the train to Dauphin. So it was quite a ride. When we boarded the train, I was very excited. It's like going on a journey, going for a travel. It's not my first time going on a train, but I was going alone. I was going with my sister and my older siblings. And the train ride was okay for the first half hour or so. Then I realized I was alone. My mother was not there. Like the rest of the children, there was a lot of crying on that train. At every stop, if you understand the Canadian National Railway, families lived in sections every 20, 15 miles. And children would get on the train, and then there'd be more crying. And everybody started crying all the way to Dauphin. That's how it was. So there was a lot of tears. That train, I want to call that train the train of tears. And a lot of anger, a lot of frustration. I did that for several years.
Emily Kamach was sent from York Landing in northern Manitoba to the Gordons School in Saskatchewan. When she was put on the train that was to take her there, she did not know she was being sent to school.
I didn't know I was going away to school. I thought I was just going for a train ride, and I was just excited to go. My sisters and my brothers were on the train too, and I felt like I have family with me, but I didn't understand why my parents didn't come on with us. They were just on the side of the railway there, and they were waving at us as the train was moving away. And I remember asking one of the kids from back home, how come our parents aren't coming? And then that girl said, they can't come because we're going to school. And I was talking to her in Cree, and I said, well, I don't want to go to school. I'd rather stay home and stay with my parents. And she told me, no, we can't. We have to go and get our education. And then at night, as we were traveling along, I got really lonesome.
Because her siblings were going to the Anglican school in Dauphin, they got off there. Emily stayed on the train.
We were on the train, I'd say like 3 days to get to Saskatchewan. And when we got there, 3 of my cousins were with me. Those were the only ones I knew, 3 boys. There's Billy, Gordon, and Nelson, and I was the only girl from my hometown.
Many students whose parents belonged to the United Church were sent from northern British Columbia to residential school in Edmonton, because there was no United Church residential school closer to where they lived. Sphenia Jones' journey to residential school started from Haida Gwaii, also known as the Queen Charlotte Islands, off the coast of British Columbia.
And I went on a boat first from Haida Gwaii. There was really lots of Haidas that were going to Edmonton at that time, and some Skidegate, as well as Massett. And we got on a really big boat. They used to call it a steamer. They used to bring groceries and stuff like that, maybe once a year or twice a year to Haida Gwaii. That's what they put us on. And then we got off the boat in Prince Rupert, and then they started hauling us on a train there. The train station building is still there in Rupert, where we all had to wait. There was really lots of us. And I don't remember that month, what month it was, or anything like that, but we used to have to do stops along the way and picked up more Native children. And we were on a train, for about 4 days, I think, something like that. And the more people they picked up, the more squished we all became inside the train, and we were packed in like a bunch of sardines. There was kids laying around on the floor all along in where the walkway was supposed to be, and I could hear really lots of crying all the time, crying. I could hear a baby crying about the second day, so I started looking. I found this little one in the corner. There was a whole bunch of kids around. I don't know if they were alive or whatever, you know. I picked him up anyway, and I remember packing him around. I lost the space that I was sitting at, so I was walking around. I was lucky I had a coat. I took my coat off. I remember holding him, looking at his face. Nothing to eat, nothing to drink. I couldn't give him anything.
Students from remote communities often were taken to residential school by small airplanes. At the end of the summer in 1957, a plane that was normally used to transport fish landed on the water at Co-op Point on Reindeer Lake in northern Saskatchewan. John B. Custer recalled the roundup.
And all of a sudden I seen this priest coming and this RCMP, and they told me, let's go for a walk. So I walked down to the fish plane, and this is where they threw me in without the consent of my grandparents. There was already a bunch of kids there. There's about at least 25 to 30 kids. That's at the very young age of 7 years old. I remember this very well. The fish plane it had a very strong smell of fish, and he half-assed washed that plane, and there was still this fish slime in that plane. And there was a whole bunch of kids there, and I was just wondering, what am I doing in this plane? Most of the kids were crying. I could see their parents on the shoreline waving goodbye, and most of them were crying.
Florence Horace was taken to the Fort Providence Northwest Territories School in a small airplane.
On its way to the school, the plane stopped at a number of small communities to pick up students. And then there's another place that we stop at. This young boy got on the plane there, had a lot of crying. There's a lot of kids in the plane. Some of them were sitting on the floor of the plane. It was just full. The plane took off. There's about 6 or 7 older ones. Didn't cry, but I saw tears come right out of their eyes. Everybody else was crying. There's a whole plane crying. I wanted to cry too because my brother was crying. But I held my tears back and held him. When we got to Providence, my brother was scared. We got off the plane. There was nuns waiting for us on the shore. Brothers, fathers, priests. He was scared, so he grabbed hold of my hand. He was holding my hand. We don't have no luggage or no clothes, just what we had on, just what we had on. And we walk up the hill to the top of the hill, and my brother was so scared. He was just holding onto my hand so tight. And then top of the hill, the priest came, and he told me he's got to go this way. And then the sister came over to me and told me, you gotta go this way. They're trying to break our hands apart, but he wouldn't let go of my hand holding. And the priest was holding his hand, and the sister was holding my hand. They broke our hands apart like that.
Joe Crimidgeoir was taken to the Chesterfield Inlet School in the Northwest Territories in 1957.
And my mother was on the beach when I was boarding the plane. The few clothes that I had, maybe one pair of pants, maybe a sock that my mother had put into her flour sack. And I know that she started walking home not even bothering to look at me. And today I think maybe she had tears in her eyes. Maybe she was crying.
In the Northwest Territories, students often were taken to school by boat. Albert Elias was sent to the Anglican school in Aklavik in 1952.
So in 1952, we were sent away. Those days, there's no airplanes like we have now. So the Anglican mission schooner, a small boat, came down to Tuk, and we were boarded. We got on the boat, and all excited and waving, and we left Tuk. And then we traveled a ways along the way to Aklavik was camps, hunting camps, fishing camps, and we stopped at those places and picked up students as we went along. At one stop, all the children got off the boat. When it was time to get back on the boat, the boy walking ahead of Albert decided to run away. Just before he stepped on the walk plank, he dashed to one side and he ran away. And the Anglican missionary there, he ran after him and caught him, and I saw for the first time how somebody could be so rough to a small child and carry that boy like a rag doll up to the boat. And I asked myself there, the fear came to my being, and I sensed fear like I had never felt it before. I said, what have I got myself into, Before I even reached Aklavik, I started seeing violence, which I really never saw before. And that was, to me, it always, it was always in my memory. So the first trauma, I guess.
Sam Kotenek was 12 years old when he was taken to the Pond Inlet School in what is now Nunavut.
The boat they used to bring us here is still there down by Uliak School. That's the boat that picked me up from our outpost camp. It was the RCMP, the area administrator, and 2 women. The special constable lifted me by my shoulders and put me in the boat so that I could go to school. They ignored my cries for my mother. I remember as the boat took us away, I kept my eyes on my parents' tent until I couldn't see it anymore. That moment was the most painful thing I ever experienced in my life.
Arriving at school. The first day of school can be a stressful and overwhelming day for a child. Even if you don't have children of your own that you've seen a little stressed or upset about heading back to school after the summer break, you can probably remember sometime in the not-so-distant past that you had these feelings of apprehension towards school life yourself. I was certainly no fan of school. I hated the early mornings and how it stole away the best hours of the day. The best hours of the day seem somewhat paltry in comparison to the best years of a child's life. What bonds are interrupted when a young child is taken from the family home and settled into government and/or religious institutions? While First Nations children in Canada are not the first nor the last in history to be raised out of the family home, the fact that they did so in places that had little to no knowledge of their cultures, history, or languages was especially destructive. In most cases, what little was known about Indigenous culture and spirituality was looked down upon as heathenistic devil worship. This is evidenced by the banning of Indigenous religious ceremonies like the potlatch and the sun dance, and the refusal to allow students in residential schools to communicate with one another in their native languages. Nellie Nigwant was raised in Hudson, Ontario, and went to the Sioux Lookout, Ontario school in the 50s and 60s. Her parents enrolled her in the school at the government's insistence. She told her mother she did not want to go.
The day came where we were all bussed out from Hudson. My mother told me to pack my stuff, a little bit of what I needed, what I wanted. I remember I had a little doll that my dad had given me for a Christmas present. And I had a little trunk where I made my own doll clothes. I started sewing when I was 9 years old. My mom taught us all this, though, sewing. So I used to make my own doll clothes. I packed those up, what I wanted. I guess I had mixed feelings. I was kind of excited to go away to go to school. My mom tried to make it feel comfortable for me, and I know it was hard for her and hard for me. But when the time we were ready to leave, they had a bus. And there was lots of people with their kids waiting to leave. And I made sure I was the last one to board the bus because I didn't want to go. I remember hugging my mom, begging her, getting on the bus, waving at them as they were pulling away. I don't remember how long the ride was from Hudson to Pelican at the time, but it seemed like a long ride. When we arrived there, again, I made sure I was the last one to get off the bus. And when I arrived there, a guy standing at the bottom there helping all the students to get on the bus, reaching out his hand like this. I didn't even want to touch him. I didn't even want to get off. I'm hanging to the bar and I didn't want to get off. To me, he looked so ugly. He was dark, short, and he was trying to coax me to come down the stairs and to help me get off the bus. I hang onto the bus and they had to force me and pull me down to get off the bus. The next 3 days, I guess, was sort of like it was like floating. I remember crying, then calming down for a while, then crying again. When we arrived, we had to register that we had arrived. Then they took us to cut our hair. The next thing was to get our clothes. They gave us 2 pairs of jeans, 2 pairs of t-shirts, 2 church dresses. They were beautiful dresses, 2 pairs of shoes, 2 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of everything. We had a number. They gave us a number, and that number was tied in all our clothes, our garments, our jackets, everything was numbered. After that, we were told to go in the shower, at least 15 of us girls all in one shower. We were told to strip down and with all the other girls, and that was not a comfortable feeling. And for me, I guess it was violating my privacy. I didn't even want to look at anybody else. It was hard. After that, they gave us our toothbrushes to brush our teeth, and they asked us to put our hands out, and they put some white dry powder stuff on our hands. I didn't know what it was. I smelt it, but now today I know it was baking soda. I didn't realize what it was then.
Campbell Papakosh had been raised by his grandfather. When his grandfather died in 1946, Papakosh
was apprehended by the missionaries and taken to residential school. When I was taken to this residential school, I experienced a foreign way of life that I really didn't understand. I was taken into this big building that would become the detention of my life and the fear of life. When I was taken to that residential school, I see these ladies, so stoical looking, passionateless. And they wore these robes that I've never seen women wear before. They only showed their forehead and their eyes, and the bottom of their face and their hands. Now to me that is very fearful because, there wasn't any kind of passion, and I could see, I could see it in their eyes. When I was taken to this residential school, I was taken into the infirmary, but before I entered the infirmary, I looked around this big, huge building, and I see all these crosses all over the walls. I look at those crosses and I see a man hanging on that cross. I didn't recognize who this man was, and this man seemed dead and passionateless on that cross. I didn't know who this man was on that cross. Then I was taken to the infirmary, and there, I was stripped of my clothes, the clothes that I came to residential school with, my moccasins, and I had nice, beautiful long hair. And they were neatly braided by my mother before I went to residential school, before I was apprehended by the residential school missionaries. And after I was taken there, they took off my clothes, and then they deloused me. I didn't know what was happening, but I learned about it later, that they were delousing me. The dirty, no good-for-nothing savages is lousy. And then they cut off my beautiful hair. And my hair represents such a spiritual significance of my life and my spirit. And they did not know, what they were doing to me. And I cried. And I see them throw my hair into a garbage can, my long, beautiful braids. Then after they deloused me, then I was thrown into the shower, to go wash all that kerosene on my body and on my head. And I was shaved, bald-headed. Then after I had the shower, they gave me these clothes that didn't fit. They gave me these shoes that didn't fit, and they all had numbers on them. And after the shower, then I was taken up to the dormitory. And when I was taken up to this dormitory, I seen many beds up there, all lined up so neatly, and all the beds made so neatly. And they gave me a pillow, they gave me blankets, they gave me sheets to make my bed. Lo and behold, I did not know how to make that bed because I came from a place of buffalo robes and deer hides and rabbit skins to cover it with. No such thing as a pillow.
Marthe Basile Coucou recalled feeling a chill on first seeing the Point Bleu, Quebec school.
It was something like a gray day. It was a day without sunshine. It was the impression that I had. But I was only 6 years old then. While the nuns separated us, my brothers, then my uncles, and I no longer understood. Then that was a period there of suffering, nights of crying. We all gathered in a corner, meaning that we came together, and there we cried. Our nights were like that.
Louise Large could not speak any English when her grandmother took her to the Blue Quills, Alberta school in the early 1960s.
My grandma and I got into this black car, and I was kind of excited, and I was looking at the window and look. I'd never rode in a car before, or I might have, but this was a strange person. We drove into Blue Quills, and it was a big building, and I was in awe with the way it looked, and I was okay because I had my grandma with me, and we got off and we went up the stairs, and that was okay. I was hanging on to my grandmother, and I was going into this strange place, and we walked up the stairs into the building and down the hallway, going to the left, and there was a room there, and 2 nuns came.
As was often the case, she was not used to seeing nuns dressed in religious habits.
I didn't know they were nuns. I don't know why they were dressed the way they were. They had long black skirts, dresses, and at that time they looked weird. They had these little weird hats and a veil, kind of like a black bridesmaid or something, and they were all smiling at me.
She was shocked to discover that she was going to be left at the school. The nuns had to hold Louise tight to stop her from trying to leave with her grandmother.
And I wasn't aware at the time that my grandma was going to leave me there. I'm not ever sure how she told me, but they started holding me, and my grandmother left, and I started fighting them because I didn't want my grandma to leave me, and I started screaming and crying, and it must have been about, I don't know, when I look back, probably long enough to know that my grandma was long gone. They let me go, and they started yelling at me to shut up, or I don't know, they had a real mean tone of voice. It must have been about, when I think about it, it was in the morning, and I just screamed and screamed for hours. It seemed like for hours. They all ran down the water's edge to get on the float plane that would take them to school. On their arrival, they were taken to the school by the same truck that was used to haul garbage to the local Refuge site. From that point on, the experience was much more somber. And I can still recall today the quiet and all the sadness, the atmosphere, and as we entered the big stone building, the excitement in the morning was gone, and everybody was quiet because the senior students that had been there before knew the rules, and us newcomers were just beginning to see, and we were little, we were young. I remember how they took our clothes, the clothes that we wore when we left, and they also cut our hair. We had short hair from there on, and they put a chemical on our hair, which was some kind of white powder.
Linda Head was initially excited about the prospect of a plane trip that would take her to the Prince Albert, Saskatchewan school.
My dad kissed me and up I went. I didn't care because this was something new for me. The plane landed on the Saskatchewan River. There was a car waiting for us, or the truck, but I got into the car and the boys were in the truck, like an army truck. They stood outside, at the back, not inside. They told us which dorm to go to, and there was a person standing, but the kids were, lining up, and this person took me to the line. And when the line was full, I guess they took us to the dorm. They had our numbers and a bed number, and she told us to settle down. Well, I wasn't understanding this because it was English, but I followed, watch everybody. And she took my hand and guided me to the bed, and the number showed me what number I was, number 4. And we had to find number 4, so that's how it was then. My stuff, I had to set it down, then I was under the bed, not the higher up. I had the lower bed. So I was just laying around there. The music was loud, the radio. Everybody was talking in Cree, some of them in Cree, some of them in English. Well, a little bit of English. And my cousins, we were in together, some of us at the same age, so they came over and talked to me. I said, well, here we are. Here I was, missing home already.
Gilles Pédiquet, who attended the Pointe Bleue Quebec school, was shocked by the numbering system at the school.
I remember that the first number that I had at the residential school was 95. I had that number, 95, for a year. The second number was 4. I had it for a longer period of time. The third number was 56. I also kept it for a long time. We walked with the numbers on us.
Mary Corchien grew up on the Fort Alexander Reserve in Manitoba. Her parents' home was just a 5-minute walk away from the Fort Alexander boarding school.
One morning, my mom woke us up and said we were going to school that day. And then she takes out new clothes that she had bought us, and I was just so happy, so over the moon. And she was very, very quiet, and she was dressing us up, and she didn't say too much. She didn't say, oh, I'll see you and all of that. She just dressed us up with no comment, and then we left for the school.
When the family reached the school, they were greeted by a nun. Mary's brother became frightened. Mary told him to behave himself. She then turned around to say goodbye to her mother, but she was gone. Her mother had gone to residential school as a child. She could not bear to talk to her children and prepare her children to go to residential school. It was just too much for her. Korshin said that on that day her life changed.
It began 10 years of the most miserable part of my life here in the world.
Roy Denny was perplexed and frightened by the clothing that the priests and sisters wore at the Shubenacadie school.
And we were greeted by this man dressed in black with a long gown. That was the priest, come to find later. The nuns with their black outfits with the white collar and the white collar and like a breastplate of white. And their freaky looking hats that were, I don't know, I couldn't know what they reminded me of. I didn't see, first time I ever seen nuns and priests. And they were speaking to me, and I couldn't understand them.
He had not fully understood that his father was going to be leaving him at the school.
So when my father left, I tried to stop him. I tried to go, tried to go with him, but he said, no, you got to stay. That was real hard.
Archie Hyacinth said that he was unprepared for life in the Catholic school in Kenora.
It was almost like we were, captured or taken to another form of home. Like I said, nobody really explained to us, as if we were just being taken away from our home and our parents. We were detached, I guess, from our home and our parents. And it's scary when you first think about it as a child, because you never had that separation in your lifetime before that. So I think that's when the trauma started for me, being separated from my sister, from my parents, and from our home. We were no longer free. It was like being, taken to a strange land, even though it was it was our land, as I understood later on.
Doreen Bernard was only 4.5 years old when she enrolled in the Shubenacadie residential school. She had thought that the family was simply taking her older siblings back to the school after a holiday.
I remember that day. We went down there to take my sister and brother back. My father and mom went in to talk to the priest, but they were making plans to leave me behind. But I didn't know that. So I went on the girls' side with my sister, and she told me after a couple hours went by that they had already left. I would say it was pretty difficult to feel that abandoned at 4.5 years old. But I had my sister, my older sister Karen. She took care of me the best way that she could.
When parents brought their children to the school themselves, the moment of departure was often heartbreaking. Ida Ralph Kisses could recall her father crying in the chapel when she and her siblings were sent to residential school.
He was crying, and that one of these women in black dresses, I later learned they were sisters. They called them nuns, the Oblate nuns. Later, many years after I learned what their title was. And the one that spoke our language to him, "We'll keep your little girls, we'll raise them." And then my father started to cry.
Vitaline Elsie Jenner resisted being sent to school.
I didn't want to go to the residential school. I didn't realize what I was going to come up against upon being there. I resisted. I cried and I fought with my mom. My mom was the one that took us there and just about dragged me there because of my resistance, not wanting. I hung on to everything that was in the way, resisting. The separation at the Fort Chipewyan school in northern Alberta was traumatic. And so when we went into the residential school, it was in the parlor, and there was a nun that was receiving the students that were going into the residential school, and I hung on to my mom as tight as I can. And what I remember was she had taken my hand, and what she did, what my mom did, I don't remember the rest of my siblings. It's just like I kind of blocked it out because of because that was traumatic already for me, and as it was being taken there, And this great big building looked so strange and foreign to me. And so she took my hand and forcefully put my hand in the nun's hand. And the nun grabbed it so I wouldn't run away. So she grabbed it, and I was screaming and hollering. And in my language, I said, "Mama, mama, peanakas." And in English, it was, "Mom, mom, don't leave me." Because that's all I knew was to speak Cree. So the nun took us, and I turned around and my mom was walking away. I didn't realize, I guess, that she was also crying.
Lily Bruce's parents were in tears when they left her and her brother at the Alert Bay, British Columbia school.
And our parents talked to the principal, and then mom was in tears. And I remember the last time she was in tears was when my brother Jimmy was put in that school. And her and dad went through those double doors in the front, and the principal and his wife were saying that they were going to take good care of us, that they were going to treat us like they were our new parents and not to worry about us, and just bringing our hopes up. And so mom and dad left. And I grabbed my brother, and my brother held me. We just started crying. We were hurt because Mom and Dad left us there.
Margaret Simpson attended the Fort Chippewan School in the 1950s. She was initially excited to be going to residential school because she would be going with her brother George.
I was happy I was going with him, and my dad took us, and they were walking to this big orange building it was in, and we got there, and I was so happy because I was going in here with George, and I was going to be with him, but this was far as it was going to go once we made it in there. He went one way, and I was calling him, and this other nun took me the other way, so we separated right there. Right from there, I was wondering, what's happening here? I was so lost. They brought me downstairs, and then I looked, and all of a sudden I seen my dad passing on the other side of the fence. He was walking. I just went running. I seen the door over there, and I went running, and I was gonna go see my dad over there. They stopped me, and I was crying, and I was telling my dad to come, and he didn't hear me. And I was wondering, what is happening? I don't even know.
The rest of a new student's first day is often remembered as being invasive, humiliating, and dehumanizing. Her first day at the Catholic school in Kenora left Linda Papase MacDonald frightened and distressed.
And I must have had long hair, like long hair, and my brother had long hair, and he looked like a little girl, and they took us into this, it was like a greeting area. We went in there, and they kind of counted us, me and my siblings. And I was hanging on to my sister, and she told me not to cry, so don't cry, you just listen. She was trying to tell me, and I was crying, and of course me and my sisters were crying. There's three of us. We're just a year apart. Me, Barbara, and Sandy were standing there crying. She was telling us not to cry and just do what we had to do. And I remember watching my brother being taken away, my older brother Marcel. They took him, and he had long hair also. And we were taken upstairs, and they gave us some clothing, and they put numbers on our clothes. I remember there's little tags in the back. They put numbers, and they told us that was your number. Well, I can't remember my number. And we seen the nuns. They had these big black outfits, and they were scary looking, I remember. And of course they looked really, I don't know, mean, I guess. And they took us upstairs, I remember that, and they gave us these clothes, different clothes, and they took us to another room. Then they they took our old clothes, and they took that, and they made us take a bath or a shower. I think it was a bath at that time. After we came out, and they washed our hair, and I don't know, they kind of put some kind of thing on our hair, our heads, and they're checking our hair and stuff like that. And then they took us to this chair, and they put a white cloth over our shoulders. And they started cutting our hair, and they cut real straight bangs and real short hair, it was real straight haircuts. I didn't like the fact that they cut off all our hair. And same with my brother. They cut off most of his hair, and he had a brush cut.
When Emily Camacho arrived at Gordon's Saskatchewan school from York Landing in northern Manitoba, her hair was treated with a white powder and then cut.
And we had our clothes that we went there with, even though we didn't have much. We had our own clothes, but they took those away from us, and we had to wear the clothes that they gave us, some sort of clothes that we had to wear.
Verna Kirkness attended the Dauphin, Manitoba residential school. On arrival at that school, after a lengthy train trip, she said she was stripped of all her clothing.
They didn't tell me that they were going to do that, and they poured something on my head. I don't know what it was, but it didn't smell too good. To this day, I don't know what it is, but from my understanding, from people explaining it to me, it was coal oil, or some kind of oil that they poured that on my head, and then they cut off my hair really, really short. And when we sat, I remember sitting, I don't know, it looked like a picnic table. It was in the corner. I think it was in a corner, and I sat there. I was looking around, and I was looking for my sister. And then I think we were given a donut or some kind of pastry, and then we were sent to bed. And I remember my first bed, it was right by the door. And then when you walk in, it was on your right-hand side, and I was on the top bunk, the first bunk bed. I was on the top bunk, and that's my very first night there.
At the Blue Quills School, Alice Quitty and the other recently arrived students were told they were to be given a bath.
I had never been naked in front of anybody ever before, except my mom would give us a bath in the bathtub at home in a round tub. You know, the old round tubs that they had, the steel tubs? That's the kind of, And so that was hard too. They told us before when we went down into the bathroom, we all had to strip, and they put this nasty smelling stuff in our hair for bugs, they said, if we had brought any bugs with us. So they put all that stuff in some kind of powder that smelled really bad, and then we had to take off all our clothes and go in the showers together.
On her arrival at the Alberni, British Columbia school, Lily Bruce was separated from her brother and taken to the girls' dormitory.
I had to take a bath, and it was late at night, and I kept crying, and she was calling me a crybaby and just kept yelling at me and said if I woke up anybody, I was in deep trouble, and if your mother and dad really cared about you, they wouldn't have left you here. And then she started pulling my long hair, checking for lice. After she checked my hair and shampooed my hair, I had to have vinegar put in there. And being yanked around in that tub too, I had to wash every part of my body, or else they were gonna do it, and I didn't want them to touch me.
Helen Harry's hair was cut on her arrival at the Williams Lake, British Columbia school.
And I remember not wanting to cut my hair because I remember my mom had really long hair down to her waist, and she never ever cut it, and she never cut our hair either. All the girls had really long hair in our family, and I kept saying that I didn't want to cut my hair, but they just sat me on the chair, and they just got scissors, and they just grabbed my hair, and they just cut it. And they had this big bucket there, and they just threw everybody's hair in that bucket. I remember going back to the dorm, and there was other girls that were upset about their hair. They were mad and crying that they had to get their hair cut. And then when this was all done, we were made to wash our hair out with some kind of shampoo, and I just remember it smelling really awful. The smell was bad. And I think it had something to do with delousing people, I'm not sure.
In 1985, Ricky Kakagakamak was one of a group of children who were owned to the Poplar Hill, Ontario school. On arrival, the boys and girls were separated and marched to their dormitories.
When we got there, there's staff people there, Mennonite men. They're holding towels. So we just put our luggage down on the floor there, and they told us, wet your hair. I had long hair, like I was an Aboriginal teenager. I grew long hair. So they told us, wash your hair. Then they had this big bottle of chemical. I didn't know what it was. It looked like something you see in a science lab. So they were pumping that thing into our hand and put it all over your head, they said. So this will kill all the bugs on your head. Just right away they assumed that all of us had bugs, Aboriginal. I didn't like that. I was already a teenager. I was already taking care of myself. I knew I didn't have bugs. But right away they assumed I did because I'm Aboriginal. So after we washed our hair, everybody went through that. Then we went to the next room. And that's when I see a bunch of hair all over the floor. I see a guy standing over there with those clippers. The little buzz was buzzing students. I kept on moving back. There was a line there. I kept going back. I didn't want to go. But it came down to the end. I had no choice. Because everybody had already going through it. I couldn't go behind anybody no more. So I made a big fuss about it, but couldn't stop them. It was a rule. So they gave me a brush, and they gave us one comb too, and told us, this is your comb. You take care of it.
As a child, Bernice Jacks had been proud of her long hair.
My mom used to braid it and French braid it and brush it, and my sister would look after my hair and do it.
But on her arrival at residential school in the Northwest Territories, a staff member sat her on a stool and cut her hair.
And I sat there, and I could see my hair falling, and I couldn't do nothing. And I was so afraid I wasn't thinking about myself, I was thinking about my mom. I say, Mom's gonna be really mad, and June is gonna be angry, and it's gonna be all my fault.
Victoria Boucher Grant was shocked by the treatment she received upon enrollment at the Fort William, Ontario school.
And they took my braids and they chopped they didn't even cut it. They just, style it or anything. They just took the braid like that and just cut it straight across. And I remember just crying and crying because it was almost like being violated, like when I think about it now, it was a violation. Like your braids got cut, and I don't know how many years that you spent growing this long hair.
Elaine DeRocher found the first day at the Roman Catholic school in Kamsack, Saskatchewan to be overwhelming.
As soon as we entered the residential school, the abuse started right away. We were stripped, taken up to a dormitory, stripped. Our hair was sprayed. They put Oxfords on our feet, because I know my feet hurt. They put dresses on us and we were always praying. We were always on our knees. We were told we were little stupid savages and that they had to educate us.
Brian Ray said he and the other boys at the Fort Francis, Ontario school were given a physical inspection by female staff.
To get stripped like that by a female, you don't even know, because, it was embarrassing, humiliating. And then she'd have this, look or whatever it was in her eyes, And then she would comment about your private parts and stuff like that, like say, oh, what a cute peanut, just, kind of rub you down there, and then just her eyes, the way she looked. That could have made me feel all, dirty. And, just make me feel awful, I guess, because she was doing that. And then the others, the other kids were there, just laughing. That was common. So I think that was the first time I ever felt humiliated about my sexuality.
Juliana Alexander found the treatment she received upon arrival at the Kamloops, British Columbia school demeaning.
But they made us strip down naked, and I felt embarrassed, They didn't, I just thought it was inappropriate, People standing there watching us, scrubbing us and everything, and then powdering us down with whatever it was that they powdered us with. And our hairs were covered, really scrubbed out. And then they poured, I guess, what they call now coal oil, or whatever that was, like some kind of turpentine. I'm not sure what it was, but anyways, it really stunk.
On their arrival at residential school, students often were required to exchange the clothes they were wearing for school-supplied clothing. This could mean the loss of homemade clothing that was of particular value and meaning to the students. Murray Crow said his clothes from home were taken and burned at the school that he attended in northwestern Ontario. When Wilbur Abraham's mother sent him to the Alert Bay School, she outfitted him in brand new clothes. When he arrived at the school, he and all the other students were lined up.
They took us down the hall, and we were lined up again, and I couldn't figure out what we were lined up for, but I dare not say anything. Pretty soon it's my turn. They told me to take all my clothes off, and they gave me clothes that looked like they were secondhand, but they were clean. They told me to put those on. That was the last time I saw my new clothes. Dare not ask questions.
John B. Custer said that upon arrival at the Roman Catholic school near the Pas, Manitoba, all the students had their personal clothing taken away.
We were all dressed the same, like we had coveralls on. I remember when I went over there, I had these beaded moccasins. As soon as I got there, they took everything away.
Elizabeth Tapiatic Chishkamish attended schools in Quebec and northern Ontario. She recalled that when she arrived at school, her home clothing was taken from her.
The clothes we wore were taken away from us too. That was the last time we saw our clothes. I never saw the candy that my parents packed into my suitcase again. I don't know what they did with it. It was probably thrown away or given to someone else or simply kept. When I was given back my luggage, none of the things that my parents packed were still in there. Only the clothes I wore were still sometimes in the suitcase.
Phyllis Webstad recalled that her mother brought her a new shirt to wear on her first day at school at Williams Lake.
I remember it was an orange, shiny color. But when I got to the mission, it was taken, and I never wore it again. I didn't understand why. Nothing was ever explained why things were happening.
Much later, her experience became the basis for what has come to be known as Orange Shirt Day. Organized by the Cariboo Regional District, it was first observed on September 30th, 2013. On that day, individuals were encouraged to wear an orange shirt as a memorial of the damage done to children by the residential school system. When Larry Beardy left Churchill, Manitoba for the Anglican school in Dauphin, he was wearing a really nice, beautiful, beaded jacket his mother had made.
I think it was a Caribou, a jacket, and she made that for me because she knew I was going to school.
Shortly after he arrived at school,
all our clothes were taken away. A jacket I had mentioned was gone, and everybody was given the same kind of clothing, with the old black army boots, we used to call them, and slacks.
Eileen Napus recalled that the belongings she took to the Blue Quills residential school were taken away from her upon arrival.
I even brought my own utensils. I never saw those things again. I often wonder what happened to them. But I remember at the end of the first year, they take our personal clothes away and they give us these dresses that are made out of our sacks.
When she was to return home at Christmas time, the staff could not find the clothes she had worn to come to school.
I saw them on this other girl, and I told the nuns that she was wearing my dress, and they didn't believe me. So that girl ended up keeping my dress, and I don't remember what I wore. It was probably a school dress, but that really bothered me because it was my own. Like, my mom made that dress for me, and I was very proud of it, and I wasn't allowed to wear that again.
Nick Sibiston attended the Fort Providence School for 6 years. He was enrolled in the school after his mother was sent to the Charles Camsell Hospital in Edmonton for tuberculosis treatment. The only language he spoke was Slavi, Din. The only language the teachers spoke was French.
On arrival, you're given a bath and you're deliced and you're given a haircut and all your clothes are taken away. I know I arrived with a little bag that my mother had filled with winter things, your mitts. But all that was taken away and put up high in a cupboard, and we didn't see it again until next June.
When Carmen Pediquet went to the Amos, Quebec school, the staff
took away our things, our suitcases. My mother had put things that I loved in my suitcase. I had some toys, I had some clothing that my mother had made for me, and I never saw them again. I don't know what they did with those things.
Martin Nicholas of Nelson House, Manitoba, went to the Pine Creek, Manitoba school in the 1950s.
My mom had prepared me in a native clothing. She had made me a buckskin jacket, beaded with fringes. My mom did beautiful work, and I was really proud of my clothes. When I got to residential school, that first day I remember, they stripped us of our clothes.
Frances Tate was sent to the Alberni, British Columbia school in 1951 when she was 5 years old. For her, as for many students, the moment of arrival was a moment of tremendous loss.
And even right from day one, I remember they took everything I had. I went to that school with a silver teapot that my mother had left for me, and my family made sure that I had it. As soon as I walked into that school, they took all my clothes and they took the teapot, and I never saw it again. And I got a haircut, and I was issued school clothing.
When Dorothy Ross went to school at Sioux Lookout, her clothes were taken from her and thrown away.
I was hanging on to my jacket really tight. I didn't want to let go. So once I set my jacket somewhere, I lost it. Because what if my mom comes? I was looking for my mom. I need my jacket. They took that away from me.
On her arrival at the Presbyterian school in Kenora, Lorna Morgan was wearing
these nice little beaded moccasins that my grandma had made me to wear for school, and I was very proud of them.
She said that they were taken from her and thrown in the garbage. The schools could not always provide students with a full range of shoe sizes. Geraldine Bob said that at the Kamloops school,
you got the closest fit, whether it was too big or too small, so your feet would hurt constantly.
In the same way, she felt the clothing was never warm enough in winter.
I just remember the numbing cold and being outside in the playground, and a lot of us would dig holes in the bank and get in and pull tumbleweeds in after us to try and stay warm.
Stella August said that at the Christie, British Columbia school,
we all had to wear the same shoes, whether they fit or not, and if they didn't fit and we were caught without our shoes, we'd get whacked in the ear with our shoe.
Other students recalled the school-issued clothing as being uncomfortable, ill-fitting, and insufficient in the winters. William Herney said that at the Shubenacadie school, the students would often huddle together in an effort to keep warm.
It was just like a circle. The inner circle was the 3, the 4, 5-year-olds and 7-year-olds in that circle, small ones. And the older you are, the outer circle you were. The oldest ones wanted the outest, and the outer circle the farthest out. We would huddle up in there, just huddling close together to give that body heat. And the young ones were protected from the elements. And, well, we huddled up around there for maybe an hour and a half, until supper time when the bell rang. We were all piled in there.
Margaret Plamondon said that the children at the Fort Chippewa, Alberta school were not dressed warmly enough for the winter recess periods.
And then it doesn't matter how cold it is. At recess, you can't wear pants. You have to wear a little skinny dress. It doesn't matter how cold it is. You were out there and they wouldn't let you come in. Even if you're crying and you're cold, you have to go play outside during recess 15 minutes. You can't get in. They lock the door on you. Even if you try to go in, and same thing on weekends. It doesn't matter how cold it is in the wintertime, we have to. Sometimes we'd stand there by the door freezing to death. A whole bunch of us, just little kids. Don't understand why we can't go in to warm up.
The students' wardrobes at the schools was also limited in terms of quantity. Joanne Morrison Methot said that the students at the Shubenacadie school had a minimal supply of clothing.
And we didn't have a lot of clothes. We only had maybe 2 pairs of pants, 2 socks, like 2 bras, 2 panties, and maybe 2 nightgowns. That's all we had. Sundays, it was a dress-up dress, like for Sundays. We only wore that to go to church, and patent leather shoes and little white socks. After church, we had to go back upstairs and change our clothes.
Students spoke of the time they spent caring for the clothing. Shirley Ida Moore recalled that as a child at the Norway House, Manitoba school, she used to get into trouble because she could not keep her clothes as neat and clean as was expected.
We had these uniforms. We had a white blouse and then these tunics, and I think they had like three of those big pleaty things around it. And every Sunday we had to iron those things razor sharp, like the pleats had to be sharp, and your shoes had to be polished, and they had to be like glass. And that's what I got into trouble. That's why, because like I was only little and she expected me to be able to iron those things like that well, and I couldn't, and nobody could help me, so I would get punished. Just punished and punished and punished.
Arthur Ron McKay arrived at the Sandy Bay, Manitoba school in the early 1940s with no knowledge of English.
I didn't know where to go, not even to the washroom sometimes. I just wet myself because I didn't know where to go, and I couldn't speak to the teacher. And I know that the nuns was a teacher, and I couldn't speak English. They told me not to speak my language and everything, so I always pretended to be asleep at my desk so they wouldn't ask me anything. The nun, first time she was nice, but later on, as she began to know me, when I done that, to lay my head on the desk pretending that I was sleeping not to be asked anything, she'd come by and grab my hair, my ears, and told me to listen and to sit up straight.
When she first went to the Amos, Quebec school, Margot Wild could not speak any French.
I said to myself, how am I going to express myself? How will I make people understand what I'm saying? And I wanted to find my sisters to ask them to come and get me. It's sad to say, but I felt I was a captive.
William Antoine grew up speaking Ojibwe on the Sheshawaning Reserve in Ontario. When he was 7, he was taken to the Spanish Ontario Boys' School.
I was in grade 1. The work that was given to me, I didn't know anything about, and the teacher was speaking English to me, and I didn't understand what he was saying. That's why it was so hard. I didn't understand English very much. I understand a little bit at that time, but I did not understand what he told me. And he would get mad at me and angry at me because I couldn't do my work. I couldn't do it because I couldn't understand what he was telling me to do, so it was hard.
When he first went to the Fort Albany, Ontario school, Peter Nakogi could speak no English.
That's where I had the most difficulty in school because I didn't understand English. My hand was hit because I wrote on my scribblers, the scribblers that were given on starting school. Pencils, erasers, rulers, and that, scribblers, and textbooks that were given. Write your name, she said, so they don't get lost. I wrote on my scribblers in Cree syllabics, and so I got the nun really mad that I was writing in Cree. And then I only knew my name was Monistic from the first time I heard my name. My name was Monistic. So I was whipped again because I didn't know my name was Peter Nakogi.
For Marcel Giboche, at the Pine Creek School, the experience was frightening.
A sister, a nun, started talking to me in English and French and yelling at me. I did not speak English, and I didn't understand what she was asking. She got very upset and started hitting me all over my body, hands, legs, and back. I began to cry, yell, and I became very scared. This infuriated her more. She got a black strap and hit me some more. My brother Edward, heard me screaming and came to get me.
Calvin Mirion recalled not being allowed to speak his language at the Brandon School.
The time went on, and I was told not to speak my native language. I didn't know any other language other than my native language. I didn't know a word of English, and my brother, who had been there before me, taught me and said in my language not to talk the language. But the only way that I could communicate was through my language.
The shock of her first night at the Alberni school left Lily Bruce in tears. Eventually, her auntie, who was a student at the school, was brought in to speak to her.
I was just getting dressed into pajamas and I never spoke English. My auntie was told to tell me that I wasn't allowed to speak Gwakwala anymore. And I told her, but auntie, I don't know how to speak English. And she says, well, you're gonna have to learn pretty quick. She said, from now on, you have to speak English. I don't know how long it took me. I kept my mouth shut most of the time. I'd rather keep quiet than get in trouble.
Andrew Bullcalf recalled that at the residential school in Cardston, Alberta,
Got strapped a lot of time because I didn't know English, and the only language they spoke was Blackfoot in our community, and so I got strapped a lot for that.
Piercy Thompson recalled being slapped in the face for speaking Cree shortly after his arrival at the Hobema school in Alberta.
How was I to learn English within 3 or 4 days the first week I was there? Was I supposed to learn the English words so that none would be happy about it? It's impossible.
When two sisters attended the Anglican school at Aklavik, they could not speak English. But according to one sister, the staff would spank us when we tried to talk our language, so we just kept away from one another. Alfred Noley attended the Albert Bay School where he said,
They strapped me right away as soon as they heard me talking our language. I didn't know what they were saying to me.
Martin Nicholas said that at the school he attended in Manitoba, the prohibition on speaking one's own language left him isolated.
I would be punished if I spoke my language, yet that's the only language I knew. So what am I supposed to do? So I kept quiet.
Because he did not speak English, he became alarmed if anyone spoke to him. Mika Alavaktuk came to the Pangnurtung school in what is now Nunavut with no knowledge of English.
For example, I knew how to knit. I learned before we came to school how to knit mittens, but when we got to school and the teacher was speaking to us in English, and he was saying knit, pearl, I had no idea what that meant, so I put down my knitting and just sat there. The teacher came up to me and slapped my hands because they didn't know what to do, and I couldn't understand what he was telling me. That's how my education began.
After growing up speaking only Cree in northern Manitoba, Emily Kamach found that learning how to speak English was a struggle. She said that
the only way I got by was my friend Sally taught me words. This is how you say words. She taught me what to do so I wouldn't get into trouble, and we weren't allowed to cry. If we cried, we got spanked.
at the Capella, Saskatchewan school in the mid-1960s, Greg Rainville said he was punished for speaking his own language and for failing to carry out instructions given him in a language he did not understand.
Nuns would get frustrated with you when they talk to you in French or English, and you're not knowing what they're talking about, and you're pulled around by the ear.
When Robert Malcolm came to the Sandy Bay School, he did not speak a word of English.
I had to learn the hard way to communicate in school what the nuns or the teachers wanted. And if you didn't understand that, you were being punished, sometimes physically, and then sometimes emotionally. Like you were made fun of sometimes by other people in your class. Like if I said or did something wrong, everybody would laugh at you.
The use of traditional Aboriginal languages were often banned, with the intention of forcing the students to learn English or French. The anxiety caused by these rules remained one of the most commonly cited complaints of the residential school experience. Jacqueline Barney said that one of her report cards from the Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario school complained that Jackie still insists on speaking Cree. Diane Balsam recalled being told not to speak her own language at the Letuc, Quebec school she attended in the late 60s and early 70s. Geraldine Shingus recalled being punished for not speaking English at the Lestock, Saskatchewan school.
I just remember recalling the very first memories was just the beatings we'd get and the lickings. And just for speaking our language, and just for doing things that were against the rules.
Dorothy Noley recalled that at the Alert Bay School, she was caught speaking in her own language at the dinner table.
They put me in the middle of the floor in front of everybody, and that was my punishment for speaking our language. I was hungry. I never ate nothing. looked around, everybody eating. That's how mean they were to me, to all of us kids in there.
At the Roman Catholic residence in Fort Smith in the 60s, Leon Wallin recalled he was punished for speaking his own language.
We can't even talk in our own language. The minute you talk your own language, then you would get sent to the corner. The minute those grey nuns found out that you're talking in your own language, whispering, if you didn't tell us now, you get strapped on the hand until you say, wait, what did you say? They let you stand in the corner till supper time.
David Nevin recalled seeing a young girl savagely beaten by staff at the Shubenacadie school for refusing to stop speaking Mi'kmaq.
This went on for, seemed like an eternity. And no matter what they did to her, she spoke Mi'kmaq. And to this day, that has been indelible in my mind. I think that's one of the reasons why I went to school there. I always spoke English. I fear of being hit with that strap, that leather strap.
Alan Knockwood recalled being strapped for speaking his own language at Shubenacadie.
Just for saying thank you to someone who gave me something in the school. I was caught by a brother, one of the workers, and I was strapped so severely that when we went to supper, my cousin Ivan had to feed me because my hands were so swollen from the straps. I remember sitting at the corner of the table, and the guys got up and stood up and hid, so Ivan could feed me a few mouthfuls of food.
Alan Kajak recalled being disciplined for speaking Inuktitut at the copper mine tent hostel in the Northwest Territories, now Nunavut.
I couldn't speak English. They tell me to speak English, but I couldn't help it. I had to speak my Inuktitut language. When I speak my Inuktitut language, teachers strapped me, pulled my ears, let me stand in the corner all morning.
Richard Kyogan also attended the copper mine tent hostel.
But over the years, if you talk in your own language, you get strapped, and later on I had to learn the hard way. But myself, I think over the years I earned that. We earn it. Take this education. One time I got strapped and I didn't want to get strapped anymore, so I said to myself, what am I here for? Education, I guess. Anyway, my language will be lost in the way. Okay, why not think like a white man, talk like a white man, eat like a white man, that's what, so I don't have to get strapped anymore, I followed our own rules.
On his first day of school in Panurtung, the teacher overheard Sam Kotenak speaking to a friend in Inuktitut.
He took a ruler and grabbed my head like this, and then he smacked me in the mouth with the ruler 4 times. That was very painful. It hurts. It hurts so much. That happened just for speaking to my friend in my own language.
There are also reports of students being forced to eat soap if they were caught speaking an Aboriginal language. Pierrette Benjamin said this happened at the school at Latuq.
They put a big chunk and they put it in my mouth. And the principal, she put it in my mouth and she said, eat it, eat it. And she just showed me what to do. She told me to swallow it. And she put her hands in front of my mouth, so I was chewing and I had to swallow it, so I swallowed it. And then I had to open my mouth to show that I had swallowed it. And at the end, I understood, and she told me, that's a dirty language. That's the devil that speaks in your mouth. So we had to wash it because it's dirty. So every day I spent at the residential school, I was treated badly. I was almost slaughtered.
Alphonsine McNeely attended the Roman Catholic school at Aklavik in the 1940s. On one occasion, she and a friend were overheard by a nun teaching each other their respective languages.
She took me. I don't know why they always target me. So anyway, she took me to the sink and she took this, they had this sunlight soap. It's kind of a big bar. She took a brush, a floor brush, and I thought she was going to tell me to scrub the floor or something. Instead of that, she grabbed my hair and she started rubbing my mouth with that.
Ken A. Little Deer recalled seeing a fellow student at the Sioux Lookout School having his mouth washed out with soap for speaking an Aboriginal language.
I watched that incident and I didn't like what I seen. Bubbles coming out. It sounded like as if they're going to kill him. Or is he breathing? I would say, because I see bubbles coming out of his nose and his mouth and gagging.
At the Shubenacadie school, a staff member once caught William Herney speaking Mi'kmaq with his brother.
And she says, what are you two boys doing? Nothing, sister. Oh yes, I heard you. You were talking that language, weren't you? Yes, sister. Come here, she said. I went over. She took a stick, leaned me over to the bathtub, grabbed me by the neck. I don't know how many whacks she gave me over my bum, and I was crying like I don't know what. Then she took a piece of soap and she washed my mouth in it. I can still even taste that lye soap. All my life I tasted that taste. And she said, you don't talk that language here. That's a no, no, no. You don't. You understand? Looks at me straight in the eye. She said, do you understand that? And I said, yes, sister, I understand.
In Roman Catholic schools in the West and North, it was most common for many of the staff members to have come originally from Quebec or Europe. The fact that these staff members were allowed to speak to one another in French, their first language, bothered many students. Mary Corchien once asked one of the staff of the Fort Alexander, Manitoba school,
how come you get to talk your own language and we didn't? It was just, wanting to know why they could speak French and we couldn't speak Ojibwe inside the school. We spoke it outside, but we couldn't speak it inside the house, inside the school. And she looked at me and she was very angry, but she didn't say anything. No one's gonna eat until you say you're sorry. Of course, I had to say I was sorry. I didn't want all the rest of the students to have to go without supper, and just because I wouldn't say I was sorry. So I said I was sorry, but I was made to feel humiliated. And there was always humiliations like that made you feel small. And of course, it was meant for all the other students to laugh at this person that was made to feel ashamed. So it was always, that kind of thing. So we weren't encouraged to be ourselves. We weren't encouraged to do what was best for us. It was always anyway.
Students also objected to the fact that if they were taught an additional language, it was French. Lydia Ross attended the Cross Lake, Manitoba school.
And in my grade 11 essay, I wrote out a French essay of 500 words with all the verbs and adjectives. I had 90% in there. That's how much French that they taught me. And not my language. I couldn't speak our language.
Despite the usual instruction to conduct school life in English or in French in some of the Quebec schools, many students continued to speak their own language when they could. Monique Papataille said that at the Amos Quebec school, students
went to a corner to speak our language, even if we weren't allowed to do that. We kept our language, the Anishinaabe-Moan language, and I speak it very well today. And this is what I want to teach the children, my mother's grandchildren and great-grandchildren.
Arthur Ron McKay said he was able to hang on to his language at the Sandy Bay School.
Or else you'd get your ears pulled, your hair, or get hit with a ruler. Well, anyway, I just kept going, and I couldn't speak my language. But then I was speaking to boys, because they came from our reserve, and they speak my language. We used to speak lots, like behind our supervisors, or whatever you call it. That's why I didn't lose my language. We always sneak away when I was smaller.
Ronna Lee Lavalley said that at the Grayson, Saskatchewan school in the 1970s, there were a number of students from northern Saskatchewan who spoke fluent Cree. At night, they would teach the language to the other students.
We wanted to learn this language, and how we used to take turns watching for the nuns so that we wouldn't get into trouble. And I think that was 1970 or 71. That's not long ago. And they were still doing that to us?
From the student perspective, the overall message was to speak English or French. There were some exceptions. Mary Stoney said that at the school she attended in Alberta, at least one priest made an effort to preserve Aboriginal languages.
We were lucky to have Father Mullen, who helped preserve our Cree language by translating the Bible and hymns. If not, the language would be in worse shape. In school, we often spoke Cree to each other, but some sisters were strict with the rules and some were not.
Both Catholic and Protestant missionaries had a long history of learning and encouraging the use of Aboriginal languages in religious settings. At the Beauval, Saskatchewan school, Albert Fiddler recalled, Aboriginal languages were restricted to use in religious classes.
That's the only thing they allowed is learning how to pray in Cree. They won't allow us to talk to each other, and they make sure that we don't. We don't talk to each other in Cree either. They only teach us how to pray in Cree and catechisms in the classroom, but not to talk to each other because it's unpolite for someone that doesn't understand Cree.
Alex Alikshwak said that at the school in Churchill, Manitoba, which operated in the 1960s, there were no restrictions on the use of Aboriginal languages.
We almost never spoke English. The only time we spoke English was when we ran across, see, the thing is, in our school, some of our dormitory staff were Inuit people too, so we couldn't speak to them in English anyway. The only real time we spoke English was when we were in the classroom. or talking to one of the administration staff, or somebody from town that's not Inuit. But otherwise, everybody spoke our language.
The rule in the Aklevic residence, according to Ellen Smith, was English please, English please. But she said,
When we went on the playground in Aklevic, we spoke our language, ran around. There, they even took us out on the land in the springtime. We went muskrat trapping.
Despite the encouragement that was ordered in some schools and the students' efforts to keep their language alive, the overall impact was language loss. Russell Bone felt he lost the ability to speak his language at the Pine Creek School.
Realized that nobody never used to talk their language. Some would speak their language as long as the nuns were around it. And then I started losing it, forgetting what to say about the words, what they meant. And when somebody, let's say there'd be two people talking, two young guys talking their language, and I wouldn't understand. I'd lost it.
Of her experiences at the Baptist school in Whitehorse and the Anglican school in Carcross, Rose Dorothy Charlie said,
They took my language. They took it right out of my mouth. I never spoke it again. My mother asked me why. Why? You could hear me. She's like, I could teach you. I said, no. And she said, why? I said, I'm tired of getting hit in the mouth. Tired of it. I'm just tired of it. That's all. And I tried it. I went to Yukon College. I tried it. And then my own auntie laughed at me because I didn't say the words right. She laughed at me. So I quit. No more, I said. Then people bothered me and say, how come you don't speak your language? And I said, you wouldn't even want to know why. So I never speak it again.
Robert Joseph went to residential school at the age of 6 as a fluent speaker of Kwakwala.
By the time I left that school, 11 years later, of course nobody in the school spoke that language. There are only 100 of us now in the entire Kwakiutl Nation who speak the language.
Prior to the expansion of the residential school system in Quebec in the 1960s, some Aboriginal students from that province were sent to schools in Ontario. Paul Dixon was one of these students. His younger brother, however, was educated at a residential school in Quebec.
So I couldn't talk to my brother in French because I didn't know French, and he couldn't talk to me in English.
His mother had insisted that they learn their Aboriginal language, which meant that they did have a language in common. When John Kistabish left the Amos school, he could no longer speak Algonquin. While his parents could not speak French, the language that he had been taught in the school. As a result, he found it almost impossible to communicate with them about the abuse he experienced at the school.
I tried to talk with my parents, and no, it didn't work. Instead, we lived with them like as if we were, well, anyway, because I knew that they were my parents when I left the residential school, but the communication wasn't there.
In some cases, the residential school experience led parents to decide not to teach their children anything but English. Both of Jolene Husky's parents attended residential school in the Northwest Territories. As a result of their experience in the schools, they raised their daughter to speak English. When Bruce R. Dumont was sent to residential school in Onion Lake, Saskatchewan, his mother warned him not to speak Cree. She told him that,
"We got to learn the English language, and so we were instructed at home and spoke Cree at home, but at school we weren't allowed to speak our language."
Andrew Bull Calf recalled that at the residential school in Cardston, students were not only punished for speaking their own languages, but they also were discouraged from participating in traditional cultural activities. Evelyn Kelman attended the Brockett, Alberta school. She recalled that the principal warned the students that if they attended a Sundance that was to be held during the summer, they would be strapped on their return to the school.
Today, I still know 1 or 2 people who didn't go because they were afraid of that.
Marilyn Buffalo recalled being told by Hobema school staff that the Sundance was devil worship.
We were told by untrained, unprofessional teachers who took great joy in beating the heck out of the boys and the girls that we were never going to amount to anything and called savage.
Sarah McLeod attended the Kamloops school. When she went home for the summer, her grandmother would teach her about traditional ways of healing.
My grandmother would saddle a horse for me, telling me, go get this medicine for me up on the hill. She'd name the medicine, and I was like 8 years old. I'd get on a horse, and I'd go all by myself, and I'd get the medicines. I know which medicines she's talking about. I'd get on my horse, and I'd put some in the sack, and I'd have to go look around for a big rock so I can get back on my horse again. I looked at her. I said, that's my birthday present. No, that's no good. That's all devil you see in that totem pole. It's all devil. Can't you see all the devil in there? You throw it away right now. And she made me throw it in the garbage, and it was, I didn't know. I said to myself, oh my gosh, all this time I was hugging this devil. You know, I didn't know that.
At Akachu Hall, the residents in Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, Mary Ulibuk Tati roomed with students from a variety of backgrounds.
3 years of my life, I lost my Inuit values. Even though I'm very strong. My mom was very strong at throat singing and drum dancing or whatever. But being a female Inuk, very proud Inuk I am, doesn't matter if my grandpa's a Newfie. What hit me was I couldn't say the Lord's Prayer in my room unless I whispered it. Because I grew up so Anglican. Because my roommate was Dogrib, Dene, or Kablunak, a white person. Because they would ask me, why are you saying this? The common language of the residents and school was English. The thing is, I noticed I spoke a lot of English to them because back in my head, we had no choice but to speak English. Because our supervisors were all Kablunak. Nothing against Kablunak. My grandpa's white, but I wish we had more support at residential schools with our Inuit values.
One former student said that her time at the Catholic school in the Paws, Manitoba, left her feeling ashamed to be Aboriginal.
Even our own language was considered ugly. We weren't allowed to speak Cree language. I wasn't allowed to be myself as a Cree woman. Everything was filthy, even our monthlies, and that's how I learned it at home. And what I learned from the residential school, everything was ugly. And that's where I learned a lot of ugliness too. I became a compulsive liar, learned to live in the world of denial. When I was younger, I learned how to hate. I hated my own mother. I blamed her for allowing us to be taken away, even though at that time I didn't realize she didn't have a choice. It wasn't until 1990 that she told us that I didn't have a choice. It was either that or me going to jail. I had to let you kids go to school. Because that's when I disclosed to them both, my mom and dad, what I went through in residential school in 1990, August of 1990.
Gordon James Pemmican recalled how at the Sioux Lookout School, the students used to watch Western movies.
The ones they made us watch, Indians never won. I don't recall any show where Indians ever won. When we went out to play Cowboys and Indians, none of us wanted to be the Indian.
On occasion, some of the staff at the Blue Quills School had the students put on what one anonymous former student called little powwows.
Okay, everyone, we want to see you guys dance like Indians, like you pagans, you people, we go in the circle. And then she says, here's your drum and here's your stick. And of course he sang though. Remember, he's still a good singer, but they would laugh when he would bang that tin steel dustpan, eh? But they had laughed at some of this, make us do some of the things that was culturally done, but to turn it around and make it look like it was more of a joke than anything else. It was pretty quiet when we would do those little dances. There was no pride. It was just like we were all ashamed and we were to dance like little puppets.
It was during a confirmation class at the Septil, Quebec school that Jeannette Basile Leloche rebelled against the suppression of the Aboriginal language and culture.
They gave us a lesson on the Pentecost, and then the principal father came with the inspector. You had to be good in your person, and you had to have good posture. Then he explained to us the Pentecost, and he said, the apostles had tongues of fire on the top of the head. Then they started speaking all languages. And there I said, no, they didn't speak my language. And there he insisted. He said, yes, Jeanette, they spoke your language. I said, no, it's impossible that they could have spoken my language. Because I began to be a rebel then. The God that my grandmother taught me about, my grandparents taught me, it was nothing like theirs. And there I said, no, they didn't speak my language. I shouldn't have. We didn't have a word to say, and I remember what he said. Put your hand on the desk. You couldn't contradict them. I placed my hand on the desk, and with the ruler, I had to repeat that the apostles spoke my language. Me, it took time before I said it, but that's it. I was marked. I was hit with the ruler there was a blade on the end of the ruler. I wrote a poem about it, my writing, and I was a little flower that was uprooted and transplanted into another world. My values were disrespected, my beliefs humiliated, I suffered infanticide. After all those horrors, my body, my mind had to adhere.
Day-to-day life in a residential school. As this book is being written in early 2022, Canada and most of the world is still dealing with COVID-19. Over the last couple of years, the schooling system in Canada has been disrupted several times, leading to at-home learning via computer or tablet. In my household, at least, this has had the effect of having my daughters reminiscing on the good old days, when they could be in class with their cohorts, playing at recess, and learning new things with their friends. While it didn't always seem like that at the time, many of us remember our childhood school days fondly. A time in which we learned to communicate with other kids, often forged friendships that have lasted a lifetime, and interacted with teachers who had a lasting effect on our lives. For nearly 4 generations, school was a thing to be feared for Indigenous children in Canada. A place where loneliness, abuse, and institutionalization were more likely to be the takeaway, rather than knowledge or friendship. Not only was the safety and security of the family and community taken away, but it was also to be demonized and condemned. The language children grew up on was to be forbidden, and the culture and ceremonies fondly celebrated and remembered were to be condemned as evil, participated in at the price of your soul. Life in the Shubenacadie school was strictly controlled in the early 1940s when Noel Knockwood attended the school.
We used to wake up in the morning. Even before we had time to go to the bathroom, we would kneel down and we would say our prayers. Of course, it was orchestrated by the nuns and they told us what prayers to say. And after prayers, we were able to use the washroom and get dressed. Then we would go downstairs in a single file. Then we would find our place in the kitchen where we sat and we stood by our plates and waited for the nun to give the command to sit down. And she would clap her hands, and by that sound we would sit down. Then we would say grace. Of course, they were Catholic prayers, Catholic grace that we said. We were forbidden to speak our own language.
Lydia Ross said that the students at the Cross Lake, Manitoba school were organized
Just like an army. And we used to go, then the other one is you always file it by your number. Always, for everything. Go to the cafeteria, you go by your number. Go to the classroom, you go by number. All in one row, up the stairs, up to the classroom. And everything was routinely done.
Mel H. Buffalo spoke of how beds were to be made in precise military style.
There's a main sheet from above, and the second sheet goes part way, and you pull it under. And then the other sheet that covers, there's 3. There's 2 sheets that cover, and then the main blanket. That one, that covers as well. And then your pillowcase. There are 2 pillowcases, one that goes one way and the other one goes the other way. And your dirty one comes to changing room. You have to take everything off and throw them in the center of the common room, and that goes to the laundry room. There's a laundry crew that picks that up in a little cage and takes that down to the laundry room and brings it back the next day. So after you've made your bed and the supervisor has inspected it, make sure there's no wrinkles or crinkles. If there is, he'll just rip off the whole thing again, and you have to do it over till you get it right. First few times I was there, I couldn't get it right every morning. I used to have to do it at least twice, and maybe if he's in a pretty bad mood, he'd probably make me do it about 3 times.
Daniel Andre had a detailed memory of the routine at Grolier Hall, the Roman Catholic residence in Inuvik, Northwest Territories.
Our day consisted of just getting up in the morning at, 6:30, 7 o'clock. And we'd get up and say our prayers and then go and get dressed and go for breakfast. And then after breakfast, we were all assigned a chore. So we did the chore, and then from there we just did whatever we did until school. Then we'd get dressed and go to school. And then come home at lunch and have lunch, and then go back to school, and then come home and go to Grolier home. And then from 3:30 to 5 o'clock, we'd play outside or play in the gym or whatever it was. Maybe something was assigned, like go for a walk or whatever. We'd do that until supper, and then have supper. And then in the evening after supper, about a half hour later, we were assigned to gym time, which was in the evening from 6 to 8, something like that. It was till 8 o'clock anyways. And then after we were done in the gym, we'd just go back upstairs, and then everybody had to have a shower. So we showered and put on our pajamas, and then the boys they'd be sent to bed by groups, like the first group, second group, third group, depending on your age. And so we went to bed, and then we'd just get up the next day, and it happened all over again. Then on Saturday and Sunday, we'd have a late breakfast. Sister Tremblay would bring our cereal and whatever, toast and whatnot, up to the boys' end, and we'd have breakfast, cereal, and toast. Then, yeah, and sometimes we went down to the cafeteria, but depending on how many students were upstairs, she would bring the stuff up, and then we'd eat, and then have lunch after that, and then we'd go for a walk in the afternoon. In the winter or summer or spring, whatever it was, we always went to our walk to get out of the building by a supervisor, a student supervisor from downstairs, the seniors, and sometimes they hired adults from the community or whatever. And yeah, so that was our life.
Many students spoke of life that was regulated by the ringing of a bell. At the schools that Percy Tuesday attended in northwestern Ontario, everything was done with a whistle, a buzzer, or a bell.
We were programmed and we couldn't go or nothing. When the bell rang, that's when you got up and when, everything. When the whistle blew, you were playing outside, you had to come running in, and everything told you what to do. You knew what everything meant to a buzzer or whistle. You know what you had to do. Even when we lined up to go and eat, we lined up at our benches. We'd stand there till the nun, I think, rang a bell or something for us to sit down, and then to start eating,
Stella Bone, who attended the Sandy Bay School in the 1960s, recalled,
Those bells that they used to use, ring, 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 okay, time to get up, ring, 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 like, bells throughout the day, ring, 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 recess bell, eh? Well, mind you, there was recess bells in other schools too, but this was drilling, conditioning was automatic, eh? And if you didn't do it, then of course there was a consequence to that, really tough consequence.
Bernadette Najawan said that at the Spanish Ontario Girls' School,
I became acquainted with a regime of rules, which at first feel rigid and regimental. It rang in the morning when we'd wake up, to wake us up, to get ready for school. The bell rang again, and to get ready for bed, even to go to classes. We were so well trained and everyone was likened to a soldier.
David Charlson said that at the Christie British Columbia School,
the bell would ring and it would ring again to wash up and it would ring again to line up at the dining room area, and I know we had to totally be quiet. We couldn't even talk to each other in the dining room while we're eating. Couldn't even ask for salt and pepper in the English language.
The schools afforded the children little in the way of privacy or dignity. Louise Large recalled those little bathrooms at the Blue Quills School.
There was maybe 6 in a row and 6 sinks, and the nuns stand there and give us 2 little pieces of toilet paper. And they were almost see-through, and that's what we had to use to wipe ourselves after we used the bathroom. And later in the evening, we would get our panties checked and to see if they were soiled.
Eileen Napus recalled that students were not allowed to close the bathroom doors in the Blue Quills dormitory.
It had to be opened, and we were given 3 squares of toilet tissue. That's all we could use, that's all, 3 squares.
Larry Roger Listener recalled how, when he attended residential school, female staff would supervise the boys when they were taking showers.
One had a ruler would tell us, clean there, and wash there.
Lydia Ross recalled that at the Cross Lake, Manitoba School,
when you were small in a dormitory, we were in rows, 2 rows this way, 2 rows that way. And then there was a little hole in there where the nun used to peek out of there with her white. She just wore white. You know those nuns, you only saw their face and their hands, that's it. You didn't see any of them dressed as an ordinary street person. They always wore those black clothes.
Vitaline Elsie Jenner recalled her first sight of the junior dormitory at the Fort Chipewyan, Alberta School.
And I looked up there and little rows of beds, really not very close. Because they had a little space in between so they can walk through. They walk through every night, make sure that your hands are not playing with yourself. Because that's all they ever thought of was gross things in their minds, It was just awful.
When checking students for health problems, the staff in some schools paid little attention to the children's dignity. Shirley Waskowicz felt humiliated by her experiences at the Catholic school in Onion Lake, Saskatchewan.
I had scabs. I had developed scabs all over my body. And they were all over my body and they weren't looked after. This one time in the high dormitory with where the big girls sleep, we're all standing in line, washing in our basins. The girls were standing in line with their basins just washing up, and this nun came and got me and stood me up in front of all the girls and kind of turned me around, and I was kind of bent over, and she must have took a ruler, and I think it was a ruler, and she pulled my bloomers down and lifted my nightgown to expose me in front of everybody, to expose the scabs I had on my bum.
To ease student identification for school administrators, the staff in Indian Affairs would use numbers. In many cases, these numbers would become used in place of students' names on a day-to-day basis, further degrading and dehumanizing them. At Cross Lake, Lydia Ross said,
My name was Lydia, but in the school I didn't have a name. I had numbers. I had number 51, number 44, number 32, number 16, number 11, and then finally number 1 when I was just about coming to high school. So I didn't have a name. I had numbers. We were called 32, that's me. And all our clothes had 32 on them. All our clothes and footwear, they all had number 32, number 16, whatever number they gave me.
Marlene Casey's never forgot the number she was given at the Leastock, Saskatchewan school.
I remember when I first went, my number was 86. I was a little small girl and I was in a small girl's dorm. And you had to remember your number because if they called you, they wouldn't call you by your name, they'd call you by your number.
Martha Manus recalled how the students were numbered at the Roman Catholic school in Cardston, Alberta.
They didn't call us by our name, they just called numbers, so my number was 33 in the small girls. When I went to the senior girls, my number was 15, so our clothes were marked and they just called out numbers.
At the Sandy Bay school, Stella Bone was number 66.
And everything I had was marked with that number, eh? It may not affect others as much as it affected me, but being a number...
Bernice Jacks felt that the practice at the Kamloops school denied her any personal identity.
I was called, Hey, 39, where's 39? Yes, 39, come over here. Sit over here, 39. That was the way it was, and I say it just the way they said it. I was 39.
Wilbur Abrahams recalled how, on the first day of school at Alert Bay, British Columbia, the students were all given numbers.
They told us to remember our number. Instead of calling my name, they'd call my number. If you don't remember your number, you get yelled at. And I think we did extra chores, so you had to really keep memorizing your number. Mine was 989. And it was, so that's how they got my attention, when they wanted you for something that, could be for anything. Could be for job placements or something. I don't know. You, 989. You had to pay attention and just be there, I guess, or just be aware.
Antoinette White, who went to the Cooper Island School, said that,
even though you have family, you still feel separated. You don't have a name, you don't have an identity, you just have a number, and mine was 56.
Kiach Nahani, who went to several residential schools and residences in the Northwest Territories, including those at Fort Providence and Fort Smith, recalled how strange and frightening she found the school at first. Not only was the language different, but she also lost her name and became simply a number.
Because I was given a number, and whenever your number was called, you had to be on the defensive because I think you were in trouble.
At the Sioux Lookout School, students also were called by their numbers, according to Ken A. Littledeer.
They called me number 16 because that's the number that I was given when I walked into those doors. So 16 I was called. Whenever I heard that 16, I'm supposed to pay attention.
Lorna Morgan recalled that at the Presbyterian school in Kenora,
they just gave me a number which I'll never forget, This is your number. When we call this number, that's you, And it was number 16, and I'll never forget that number.
Again and again, former students spoke of how hungry they were at residential schools. Students who spoke of hunger also spoke of their efforts to improve their diet secretly. Woody Elias recalled being hungry all the time at the Anglican school in Aklavik in the Northwest Territories.
We didn't get enough hungry. So once in a while we go raid the cellar, and you can't call that stealing. That was our food. I got somebody to go in the kitchen and get the bread.
Dorothy Noley said she was hungry all the time in the Alert Bay School. She thought it a lucky day when she was told to cut bread in the kitchen.
We'd eat it while we were cutting it, so that was good for a while. We were cutting bread for a long time, and kids would come to me and ask me for bread, and I'd sneak it to them, because I know they were hungry too.
Of the food at the Fort Alexander School, Farron Fontaine said that all he could recall was kids starving.
Kids going in the kitchen to steal food. Lucky thing I knew some people that worked in there with my grandfather. They used to sneak me some food all the time. Send me an apple or a sandwich or something. Pretty good to have connections in there, I guess. As for those other kids, I don't know how they survived. Maybe their stomach shrunk enough that whatever they ate was filling them up. I don't know.
Andrew Paul said that every night at the Roman Catholic school in the Clavic,
We tried to have something good to eat before we sleep. A lot of the times the food we had was rancid, full of maggots, stink. Sometimes we could sneak away from school to go visit our aunts or uncles just to have a piece of bannock. They stayed in tents not far from the school. When it's raining outside, we could smell them frying donuts, homemade donuts. And those were the days when we ate good.
Nellie Trapper recalled that whenever she would go through the kitchen to the laundry room at the Moose Factory, Ontario School,
We used to steal food, peanut butter, whatever's cooking in a pot. There were big pots in there. I remember taking things from that pot. I just happened to walk by. You had to walk through the kitchen to go to the laundromat, drop off the laundry there. You'd always take something from the kitchen when we were walking by there.
While girls took food from the kitchens, boys might raid the school gardens. Rick Gilbert worked in the gardens at the Williams Lake, British Columbia School.
Kids would try and sneak to eat some of the carrots and potatoes and whatever else. You get caught if we call it stealing. You get caught stealing any of the vegetables to eat, the punishment for that was that they would paint your hands red. So you had to suffer the humiliation for days and a week until the paint wore off your hands. Let everybody know that you were a thief, I guess.
Doris Young said that hunger was a constant presence at the Anglican schools she attended in Saskatchewan and Manitoba.
I was always hungry and we stole food. I remember stealing bread, and the pies that I remember stealing were lined up on a counter, and they weren't for us to eat, they were for the staff.
At the Sioux Lookout School in the 1960s, the boys would slip into the kitchen at night to take extra food. Ken A. Little Deer's job in the raids was to stand by the doorway and listen to the steps, listen to the stairs, and echo to hear if somebody was coming. Don Willie was one of the boys who used to make midnight raids on the kitchen at the Alert Bay School.
I guess, and still pretty much like just chocolate milk and stuff like that. They'd have it, they just have it with hot water in the bathrooms. When they were caught there, they'd end up being strapped. But we also used to get strapped for being caught out of bed.
Ray Silver recalled that a small grocery store used to dump spoiled fruits and vegetables by a creek near the Alberni, British Columbia School.
And as kids, we used to sneak from the school. We must have had to walk about a mile, sneak away from the school, sneak over the bridge, and go to the dump and pick up apples. They were half rotten or something, and they threw them out. There were no more good to sell, but us kids we were starving. We'd go there and pick that stuff up, fill up our shirts, and run back across the bridge and go back to the school.
Many students spoke of the lack of variety in the school menu. At the Assumption, Alberta School, Mary Patrice Talley recalled there was
porridge every morning. Evening, eggs and potatoes. That's all we have. Milk and coffee. I think the bigger girls, they take coffee. They have milk and tea there too. But food is every day, same.
Many students recalled being served porridge every morning. At the boys' school in Spanish, Ontario, William Antoine remembered,
In the morning, they would give you porridge. Every morning. They called it mush back then. It was lumpy, very lumpy. Didn't taste very good, but you had to eat it in order to have some food in you. You have to eat it, and you had to get used to it. You just had to get used to it, We got bread with no butter, just dry bread. Got a little milk,
Gerald McLeod said that at the Carcross School in Yukon Territory,
You would never see eggs, for a couple of months. It was always mush. A lot of people didn't like eating liver. They had liver there that people couldn't eat, and they forced us to eat it.
Louise Large said that at the Blue Quills School,
The porridge would be burnt, black toast, and some lucky kids would get, not burnt. But the food was horrible. I remember that I had to eat because I was the youngest. Every meal I had to eat everybody's leftovers, and then I became real fat and chubby in school because we weren't allowed to throw away food, and because I was the smallest, I guess I was bullied into eating everybody's garbage.
Shirley Ida Moore, who attended the Norway House, Manitoba residential school in the 1960s, echoed the sentiments of the other former students.
And I hated breakfast. I didn't mind very much eating over there, but I hated breakfast because I think what I didn't like was we always had to eat porridge, and this porridge was like it. I eat porridge at home before, but it was good. You know, when the porridge they gave us was like, when they put it into your bowl, it was this big lump, big ball lump.
Chris Frenchman recalled being forced to eat at the Hobbema school in Alberta.
You either ate it or we would go to hungry to bed. We had no choice but to eat it.
Mel H. Buffalo recalled being punished because he refused to eat his breakfast at the Edmonton, Alberta school.
I was the last one to be let out of the cafeteria because I wouldn't eat my porridge. And they said, well, you'll have this porridge again at lunch, and sure enough, again at lunch, and then again at supper. And the next day, they got me a fresh bowl of porridge, but they said the same thing. And I still refused to eat that porridge, and I was taken to the principal's office, and I got 5 straps on each hand and sent to a room by myself with no contact with the other students.
Darlene Thomas said students
were forced to eat that. Whatever it was in our bowl, our plate, we'd have to eat every bit of it. And if we got sick, we got strapped. And I put that food in my mouth and I wouldn't swallow it, and I keep putting food until I got a big piece, and then I wrap it in the tissue and put it back in my sleeve. And when I got caught, I found another place, put it in my sock, or pull up my tunic and tie a knot in my bloomers, because we had those big long bloomers we had to use. So I tie a knot with that tissue and all that ugly food so I wouldn't get sick.
Connie McNabb found it difficult to eat the food served at the LaPointe Hall residence in Fort Simpson, Northwest Territories.
And we sat down to eat, and the pork chops were just dry, and I was so thirsty. My mouth was dry and I couldn't swallow. I couldn't eat them, and they kept saying, you have to eat, they're gonna check. And I couldn't. I tried the wax green beans. I ate some of those and it went on like that, and they wouldn't let them take food to me.
The conflict over food turned to abuse when students could not keep their food down. Bernard Catchaway recalled that in the 1960s at the Pine Creek, Manitoba school,
we had to eat all our food even though we didn't like it. There was a lot of times I've seen other students that threw up and they were forced to eat their own vomit.
Diane Bossum said that at the Latuque, Quebec school,
we were obliged to eat everything we had on our plates. At a given time, I got a soup, but in the soup there was an insect. And I showed the soup to my educator. After that, she asked, do you want another soup? No, but she brought me another soup. I didn't want to eat, but my soup was there. I had to eat it anyway.
Bernard Sutherland recalled students at the Fort Albany, Ontario school being forced to eat food that they had vomited up.
I saw in person how the children eat their vomit when they happen to be sick and they threw up while eating. And that when he threw up his food, that food is not thrown away. One who's vomit, he eats it.
Ethel Johnson had vivid memories of watching her younger sister struggling to eat food that she was not used to eating at the Shubenacadie school.
She didn't like it, and the nun was behind her saying, eat it. They used to call her Pussy when she was in school, blue eyes, I guess. And she couldn't eat it, and she started crying. And then she tried to make her eat it, and she couldn't. And then she threw up, and then she put her face in there. And she couldn't. When you're crying, you can't eat it anyway.
Mary Patrice Talley recalled one conflict between a staff member and a student over food at the Assumption, Alberta school.
And then our supervisors, they were sisters, and then she comes to this girl, and then she told her that you have to eat the fat and everything. And this girl doesn't like it, so she just shoved it in her mouth like this. Just put everything in her mouth and asked her to swallow it. And we're watching that too. Me and my friend were having supper, and then this girl was just crying, and she told her to swallow it, and we're saying that she might choke on it, and we told sister, we told sister not to do that. And she told you two, you shut up. It's none of your business. I'm the one that's looking after you girls. And then that girl was just crying and she was just throwing up and she went to the washroom. I see that too.
Victoria McIntosh said she was harshly disciplined for refusing to eat porridge with worms in it at the Fort Alexander School.
I really, really dislike porridge. And there was an incident where I wouldn't eat porridge, and the first time, and I looked down, and there was a bowl in front of me, and I noticed there was worms in it, and I wouldn't eat it. And a nun came behind me, and she told me, eat it. And I wouldn't eat it, just nope. And she slammed my face in the bowl and picked me up by my arm, and she threw me up against the wall. She started strapping me. And I don't remember going up the stairs, but I remember she had my arm, had me up by one arm, and I don't remember that time gap in between, but after that I remember something broke inside of me, that I wasn't stubborn, but I had to listen or else. And everybody was really terrified of this nun.
At the Sandy Bay School, Stella Bone recalled,
We were made to eat our food regardless what type or shape or in what condition it was. And if we didn't eat it, or if it made us sick, you're guaranteed to eat your sick and your food at the same time. Even if you're gagging, you're just used to you had to eat it.
She thought that nutrition was better in her home community.
At least at home, I would have rabbit, fish, bannock, potatoes, I thought about those things when I'd be starving in there.
Many of the schools used to provide the students with a vitamin-enriched biscuit that had been developed by Indian Affairs in the 1940s. Alfred Noley said that at the Alert Bay School, these biscuits were issued daily.
They gave us one biscuit in the afternoon, maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We all line up. They gave us one biscuit for a snack in the afternoon.
Shirley M. Villeneuve, who attended the Fort Simpson Northwest Territories residence, recalled that students used to refer to them as doggy biscuits.
I wouldn't eat it. I would give it to somebody else. And the nun, she saw me doing that and she didn't like that. She didn't like that I gave it away, and she says, "Why you give it away?" I says, "Because I'm not hungry. I don't want it." And she says, "Well, it's good for you. It's good for you." She kept telling me, and I said, "No, I don't want it. I don't want it." And so I was scared.
Stella Bone also reported her difficulty in eating the nutritional biscuit when she attended the Sandy Bay School.
It used to be really hard, so you'd have to suck on it really long to make it soft, just to appease your hunger, I guess.
Mel H. Buffalo recalled with distaste the vitamin pills and biscuits that students were given.
They would ask you to swallow one of these every day. If you had bit into it, oh man, it was horrible. The taste was in your mouth for days. So you'd try not to bite it because we would dare some of the new kids to bite the pills, but they'd only do it once and that was it. And we used to, when we ran out of pucks, we used those cookies for pucks because they were hard and we didn't have any of the regular pucks, so we saved up a bunch of those and used those.
Complaints about the limited, poorly prepared, monotonous diet were intensified by the fact that at many schools, the students knew the staff members were being served much better fare. When she helped in the kitchen to prepare staff meals at the Seashelt, British Columbia School, Daisy Hill could not help noticing how well they ate compared to the food that was given to us, students. At the Kamloops School, Juliana Alexander was shocked by the difference between the student and staff dining room.
On their table, they had beautiful food. In our table, we had slop. I call it slop because we were made to eat burnt whatever it was, And compared to what they had in their dining room, they had all these silver plates and beautiful glass stuff and all these beautiful food and fruits and everything on there, and we didn't even have that. And so I became a thief, if you want. I figured a way to get that food to those hungry kids and intermediates. Even the high school girls, the older ones, were being punished as well.
At the school she attended in Saskatchewan, Inez Dieter said,
The staff used to eat like kings and queens. I'd steal that and I'd eat it. I'd feel really good.
When Frances Tate was given a position in the staff dining room, she said she thought she had
died and gone to heaven, because even eating their leftovers was better than what we got. And anybody who got a job in there, their responsibility was to try and steal food and get it out to the other people.
Hazel Bitternose, who attended schools in Lestock and Qu'Appelle, Saskatchewan, said she enjoyed working in the priest's dining room.
They had some good food there, and I used to sneak some food and able to feed myself good in there. So that's why I like to work there.
Gladys Prince recalled how at the Sandy Bay, Manitoba school, the
priests ate the apples, we ate the peelings. This is what they fed us. We never ate bread. They were stingy then, their own baking.
Doris Judy McKay said that at the Brandon, Manitoba school, cleaning up the staff dining room was a prized chore.
There'd be 3 to 4 of us working. We'd race for the supervisor's dining area because why we raced was because they left a platter of their meal there. Like say if they had steak, chicken, or pork chops, and we'd race for that, because what we got wasn't very much.
Betty Smith Titus said that her father paid extra to the Baptist-run school in Whitehorse, Yukon Territory, to ensure that she was given the same food as the staff.
I didn't get that. I ate like the rest of the kids. I ate the runny, rolled oats in the morning with a glass of milk. And my father paid for, I don't know how many years. I finally told him I ate like the other kids. They didn't give me what the staff ate, so my dad didn't pay them anymore.
Some students, however, spoke favorably of residential school food. One student who attended the Gordon's Saskatchewan school in the 1950s said, I've heard a lot of people say that, their experience in residential schools, their meals were terrible. That wasn't so in Gordon's. Gordon's provided really good meals. A lot of times they were hot, good meals. Some students also reported improvements in the food over time. Mary Rose Julian thought the food at the Shubenacadie school in the 1950s was not too bad.
I did like the porridge that we got every morning because I was brought up on porridge, so the porridge was pretty good because they put sugar in it while they mixed it with sugar, and they never put sugar on the table. They mixed the porridge with the sugar, and that was really good. Sometimes it was lumpy. You just bust the lumps in your mouth, no big deal.
But there were limits to her praise. She recalled that fish was served on Wednesday and Friday.
It wasn't like the way my father and mother prepared it. It was horrible. And then they put this sauce over it. It was white sauce. Well, it was white anyway, and it was horrible. So anyways, you had to eat that, and some kids didn't like it so much, They got sick on it, but I didn't get sick on it. I managed to swallow it and everything. I forced myself to eat it, so I start getting used to it after a while, so the food and everything was fine.
For many students, classroom life was foreign and traumatic. David Charlson said he found the regimentation at the Christie British Columbia School so disturbing that he never wanted to learn.
So I jumped into my shell. I took kindergarten twice because of what happened to me. I didn't want to learn. I never went home with any A's or B's or C's. It was all under my baddest part of the book of knowledge. That's the way they graded me. That's what they put in my mind. I'm dumb, stupid, and they used to make an example of me all the time because I was one of the bigger kids in the school.
At the Birtle, Manitoba school, Isabel Whitford said she had a hard time adjusting to the new language and the classroom discipline.
I wasn't very good in math. I was poor, and every time I couldn't get an answer, she would pull my ears and shake my head, and I couldn't help it because I couldn't understand, the work.
Betsy Olson described classwork at the Prince Albert, Saskatchewan school as a torment in which her
spelling was always 30, 40. It was way down. When we did spelling, sometimes I freeze. I couldn't move. I just scribbled because I couldn't move my hand. I can't remember to spell B or E or C. My mind was a blank. I couldn't bring any letters out. I just freeze.
Noel Knockwood recalled that he was often frozen with fear in class.
We used to stand up with a reader in our hand, and each person would be given a paragraph to read. When it came my turn, I picked up the reader and turned to a page where I was supposed to. And other students took turns reading their paragraph. And then when it came my turn, I got up and I started to read the paragraph, and I got down a little ways, and I come across a word that I could not pronounce, and I stopped because I could not pronounce the word. I didn't know what to say. Teacher had a long wooden pointer. They used it to point to the blackboard. She had it in her hand, and she said, "Read." And And I was very frightened and scared as a young boy, Then she took that pointer and pointed at me and said, read, read, read. She was shouting at me, and I couldn't because I was afraid, and she had that pointer. She came closer, and she took that pointer, and I raised my hands, and she broke that pointer over my arms. And in doing so, I dirtied my pants. I shit myself because of fear. And in doing so, she's seen what had happened, and she said, "You filthy little boy, get upstairs and go to bed."
Traumatized by her experiences at schools in Ontario and Quebec, Mary Lou Attal had difficulty learning. Her inability to speak in class led a teacher to single her out for humiliation.
I was afraid I didn't know that word, and the teacher thought I was just doing that, so she got mad at me that I was just showing off. I really didn't know the word, and I was feeling so bad because so many people were staring at me. She brought a big yardstick, and she came after me, and I was afraid of her. I was really scared. She scared me so much, I was afraid of the big stick. So what I did is run out of the classroom, and she ran after me, and I ran to next door where our dorm is. Our dorm was very close to the classroom.
Leona Agawa never felt comfortable in the classroom at the Spanish school. For much of her time in school, she was frightened or intimidated.
I could hear the teacher say my name, but I couldn't hear her what she was asking me. And that happened all over. I was just a person that couldn't hear anybody talk to me or asking me questions. My mind would go blank. So I never did have any schooling. I would hide behind a girl or whoever's behind in front, I'd hide. And somebody would say, "Leona." I'd hear my name, but I never got to answer. I stood up, never got to answer what they were saying when they sat me down. And I'd get a good slap after you leave there for not being nice in school.
Dorothy Ross recalled her time in the Sioux Lookout School classroom as being one of fear and punishment.
I remember the classroom. It was kind of dark, dingy looking place, and I sat there and holding a pencil, practiced my name. She would write my name on a piece of paper and the ABCs. It took me a while to understand those letters, the numbers, I guess some of them were hard for me. I couldn't pronounce them right, and I would cry again if I would do it again, make me do it all over again, over and over, and she would hit me. This is my first time that I experienced. She had a stick, a ruler kind of, it was long, a ruler stick. And if she didn't like the way I was supposed to write with the pencil the first time, and this is where the first time ever being hit right on my head, she hit me 3 or 4 times across over here with that ruler, and my head would go down, and I would try to write at the same time, and she would hit me again.
Mary Corchien described a similar education at the Fort Alexander School in the 1940s.
The first few years we were there, I never had a teacher, a real teacher. The nuns that taught us weren't teachers, they weren't qualified. They had no qualifications whatsoever to be able to teach. Their only mandate was to Christianize and civilize, and it's written in black and white. And every single day we were reminded.
At the Hobbema School in Alberta in the 1950s, Flora Northwest said that students were provided with minimal education. The language training was compromised by the fact that neither teacher was a fluent English speaker.
And the English that I learned from there it was really hard for me to speak the English language because of the teaching that was passed on to us through the teachers with their French accent. So I had difficulties with my English language.
Some students said that the limits of the education they had received in residential school became apparent when they were integrated into the public school system. Victoria McIntosh, who attended the Fort Alexander School, said that when she entered public school, she discovered that
I could hardly read and write, and I knew that I wasn't, stupid or dumb or anything like that. It's just, I didn't know how to read and write, and I didn't get a lot of these things. And I remember the teacher asking me, "Where do you go to school?" And I didn't know how to answer her.
Many students said that there was no expectation that they would succeed. Walter Jones never forgot the answer that a fellow student at the Alberni, British Columbia School was given when he asked if he would be able to go to grade 12. That supervisor said,
"You don't need to go that far," he says. He says, "Your people are never going to get education to be a professional worker. It doesn't matter what lawyer or doctor or electrician or anything that a person has to go to school for. He says you're going to be working jobs that the white man don't want to do, that they figure it's too lowly for only for them. And you will do the menial jobs, the jobs that doesn't require schooling. I became a logger. I was a fisherman to start with, and most of our people do that. They had a lot of things that they did, like teaching us or like to not speak our language, getting strapped for it, and telling us that we're never going to be able to take the good jobs and stuff like that. And the commission happened. These things happened, and we lost so many of our people because of that residential school thing.
For high school, Roger Cromarty lived in the Shingwak home in Sault Ste. Marie and attended local public schools. He recalled that he did not receive any guidance counseling.
We're all just shoveled into the technical school program, whether we wanted to go into the technical stuff or not. Nobody asked us, or nobody showed us the vistas of going to the collegiate. We were in a 5-year program. We're going to a technical program, which is a 4-year. So I ended up being in a technical school, Sault Ste. Marie Technical and Commercial High School, they called it.
Lena Small recalled that when she turned 16, she was essentially forced to leave the Hobbema school.
We didn't have any future plans for us. The nuns didn't tell us there was a high school. They didn't tell us anything about life. They didn't tell us how to love one another, how to care for our families. We had no parenting, no nothing. All we had was religion.
Nora Abu Tibet said that on one occasion, the girls at the Lower Post, British Columbia School, were lined up and asked what they wanted to be when they grew up. Many said they wanted to be nuns or missionaries. She said she did not know yet, but expected to know when she was older.
They put me up front and said, "Now you see, there's this girl now. How stupid she is. And I'm so happy that you kids aren't like her, because she's so stupid to be saying. I mean, she's the same age as you girls, and she doesn't know what she wants to be when she grows up." And so I was labeled stupid and dumb, whatever. But I just said, well, I know, I just don't know. Because until I grow a little older, I know by then what I want to be.
When Roddy Soucy lived in residence, he attended a local public school. He credited his high school principal at the Ponoka, Alberta Public School for pushing him to succeed.
One of the strangest things that happened in my life was our school principal was Halvard Johnson. And Halvard Johnson called me into his office the next year and said, if you don't behave yourself, you don't push yourself to do better this year, then that's it. I don't want you in my school ever again. And I just said, okay. And he said, condition is you're going to take drama. And I was like, yeah, drama? What are you talking about? Why? And he said, or you'll probably benefit by looking at other people. You'll probably benefit by pretending to be somebody else that you're not. And he said, it'll do you some good for your own public speaking. It'll do you some good for your own confidence. I was just, whatever. Long story short, when I graduated, my highest grades were in law and in drama. And those two things got me through. And I was even more shocked when I graduated and they gave me a scholarship and awards and recognized me for those things. And I forever thanked him for that, because had he not done that, I probably would have never, ever, as the saying goes, to walk in somebody else's moccasins. I did that.
Lawrence Wanakamek said that after he got over his initial fears, he did well academically at the Macintosh, Ontario school.
I used to be one of the top 3 students, get 100s, get 95s, and no less than 90 in the marks, 9 out of 10, or, stuff like that.
He had fond memories of one of his teachers.
Her name's Nancy, and she was nice. I liked her. Everybody liked her because she was friendly and she was good to everybody. But the nun teachers, those were the ones that hit you with the ruler on your hands if you weren't listening or if you weren't behaving.
Alice Quinney never forgot the positive impact that her grade 4 teacher at the Blue Quills school had on her life.
It was so nice to have a teacher that really believed in you, that you could, that told you were smart and that you were doing good, and not to hear anything negative from her, Like the nuns always hounding you about this, do this way, do this that way, I was so thankful to have a teacher who really cared about me. And that teacher, she moved to California a few years later, and we wrote to each other still when she was in California. Yeah, I didn't stop writing to her until I left school when I was in grade 9, and I never forget her. Yeah, she was the first nice person in that school that made an impact in my life.
Martha Loon said that at the Poplar Hill, Ontario school in the 1980s, there were staff people who befriended and helped her and her siblings.
We had staff members who took us under their wing, and one, over the years, started to recognize us as, like, younger siblings. So in a way, he was like protecting us, and other staff knew that. So other staff didn't really say or do anything against us because of that. So sometimes I'll tell people, when they're talking about their experiences, I'll tell them, this is what I went through. This is what my siblings and I went through. And I think that's how we didn't have those same experiences in some other students that went through a negative, bad experiences.
There was one staff member to whom she could tell all her problems.
I could say anything to her, and we'd go for a walk sometimes, so I could tell her anything and she wouldn't say anything to other staff members about it. So in a way, that's, gave me a chance to express my frustrations and the things that I didn't like.
Other students were able to concentrate on their studies. Frederick Ernest Coe said that at Stringer Hall in Inuvik, he devoted all his energies to studies and work.
You kind of develop a protective mechanism on the shell that you didn't rat on anybody. You kind of behave. You followed orders and things would go smooth. What I did like, we had a study hall. In that study hall, I was able to put a lot of time in there and get on with my studies and develop that discipline to work. This is the discipline that gave me to complete my studies to achieve my professional designation. I'm a professional accountant and I have a degree in management. I helped a lot of the other kids because a lot of the other kids had trouble in math and spelling and whatever. And I used to help the bigger boys, because everybody was bigger than me then. But I used to help them.
Helen Hansen thought the discipline in the classroom at the Seashelt, British Columbia School was too strict in her early years there. She did, however, come to enjoy her schooling.
I like learning, and I like the challenge of learning, spelling, stuff like that, getting that golden star. And so throughout my school years, 7 years that I was there, I actually kind of enjoyed it because of the schoolwork and the friends that I made there. I guess maybe in my grown-up years, like in the last 5 years, when things started coming up with the residential school issues, that I started thinking about what I had missed going to school there.
Madeline Dion Stout succeeded academically at the Blue Quills School, but she did not credit the school for her success.
It's not residential school that made me a good student. The fundamental values and good example I had before I went to residential school by my grandfather and my parents, and all the old people on the reserve where I grew up, are the ones who made me a good student. Residential school had nothing to do with it, and I swear by that. And the reason why I swear by that is because I would watch my grandfather work, and he made everything from scratch, and he didn't say, do this, do that, it's, memorize this or anything. He would just do what he had to do to survive, because in those days there was no welfare. People were very self-reliant, and they worked very hard to be self-reliant. So that I was successful in school and that I'm successful today academically, people might say, is not because I went to residential school. It's because I had from a very early age, I was taught by example and through oral tradition how to live my life.
Chores. The budgets for the schools were low, often 1/3 or less that of the average school in Canada at the time. To make up for the shortcomings in the funding of the schools, much of the workload would fall on the shoulders of the students. Whether it be cleaning, cooking, or manual labor, the students were expected to work for most of the hours that they weren't either in class, being indoctrinated into whichever religion the school operated under. It was not uncommon for studies to end at midday to make way for chores in the afternoon and evening workload, so that the government and church could save money. In many instances, students would be injured or worse carrying out the workload operating machinery without proper supervision. While life was much harder for everybody at these times, students outside the residential school system were much more likely to spend their time in school learning. Chores were more likely to be done at home, helping to share the family's burden and help with the harvests. Based on the chores that she and other students did at the Blue Quills School, Eileen Nipus said,
We kind of run the school based on our own labor. We washed, we cleaned, they hired ladies to cook. There was no janitors, we were the janitors.
Reflecting on the work that he did at the Roman Catholic School in Kamsack, Saskatchewan, Campbell Papakwash also noted that the students provided much of the labor needed to help the school in operation.
I think there was a lot of slave labor in there because we had all the children. We all had our own jobs to do. You know, all the residential school children maintained that whole building by cleaning it up and looking after the building. You know, some guys worked in the boiler room and the furnace room, in the laundry room and with the dryers and the vegetables, and working in the root cellar looking after the vegetables.
Ula Autonomy recalled that the school in Round Lake, Saskatchewan, she spent half the day in classes and half the day working.
We had to learn how to cook, how to do laundry, how to iron, how to do all those things, wash dishes, whatever, and clean out both dormitories and sweep the steps. And all those things we had to do, we had to learn in that. And so it was something that I never really expected, like when I went to school.
Andrew Speck said that at the Alert Bay School,
early in the morning, you're up like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning because you had to do your chores before you had your breakfast. If you weren't up there, you were literally ripped out of bed and thrown in a cold shower.
Ellen Smith attended 3 different Anglican schools and residences in the Northwest Territories. In her memory, when students were not in class, they spent much of their time performing chores.
From the morning you get up, 7 o'clock in the morning, you were cleaning till you went to school. It kept us busy around the clock, right till we went to bed.
One former student said that at the Shubenacadie School, chores took priority over classroom work.
I'm only in grade 7. I didn't even do grade 7. I spent most of the time working in a barn and duty. I got in there a little bit, a little bit of education, but whatever they were commissioned to give me, I didn't get.
At the girls' school in Spanish, Ontario, Josephine Eshkabok said she spent much of her time doing chores.
We used to work 1 week in the dairy, 1 week in the chicken coop, in the housework, sewing room, laundry, so we had to do all that work. There was one day there, I was doing a lot of stairs because the school is so high. I did the stairs. I guess I didn't do them right. I must have left some dust or something there in the corner. The teacher came there and said, "You didn't do that right. Go back up there. Start over again." So I did.
Darlene Wilson felt that the students at the Alberni School had little time to themselves.
Our time that we had was only time for us to do our job in the school. Some of us did the stairwell, some of us did the floor, stripping and waxing, laundry work, kitchen work, and some of us did dishes, pots and pans, helping with the cook, setting out the kitchen food. Our tables were set about 4 times a day for breakfast, lunch, and supper, depending on the weekends. Each of us had our own jobs.
There was a gendered division of labor, with the girls doing much of the cleaning and cooking. Geraldine Bob recalled that at the Kamloops School, the students did much of the cleaning.
We were just little kids, not even 10 years old, 11 years old, and we had to, if you can imagine the little kids in this school, cleaning the entire school and being forced to do things that are beyond them, really. Like cleaning the bathrooms, cleaning the tubs, shining the floors.
Rosemary Prosper's first chore at the Shubenacadie School was to sweep down the steps.
I had to sweep the steps down, make sure there was not a grain of sand or nothing in between those little runs. They checked everything we did. It had to be perfect. If not, then we were made to do it over again, along with a strapping. I got strapped so many times down there because I had to learn about rules, regulations.
Of the chores that she had to perform at the Sandy Bay School, Isabel Whitford said,
"We used to clean up in the rectory. There was a long hallway, and then they had hallways on the side for each rooms. We used to get on our hands and knees to wash the floors and wax them. We were like slaves."
Emily Kamach said one of the things she learned at the Gordon's Saskatchewan School was how to clean.
As a result, I'm good at making a bed. We were taught how to make a bed perfectly, how to fold it. Like each corner had to be folded just right and tucked in under the mattress, like the bottom sheet, and then we put another sheet on top in our blanket. They were called fire blankets back then, and our pillow, and they had to be just right or we'd get punished if our beds weren't fixed just right.
Shirley Ida Moore recalled that at the Norway House School in Manitoba, the students were supposed to make their beds in such a way that the sheets would be taut enough for an inspector to be able to bounce a nickel. She could never do this.
So my sister again would rescue me. She'd do her bed because she could do it, but she was bigger, and then she'd come over and do mine so that I didn't have to get punished so much all the time. And that's what every morning was like. Every morning waking up scared, afraid you're going to get punished.
At the Fort Providence School in the Northwest Territories, Florence Horace was assigned to clean toilets.
This one time, they gave me a chore to do the lavatory, the bathroom area, the sink, the toilets. I cleaned the whole thing. And sister came in the room, and I was standing a little bit a ways, like from the middle, and I told her, I'm finished. So she had to inspect, and she told me, you missed a spot there. And like, what spot? I couldn't see no spot. You missed a spot there, look again. And I know I'm not supposed to talk back. You speak only when you're spoken to, and when you're not spoken to, you don't speak. And you never talk back. And when I said, I didn't miss it, I washed it there. I'll make you clean that, she said, and she went out. When she came back with a toothbrush.
The boys usually worked outdoors. Thomas Kiesick said that at the Macintosh, Ontario school,
We cut firewood, 4-foot-long logs, because the school at that time was being heated by 2 furnaces and we took turns. Half of the boys would go to morning classes, they call it. They'd finish and go in the woods and cut wood or go into barns to clean the stables, pick up eggs. There was an underground thing where we kept potatoes, carrots, cabbage. We worked there. We had gardens and stuff like that. That's what I remember.
Rick Gilbert recalled that in the winter, the students at the Williams Lake School had to help put in the school's supply of firewood.
We had to cut big logs and have them chopped up and then packed in. We had to pack them into each building because we had wood furnaces. And I remember having to pack some of that wood, and in the wintertime when now you're freezing, because even though sometimes we did have gloves, it wasn't thick gloves. And sometimes we lost gloves because kids are kids, and you lose your gloves, you put them somewhere and you couldn't find them again. Then of course you'd get a strapping before they give you another set. I remember crying, packing this, a 6-year-old packing blocks of wood inside.
Roger Cromarty started at the Sioux Lookout School at the age of 8 in 1945. He began working in the barn.
First year and second year I was there, boys were expected to milk cows and clean the school barn and feed the farm animals, horses, cows, and pigs. Those assignments were designated for the bigger boys.
The school was heated by a coal-burning furnace.
That coal came off the railroad track, which was a mile away, and then we started hauling coal. That part I did too, shoveling all the coal for the school and shoveling it into the bin.
Cromarty also recalled being expected to help clean the school.
On Saturdays was the big day for cleaning. This is when we got on hands and knees, and with just a scrub brush, we were expected to scrub the assigned chores we were given. And incidentally, most of the floors were made of cement, so it was very difficult on our knees to do that.
By 1952, his last year at the school, he was in charge of slaughtering animals for the kitchen.
I was a butcher for the whole school, cutting meat every day. That was my chore.
Work at the schools could be dangerous. Joanne Morrison Matheau said that she was injured in the Shubenacadie laundry.
One time I was in there and the thing was spinning, to rinse the clothes, and I stuck my hand in there and my hand twisted. It didn't break though, but it was just sore. But that wasn't her fault, that was my fault. I wanted to see what it was like. It was going so fast, and of course, when you're young, you're curious, so I stuck my hand, and a good thing I didn't break my arm. Yeah, but I think there was one girl that did though, but I didn't. I just hurt it, but I didn't break it, thank God.
Lizette Olson said the students had to clean all the windows at the Prince Albert, Saskatchewan school.
This was a big school and we had to clean it all. The windows, everything. Now, all the windows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sanatorium windows. We used to lift the windows like this, and some sat out the window to clean it. If there was an accident, one would have fell to his death.
In some cases, students were paid small amounts of money for the work they did. For her work in the school kitchen at Fort Resolution, Northwest Territories, Violet Boileau could remember being paid $1 by the priest.
This is my first $1 I ever earned, so sister said, all line up now, we're gonna go. Wherever we went, we always line up in 2 and walking. We went to the store. She stood at the door there. She never told us anything before we went there. So we all bought sweet stuff. When the children got back to the school, their supervisor asked to see their purchases. When she looked at mine, she says, you bought only sweet stuff? I said, yeah. You should have bought something more useful. I didn't say nothing. I had nothing to say. I couldn't say nothing, She just told me that. She said, I'll let it go for now. But next month it's not gonna be. You're not gonna do that, she says.
You're not going to buy candy.
At the Roman Catholic school in Kamsack, Saskatchewan, Campbell Papaquash had the opportunity to work with mechanized farm equipment.
I came from a family, that knew how to raise, how to look after horses and race horses, and look after cattle, and they put me out there. But there's a few good things that I learned in residential school, because when I look back at the farming industry, they had modern equipment there, modern machinery in the residential school, They had these tractors, and they had these combines, and they had these swathers.
Bernadette Fox was one of a number of students who spoke with pride of the skills that she developed at a young age in residential school. While at the Roman Catholic school in Cardston, Alberta, she said she
learned to be a good housekeeper. I learned how to clean myself personally, and I was taught how to do housekeeping, making our beds, cleaning the floors, and keep everything tidy. And so I continued that on in my life with my children, which is a positive thing for me.
religious indoctrination. While there was a financial incentive in delegating the residential school program operations to the church, it was also the fastest way to achieve the stated goals of assimilation. Breaking the family bond as well as the continuity of cultural upbringing would start the process, while replacing it with the dominant versions of Christianity. The entire school experience revolved around religion. Of course, this was and remains to be fairly common in some communities in Canada today, the main difference being the mandatory nature of attendance coupled with the fact that these faiths were alien to the students. During the process of being indoctrinated into these new beliefs, students would be discouraged from attending any traditional ceremonies while back at home with threats of an angry God. By this time, all such ceremonies had been outlawed by Canadian government. The view of the teachers was that community members that continued to participate in the traditional ceremonies were in some way evil or devil worshippers. Religious observation and religious training were central to residential school life. Noel Starblanket recalled that prayer was a dominant aspect at the Capelle school.
Then we'd finish and we'd go back to our playrooms, they called them. And we'd sit there until it was ready for class. Then we'd go up for class, and when we sat down in class, they made us pray again. We have to pray. So then we'd have our classes, and then the noon bell rang, and we could hear the church bells. They have a big church there. Those bells would ring, and we'd have to pray again before we left the classroom. I think they called it Angelus or something like that. So we'd pray again, and then we'd go to lunch, and before, when we sat down, they'd make us pray again. So we prayed, and then we went back to our class. Got ready for our playroom, went back, got ready for class again in the afternoon. We went to class, they'd make us pray again, and then we'd go through our instructions. Then after school, we'd come back, and we had free time till about 5 or so. And then the nun would blow the whistle, and we'd have to come running in.
Antoinette White resented the amount of time that was given to religious observances at the Cooper Island Residential School.
I think the worst thing is the praying. It's like you pray, and yet there's still no peace in that prayer of what they made you do.
Geraldine Archie said that the residential school she attended,
they made us pray from morning until night, and we used to pray when we got up in the morning and pray before we ate breakfast, and then pray again before we went and started classes. And pray again when we went home, went downstairs for lunch, and prayed again to go to afternoon class. And then prayed again before supper, prayed again before bedtime. I was always kneeling down, and I developed calluses on my knees. The schools were all the same there.
Roger Cromarty had similar memories of the daily routine at the Sioux Lookout School.
Daily, we had the morning services in the chapel. Grace at every meal, prayers at every class, evening services in the chapel, and the prayers at bedtime. On Sundays, this was different. Again, we had morning church services at the chapel, afternoon church services, Sunday school, and evening services.
Louise Large joked that there was so much prayer at the Blue Quills school that she was left with boarding school knees.
It's always, I'll make a comment like, I don't need to pray anymore because I prayed so much. I prayed first thing in the morning. When they opened the lights, you just shot out of bed. Then we had to go on your knees and close your eyes and clamp your hands together and pray, Our Father, Hail Mary. And then when we were done, we had to make our beds.
Ronali Lavalley was another former student who said that arthritis in her knees was the result of all the praying she had to do in residential school. According to Geraldine Bobb, each day at the Kamloops school started with prayer.
Then we got dressed and we brushed our teeth, washed our face, combed our hair, and we went to breakfast. And we prayed again, and after breakfast we prayed to thank the Lord for what we had received. We went to school and we prayed before school. We had catechism. And before we went for lunch, we prayed again. After lunch, we prayed again. After school, we went to more catechism lessons. And then prayed again before dinner, after dinner, and then in the evening.
Students also were introduced to the round of religious holy days. Rita Carpenter recalled how, when she lived at a hostel in Inuvik,
we'd practice every Saint's Day, every St. Thomas, St. Michael, St. Francis of Assisi, St. Christopher, St. Mary, St. Bernadette, Saint everything. And we had on all our clothes for this special mass that we're going to have our little tam, our little dress, our little fur coat, our little brown tights, our bloomers, and we'd all march 2 by 2 over to the Igloo Church, pray to a different saint.
Victoria Boucher Grant recalled that at the Fort William, Ontario school,
I learned a lot about the Catholic Church. I learned how to pray. I learned how this became a way of life, kneeling on my knees and praying to some God that made me feel guilty because I was not a very clean person. So we had this big guilt thing about our own bodies.
Fred Brass recalled a copy of Father Lacombe's instructional ladder that hung at the end of the playroom of the Roman Catholic school in Kamsack, Saskatchewan.
There was a picture of stairs, and at the bottom of those stairs was Indian people, and there was fire. And above the stairs there was Jesus and the angels, and that's what we were told. If we didn't change our ways, that's how we were going to end up. That's a picture that will always stay in my mind.
Joseph Martin Larocque found religious education at the Capelle school frightening.
They scared us. From the time I was small to the time the priests, the nuns, the whole thing, they scared everybody with dead people and, talking about the devil. And they had this little chart, this catechism, where here you're going up this road and the roads are winding like this, and the devil's with a pitchfork. I was scared for a long time.
Fred Kistabish attended the Amos, Quebec school. There he encountered Father Lacombe's ladder.
I don't understand the religious teachings of the priests and the nuns. There was a big blackboard that says if you're a good boy, you'll go to heaven. On the other side of the drawing, there's if you commit mortal sins, this is where you're going to go. And then you have Lucifer and hell. And it is said always and always and forever and forever. That's traumatizing for a 12-year-old or a 15-year-old or a 14-year-old. Anyways, when I left the residential school, I knew that if I died, for sure I was going straight to hell because I was disobedient, because there are things lacking in my childhood.
Martha Menus encountered the poster at the Roman Catholic school in Cardston.
At the front, they had a poster. It was really long, and there was a black, ugly road going down, and there were people in the fire at the bottom, and their hands were raised, and they were suffering, and they were stuck there, and the priest, he taught religion. He said, if you want to go down this road, you're going to be in there. You're going to go to hell. And then the other road was so beautiful. They had a picture. It was going to heaven. There was angels and the Lord and talk, and it was so beautiful, and you didn't want to go with that other one. I was so terrified of hell.
In religious studies, student discipline might be linked to the lessons that were being taught. Once, in a religious studies class at the Fort Chipewyan, Alberta school, Vitaline Elsie Jenner was caught speaking to a friend during a lesson. She was called to the front of the class.
I thought, oh boy, I'm in trouble now. So I walked up to the front of the class, and he made me turn around to face my peers, and how embarrassing that was. I was a shy girl, and I turned around and I knew I was in trouble. And he said, I was teaching you. What did I tell you anyway? He said. And I said, something about 40 days, 40 nights, Jesus fasted, right? He said, oh, see, you weren't listening, he said. So for your punishment, he said, this is what you're gonna do. He took my head pins on his desk, there was a little container full of head pins. He took it out on his desk and he says, "Spread your hands out." So I spread my hand out like this, both hands. And he started jabbing me in front of the students, jabbing me in the hand. And he said, You're gonna feel what Jesus felt on the cross. You're gonna feel the same pain. So he was just jabbing me and jabbing me and jabbing me, and my tears were just streaming down my eyes. And looking at all the students that were looking at me, right? They were shocked, like. And then after that, he stopped. Finally, he stopped. Anyway, and so he stuck me underneath. They used to have a great big desk. He stuck me underneath his desk. He said, "This is where you're gonna stay now till the lesson is over. You're gonna hear it from where you are now." So, oh my goodness. So I sat there and I was just crying, but I cried quietly.
Students were confused by the requirement that they regularly confess their sins. At the Gruard, Alberta school, Frank Tompkins said he never really learned anything except to pray in catechism and confessions. Fred Bass said that at the Roman Catholic school in Kamsack, Saskatchewan, he was taught to lie.
I had to lie to keep from being beat, and it is not a very nice feeling. When we went to confession, well, what they called confession, we had to lie, make up lies just to get through our confession.
Although much of the initial religious training was done by rote, students internalized the lessons they were taught. In his later years at the Sandy Bay School, Arthur Ron McKay decided, in his words,
to try their way. That's how I lost all my beliefs, traditional things that I knew from my grandfather, the songs that he tried to show me because I knew some songs before I left for school, and I forgot all about those songs, traditional songs, Sundance songs. Even when I was younger, that young I knew, and I knew how to do all the little things that the medicines that he used to pick. At this time, when I was going back in the last years, I forgot all about those.
Not all teachers attempted to frighten students out of their traditional beliefs. Ula Hotonomy recalled telling a sympathetic teacher at the United School Church that she attended in Round Lake that her family did not attend church.
I said, I like to go to sun dances. I said, it's getting summertime now and I want to go to sun dance. Because I always go to sun dance with my grandma and them, and we always take part in there. We fast, and she doesn't make us fast all day, I said, because we're still young, and that I told her. But as we got older, our every summer, I said, I was a little bit more hours we had to fast. I said, but she made sure that she got us up before sunrise. We could eat before sunrise. And then she'd talk to the elders after. She'd tell them how long we were going to fast, and we would fast that long. We wouldn't eat nor drink, but she made us sit in a lodge and listen to them talking in that.
According to Autonomy, the teacher told her,
"Keep faith, because you won't be here very long. Then you could go back to that again." She'd tell me that. And I told her, but that's not right. I said, we have to go to church every Sunday, and I don't like going to church, I told her. And she said, well, we can't stop it. She said, so just try hard and just go to church and just sit there.
Many students were confused by the contradictory combination of religious teaching and harsh discipline. Juliana Alexander, a former Kamloops school student, said,
they were trying to tell me that's this church or this place we're in, I had to be this perfect person or whatever. And yet at the same time, that's not what I saw. Because I thought to myself, well, if you're a priest and nun, how come you're doing this to this child, or you're doing this to me? And I would say it out loud and I'd get more lickings.
For other students, a religious education was one of the key benefits of residential schooling. Mary Stoney was proud of both the religious training she received at residential school and the skills she took away from her education.
I learned a lot of good things at the residential school over the years. My church beliefs and culture has brought happiness and healing to my family.
Elizabeth Papatai said she learned important skills at the Amos, Quebec school.
I learned to look after myself, to dress properly, and to brush my hair and to be nice and tidy. Because the woman I had stayed with, she had told me how to look after myself and be nice and tidy, and to my manners and to speak well. She also valued her religious education. I learned religion at a very early age. I learned about Christianity and I loved it. I love beautiful things. I love beauty.
breaking up siblings. Further to the disruptions already faced within the families of the children destined for residential schools, those lucky enough to face the new reality with a sibling would soon find out that would not be the case. Even when siblings were housed at the same school, oftentimes they would only see each other in situations in which they couldn't communicate, or on rare occasions. If the sibling was one of the opposite sex, the chances of communication became almost non-existent. In recollecting these times, more than one of the students said it seemed as though the residential school system was actively discouraging family relationships from forming or continuing. This makes a little more sense when considered through the assimilation lens that was active at the time. The less connections someone has, the more likely they are to assimilate. Inez Dieter said the only time she got to spend with her brother was when she was in class.
I used to turn around and smile at him, and if I got caught, of course I'd go to the front again to be punished.
Sometimes, she said, they would communicate with each other in sign language. Daniel Nanuch recalled how he and his sister were separated at the Wabaska, Alberta school.
So even though I was there with my sister, I'd only seen her about 4 times in that year, and we're in the same building in the same mission. They had a fence in the playground. Nobody was allowed near the fence. Boys played on this side, the girls played on the other side. Nobody was allowed to go to that fence there and talk to the girls through the fence or whatever. You can't. When I look at these old army movies, I see these jails, these prisoners standing there with rifles, and there was a fence. I felt the same way, don't approach that fence when I think back.
Madeline Dion Stout, who attended the Blue Quill School, thought the school deliberately discouraged the development of family connections.
There was a sense of separation and a sense of not connecting to your own, the people who would mean the most to you, your family members and your community members, a complete separation. And if it wasn't that we were taught by my mother to always love one another, no matter how big the transgressions we committed against each other, that we would always love one another. And I think that's what we carry on today. Not what residential school taught us, but there's still a deep conflict there, that separation, but be together, separate but together. So there's these conflicting messages, I think, that I still carry.
Wilbur Abrahams had a strong memory of being separated from his sisters on their arrival at the Albert Bay School.
My sisters were kind of in front of me. My 2 sisters, and we got up the stairs, got up. Somebody guided us through the door and going down the hallway, and I didn't realize it, but they were separating us, girls on this side and boys on this side, and I was following my sisters. And all of a sudden, I felt this little pain in my left ear, and I looked up, and I saw this guy with a collar, and he was pulling me back by my ear and telling me I was going the wrong way. You're going this way. Still pulling my ear. I've always believed that. I think at that particular moment, my spirit left.
The only reason Bernice Jacks had wanted to go to residential school in the Northwest Territories was to be with her older sister. But once she was there, she discovered that they were to sleep in separate dormitories.
They wouldn't allow us to be with our sisters. The juniors had to be with the juniors, intermediates have to be with the intermediates.
On the occasions when she slipped into the older girl's dormitory and crawled into her sister's bed, her sister scolded her and sent her away.
My sister never talked to me like that before.
Sheila Gunderson was in residential schools in the Northwest Territories from 1958 to 1971, living in both the Fort Providence School and LaPointe Hall, Fort Simpson. She was enrolled when her mother was institutionalized. She never met her mother again until she was 16 years old.
And I didn't know I had an older sister until I was, I think, probably 13 years old. And somebody came and introduced us and said that we were sisters. And anyway, then my older brother was also raised by my grandmother, and so I got to know him, and over the years, he had left Simpson, and I never really got to know him until the last few years, and it's like we're strangers because I was raised in a residential school, and he was raised by my grandmother. But anyway, living in residential school, I don't know, it just seemed you were alone. There was always so many people there, and you were always alone, and you didn't know who to talk to because you weren't allowed to become friends or mingle with your brothers or sisters.
When Peter Ross was enrolled at the Immaculate Conception School in Aklavik, Northwest Territories, It was the first time he had ever been parted from his sisters.
In all that time that I was there, I never had a chance to talk to my sisters. We're segregated even in church. The girls had one side, the boys one side. You went to school, same thing. You never had a chance to. Only at Christmas and Easter feasts, I think, is the only time that we sat in the same dining room to eat together. And that's the only time, my sisters and I had a chance to talk together.
Older brothers and sisters were both a source of comfort and protection. It was not always an easy role to play. Margaret Simpson had to look out for her younger sister at the Fort Chippewan, Alberta school.
I needed to protect my sister, and boy, that was hard. Especially when she's going to get a strapping or something. Maybe she wet the bed or something and is going to be put in the water there in the tub, and I couldn't just go in there. And I tried once and I got a good licking for that. I was happy that she didn't just pee every night in bed. Some of the girls did every night, and every morning they got up and they had to be in that tub. Never mind how cold it was, getting washed in there. There was no privacy, no nothing like that.
At LaPointe Hall in Fort Simpson, Connie McNabb found herself separated from her older sister.
I remember telling her, don't leave me. She would come and sit with me, and at night, one of her dorm mates would come and get me and bring me there, so I could just see her at night. After everything was dark, because I had nobody and I was 7, 6.
Bernard Catchaway said that even though he and his sister were both attending the Pine Creek, Manitoba school, they could not communicate with each other.
I couldn't talk to her. I couldn't wave at her. If you did, you'd get, a push in the head by a nun, because you're not loved.
The rules regarding the separation of siblings could be violently enforced. Doreen Bernard said that one day at the Shubenacadie school, she saw her brother walking down a hallway to go to church.
We met right across from each other, turning the corner to go down to the chapel. And when I waved to him, because we weren't allowed to speak, so I kind of waved to him, and he kind of waved back, and one of the boys, the men that were watching the boys, they weren't a priest, they weren't a brother, they were just civilians, men. A staff member grabbed Robert out of the line and threw him against a radiator right outside the priest's office, and he smashed his head on a radiator, and he was rolling around on the floor holding his head. And then Morris was kicking him, telling him to get up, get up. And I turned around and seen that, and I ran back to help him. And I ran back and I jumped on his back and I started pulling his hair, telling him to leave him alone. He didn't do anything. And I was 10 years old at the time, and I bit him and I scratched him. I knew I was going to get it, and I knew Robert was going to get it. He was going to get beaten bad, so we were fighting. And of course, yeah, I did. I got locked in the dormitory and I wasn't allowed out. And I don't remember if they brought me food or not, but it didn't really matter. My punishment was that I would never be able to speak to him, my brother.
On her second day at the Kamloops school, Juliana Alexander went to speak to her brother.
Did I ever get a good pounding and licking? Get over there. You can't go over there. You can't talk to him, I said, yeah, but he's my brother. It's not anybody different, You can't talk to him. You can't go over there. Can't sit with him, So this was the beginning of our daily routine, I guess, Can't talk, can't see them, can't anything. I knew he was there. I just, and he knew I was there too.
In strange surroundings, contact with siblings was especially important. Of her time at the Alberni school, Elizabeth Good recalled that
the only thing that was familiar to me were my siblings. And my home was a world away. And so whenever I did get to see them, that was all that existed within the world was my siblings. I could see them and I ached for them.
In some cases, family members were not told if their siblings were sick, even when they were all enrolled in the same school. Joanne Morrison Methol recalled,
I remember one time my brother, he had an abscess or something here, and it busted. They took him to the hospital. They didn't even tell us that my brother almost died. They didn't tell us nothing. And we found out after. We just found out he was gone. I think it was to a hospital they brought him, and they didn't tell us my brother almost died. They didn't tell us anything, if something happened.
Beverly Ann Michelle said the separation from her siblings increased her sense of loneliness at the Lytton, British Columbia school.
I wasn't even allowed to talk to my brothers, and I had 3 brothers there. 2 of those brothers committed suicide. Yeah, it really hurt not to be able to, and I couldn't even talk to my sister, and she was on the same side as me, but she was a junior girl, and maybe if she was, in intermediate, I would have had more access to her. But it was really lonely not having my mom and not having my brothers or my sister.
Student gender relations. The policy of separating brothers and sisters was part of a larger policy segregating students by sex, although students often circumvented these restrictions, as children will do. However, the complete lack of family guidance and supervision could lead to more than acceptable levels of exploration and experimentation, and often turn to abuse. In addition to students' interest in each other, the schools themselves would also arrange marriages. It should be noted that at this time, no school system in Canada offered much in the way of sex education, and usually fell to parents to ensure that children were educated on puberty and sex. Among First Nations people, these points in an adolescent's life were often marked by a ceremony, during which women spoke to young girls and older men counseled young boys. Residential school students were unable to turn to their parents or families for such knowledge, and tribal ceremonies were banned. When the students did return home for the summer, it may be too late, and traditional relationships would prove to be strained by newly implemented language and growing cultural differences. Lena McKay stayed at Brainat Hall, one of the 2 Roman Catholic-run residences in Fort Smith, Northwest Territories. She recalled the expectations for girls and boys there.
And we're not allowed to talk to the boys. We go for meals and that, because they used to meet us in the stairway. We turn our heads and she'd tell us we're pants crazy. Can't even leave our shirt like this open, button shirts. Boy, one time she came to me and she just about choked me because, my shirt was, one button was open. Here she was just fiddling around trying to, she just about choked me buttoning my shirt because she said, "You want to show yourself to the men, Your boy crazy? Your pants crazy?" Things like that.
Andy Norwegian said that he found the separation of the sexes to be unnatural at La Pointe Hall, the Roman Catholic hostel in Fort Simpson.
When I was still living at home, we had the freedom to move around the community and interact with our female cousins. In just the first 2 months that I arrived here, there were 3 boys that went to talk to some girls on the girls' side. What happened as a result of that was that evening we were called into the gymnasium like this, and the 3 boys were sent to the mechanical room and they were stripped down to their undershorts. They were forced to come out one at a time and lay down, face down on a table in the middle of the gymnasium. The boys that came out laid down on the table like this, face down. The supervisor pulled down their undershorts and strapped them with a leather strap, about 3 inches wide and half an inch thick. It had a wooden handle, and he put both his hands on it and strapped them across the buttocks, and you could hear the impact throughout the whole gymnasium. And also the boys that were on the table, every time they were hit, they would cringe and put their arms around the table very hard, and you could hear that too.
At the Blue Quills School, Eileen Nipus said, "Boys and girls would meet in the boiler room."
I'd be her lookout. I had to look out for anybody in authority. I don't know what the heck she did in there, but she was in there with the boys. She would say they would be necking, which made it sound like such a romantic moment.
When she was 14 years old, Isabel Whitford, a student at the Manitoba school, became pregnant.
I just wanted to get out of school, and sure enough, they kicked me out of school.
John Edwards met his future wife when they were both living in Grolier Hall in Inuvik, Northwest Territories.
I told all the buddies there, don't touch her, she's my girlfriend, going to be my girlfriend. And then I told her that. Got into a lot of trouble over her, and I went into the girls' end and went upstairs to see her and told her that, I'm not going to do anything, nothing bad, just come to hold you and tell you that, I love you. I want you to be my girlfriend. I was going to jump out of the second-story window in the middle of the winter so I don't get caught. But the supervisor making her rounds, she caught me, and I just walked down the girls' end, walked right down to the boys' end, and I had to wait in the hall. They had their discussion, they came out, and I had to go see the boys' supervisor. And they told me that what I did was very serious and shouldn't be done, and it's not tolerable. So I'll probably get a suspension or grounded for sure. So they told me, "You want anything done? Because we're going to have to call your parents." I said, "Sure, call them." and they told them basically that I'd been caught in the girls' end, in the girls' room. And they asked her, "Do you have anything to say?" And they said, "No, just got to deal with it." And so I'm trying to phone them, and I just told them, "Mom, I met this girl, and I think she's the one. I'm going to love her."
Such romances were not uncommon. Donald Copanesi's parents met at the Presbyterian school in northwestern Ontario. Violet Beaulieu was enrolled in the Fort Resolution School when she was 4 years old in 1936. An orphan, she was still at the school at age 21 in 1953. By then, she had rejected a number of men the school officials had tried to get her to marry.
Where are they going to send me? Because they had to set up a marriage for me, somebody I didn't know, so she sent me to bring a book to a priest. I brought a book to a priest and he said, "Sit down, I want to talk to you." So I sat down and he says, "You're getting old," so I thought I was old. And he says that you should be getting married and so many guys came to see you and you refused. So next time somebody comes, you go out there and you're going to marry that guy.
She said that on January 6, 1953, she was told there was someone at the school to see her.
And then the parlor bell rang and sister said, "Somebody came to see you." So I went to the door there and he says, "I came to see father to ask to marry you." It's like, yeah, I said, okay. And I walk away. Then that was January 6th, and I guess I didn't know the wedding was set for January 12th, 6 days later.
She was upset by the prospect of having the wedding announced in advance.
I was going to get married that Monday morning, and the custom then was Sunday church. They used to announce wedding like Monday morning. In those days, the church used to be just full of people. Every Sunday, people would just, all the time. And that Sunday morning, I got up. I was so sick. I was just throwing up. I was just sick, just thinking that they're going to announce my wedding, like I'm going to get married. I was so sick, I couldn't go to church. Usually if you're sick, they don't let you. I was sick. When the church was over, the girls came back. "Oh, they're just teasing. Oh, Violet, you're getting married." And I didn't like that, but I had to do it.
She could recall little of the marriage ceremony itself.
Next morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, my sister-in-law come. A wedding gown, veil, everything. And she was, the whole set of clothes, help me dress up now. And she must have knew by my expression that I didn't say nothing to her, but she must have known I didn't want to. She kept saying, "Don't say no, don't say no." And she kept saying to me. I didn't say nothing. And to this day, I don't remember going in church. I blocked everything. I don't remember going in there. I know the church was full. I don't remember nothing. Only one time I came to when the priest asked me, "Will you take Jonas for your husband?" I woke up, and just like I woke up, not a sound, and they're waiting for my answer. And then, like in the back of my head, I could hear my sister-in-law saying, "Don't say no, don't say no." I said yes. And from there, I don't know, just the day went, like that's how I got married I didn't want to, and I still got married.
Muriel Morisseau said that she and the other girls at the Fort Alexander School did not know about the physical changes they would undergo at puberty.
I didn't know what was going on because they never told us. All they did was mark the calendar and give you a piece of rag that was already stained, dirty looking. Ugh. We had to use that, but I didn't even know what was happening with me. Even a brassiere. They gave us something to make us more flat, skin-tight, homemade bras. And you grow up very sad, and I'm still lost. I figured out everything on my own. It's very hard, nobody to ask. I didn't want to ask the other girls when you start having puberty. I didn't even know the words. After I grew up, I became pregnant because I didn't know the facts of life.
Vitaline Elsie Jenner said students were left with a feeling of shame.
And they never explain anything, like you're developing into a woman and all that good stuff, which is nothing shameful about it. It's natural, But to me, I came out of there just being shamed about everything. Everything was a shame-based. And finally I got used to, the every month and that, so I took care of myself that way.
Her first menstrual period caught Alphonsine McNeely by complete surprise. At the time, she was attending the Roman Catholic school in Aklavik.
I told one of the older girls, "Sister is gonna really spank me now," I said. "I don't know, I must have cut myself down there because I'm bleeding now. My pajamas is full of blood in my sheets, and I was so scared. I thought this time they're gonna kill me." And then she laughed at me and she told me, Go tell sister, she's not going to tell you nothing. I was scared. I told her, come with me. She came with me. Then I told her what happened. I showed her my pajamas. She started laughing and I started crying more because why are they laughing? And I was already 14 years old and she said, that nun told me, even I go like that, she said. I used to think they never go pee, they never go poop or nothing, eh? So I was thinking, how come they go like that then?
One student who attended school in Northern Ontario in the 1960s was 15 when she got married.
I didn't know anything. I was 16 when I had my first child. No one ever told me what to expect. I didn't feel connected to my parents or anybody. I wasn't told anything. I wasn't told anything about how to raise my children.
Contact with parents. Contact with parents and other family varied greatly depending on the distance between the reserve and the schools. While some were quite close, others would be thousands of kilometers away. Some students could see their parents on a weekly basis, while others could wait months or more. Students were encouraged to write to family. However, all incoming and outgoing correspondence was to be read by staff, making it hard to complain about treatment. There were many reports of parcels being intercepted and stolen. At some schools, the visits were also closely monitored. Given these restrictions, parents would lose contact with their children. The problem was exacerbated further when parents were not informed that their children would be transferred to another school. Holidays could provide some families with an opportunity to reconnect, but in many cases the distance was too vast for the short amount of time over the holidays. In most cases, these travel costs would need to be covered by the family. The result would be some students remaining in the school for up to 10 months straight before seeing family again for 2. The strain on inter-family relations in these cases was extreme. Students keenly anticipated visits from their parents. Gerald McLeod recalled that when his parents visited him at the Carcross, Yukon Territory, they brought him candy and treats. When they left, the staff made him share it with other children.
They put it away and they said, no, you can't have it. You've got to share it and stuff like that. And it was just, they had so much control over us.
Because Nellie Nigwantsi's parents lived close to the school, they were able to visit her regularly.
They'd come in by cab, stay over for the weekend, Friday night and Saturday night, and away they go again. They give me fruit, they buy me candy, bring me new clothes I couldn't even wear. They would also bring baked bannock. We'd smuggle that under our pillows and have bannock after the lights go out.
Even though her parents lived only a 5-minute walk from the Fort Alexander School, Mary Corchien saw them for only 1 hour a week.
Parents were allowed to come in to visit their children using the back door where the boys' playroom was in the basement, and that's where they would wait. And then our names would be called in our playroom across the way and across the long corridor. And when my name would be called, I'd be so happy. We'd line up and then we'd go walk. We had to walk, couldn't run. Walk to the playroom, and there was my mom and dad. They always sat on that side of that on the left, and I would go rushing to my mom. I would jump on her knee and I would hug her and I would kiss her.
Ben Sillyboy recalled that a nun was always present when his parents came to visit him and his siblings at the Shubenacadie school.
The nun told us to speak English so I can understand you. So we couldn't tell them that what was really going on in our world in that residential school.
Loretta Mainville went to school at Fort Frances, Ontario, which was located near the reserve on which her parents lived. From the school, she could see her parents' house. On occasion, she caught sight of her parents.
I remember one time we were always in lineups all the time, and one time we were going by a hall and I saw him. He had work boots on, his work clothes, and he was talking to a nun. And apparently later on I found out that the nuns refused him a visit, but he tried to visit us all the time, but they wouldn't allow him.
Madeline Dion Stout had a vivid memory of her parents visiting her at the Blue Quills school.
I remember looking out the window, thinking they were going to appear any time. And so they did drive up, and I remember my father tying the horses to the posts at the school and my mother getting out of the wagon. And I looked harder at my mother for some reason. I saw her getting out of the wagon. I can't remember what she had on, but I remember her red tam. And I remember how she wore it. Today, I'd probably describe it as very coquettishly, sort of slanted. And I started crying. Then, because I was missing them already, I knew they couldn't stay.
Students were often encouraged to write home, but incoming and outgoing letters were read. One of Tina Duguay's letters to her parents was blocked because she had mentioned another student in the letter. And a second letter was blocked because she described school activities.
So I used to wonder, what in the heck am I supposed to talk about? I want to write letters to mom and dad. What am I supposed to say? So letter writing started to dwindle, and they didn't hear from me that often.
Leon Weiland felt terribly isolated from his parents when he lived in residence in Fort Smith. He also thought he could not describe what he felt in letters home.
Every time you write a letter, they read it, and then I don't know what they do with it.
Doris Young said that when she attended Anglican schools in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, she never received letters and parcels that her parents had sent her.
My mother would write us letters, and my dad, and we never received them, or they'd send parcels and they were opened, and we just don't know what happened to them. But I know that my mother, we'd come home and said she would write to us. Her English was limited, but she still wrote, and my dad would send us money, but we never received it either.
Because the staff read all outgoing letters, Josephine Eshkabok attempted to have a school employee smuggle a letter out for her.
And one day I wrote a letter to my mother, and it was that lady, an Indian lady that worked in the laundry. I went to the laundry and I gave her that letter. I said, "Can you post this for me?" I didn't want to tell anybody, just her. So she took that letter. I was so happy she's gonna post it. Because I was writing to my mom, told her to come and get me. They're too mean over here at the school, strap all the time. The next day she was called into the office. There on the table, there was my letter. Then she opened it up, "Is this your letter?" And I had my head down and she read it, eh? The principal tore up the letter. According to Eshkabok, I got a strap as usual. I got the strap for sending that letter out.
Given these restrictions, parents and children lost contact with each other. The problem was exacerbated if parents were not informed that their children were going to be transferred from one school to another. This happened to Doris Judy McKay in Manitoba in the 1950s.
I found out that I was transferred to Bertel without them letting my parents know or anything. They just transferred us. Then my mother didn't find out till later on that we were in Bertel when we wrote her a letter from there. She was pretty upset about it.
Some children stayed at the schools year-round. Francis Tate recalled that every June the school supervisor at the Alberni school would come with the list of students who were going home for the summer.
And I remember hoping, crossing my fingers, crossing my toes, that my name would be on that list, but it never was. And finally, one summer, I guess when I was about 10 years old, I guess in a way, I bet that I was thinking that maybe if I had a suitcase, I would go home. So I went into the cloakroom and I stole a suitcase and didn't put my name in it, but put my brother's name in it and waited. And still, my name was not on that list. But because I stole that suitcase and because I had gone into the cloakroom without permission, I got punished. And it was to scrub the stairs from top to bottom with a toothbrush.
Don Willie recalled how hard it was on the students at the Alert Bay School as they waited at the end of the school year to see if their parents would come to take them home.
Kids would take turns sitting by the window, waiting for somebody to pick them up, pressing their faces against the window. And they were all happy if somebody came to pick them up, but pretty sad when nobody came.
For students whose families had fallen apart, life at the school was particularly lonely. One former student recalled that at the Chapleau, Ontario school, he never got letters from home.
Other kids on holidays going home, everybody's supposed to be good. I knew I wasn't going home, and my mom was drunk. As one brother said, your mother's drunk right now, drinking. They phoned the store that's in Mobert. She's incapable of accepting taking his call or something. There was no phone to the house, but there was a phone that goes down to the store. And he said, I guess the brother said, "No, your mother's not in the condition right now." I knew right away what was happening. I'm not going home, man.
Wilbur Abrahams and his sister were not sent home from the Alert Bay School for the summer holiday.
I remember the first year that summertime, just before the summer holidays, they had a list of names, and the students that were going home for the summer. My name never came up. Must have been hard on my sisters too, because they had the same list up on that side. I don't know, maybe there's about a handful of us that never went home, and it was a little more freedom.
Victoria Boucher Grant attended the Fort William, Ontario school. She was one of the children who did not get to go home in the summer.
But in those times when my uncle wasn't there was 3 of us that our families never came to get us in the summer. The other was a boy, and 2 girls. And everybody used to think we were orphans, but we weren't orphans. It's just that our big family never came to get us.
Ben Sileyboy, a student at the Shubenacadie School, was not able to go home for the summer holidays.
Some people were lucky. They went home in June. June 30th was known as Freedom Day for all the boys that were fortunate enough to go home a couple of months of the summer. But there was quite a few of us that didn't go home. We stayed at the residential school all summer. It was hard.
Juliana Alexander recalled that at the Kamloops school, the
girls that were allowed to go home, or the boys that were allowed to go home, were only allowed because their parents could afford to take them home, and the majority got left there for the holidays. And that was kind of like hell, because the load of having to do all the dirty work there.
William Francis Paul said he enjoyed staying at the Shubenacadie School in the summer.
There was no school. We were outside all day. It seemed like that was the only time we had a lot of fresh air. We got to be outside most of the day. We got to mingle with other kids instead of your teacher, where I was outside.
Daryl Saya said that some of the summer activities that were organized at the Mission British Columbia School were the best part of the residential school years.
But the best part was we couldn't go to our homes for the summer. We got to stay here for a while and go on camping trips, and we went canoe pulling and stuff. Hiking up the cross here in the mountain was good.
Mary Tia said the summers with her parents were the best memories of her life.
For 2 months, our parents would take us back out to our fish camp, and that would be one of the best memories in my life, where we would be able to speak our language and live our way of life. For 2 months, we stayed out there. We never came into town. And that's how come I think today I still have my language, and I still have my way, my culture, and my tradition, and all the wonderful values of being a Gwich'in person. I still hold that, and I thank God for that.
For some students, visits home had their own unique stresses. When Ketch Nahani and her sisters returned home from residential school in the Northwest Territories, they found that they were estranged from their father.
He would talk to us in Slavey, and we would answer him back in English because we understand what he said. And so when I was in grade 3, I came home and he talked to me in Slavey, and I opened my mouth, nothing came out. And I answered back in English. And so that summer my cousin talked to me and I slowly got the language back. But it was like that every summer for the longest time.
Residential schooling left Rosie Kajak completely unprepared for a return to her home community and forgetful of traditional ways and foods.
Finally, we're on our way home, and I'm looking at everybody in the plane wondering where we're going. We land in Kugluktuk, originally copper mine, and my parents traveled to copper mine from the outpost camp to pick us up. One of my older brothers came with a dog team to where the plane had landed on the ice. He took me and my brothers to the tent, and this lady looks at me and tells me to sit beside her. I'm looking at her, and beside her was a man. She said something to me and I could not understand. So I looked at my older sister and I asked her, "What is she saying?" And she picked up a piece of frozen char and had her hand out with the char for me to have. I looked at my older sister, and I asked her, "Why does she want me to eat raw fish?"
After years of separation, many family connections were broken. When Dorothy Hart returned to her home in northern Manitoba after 6 years in residential school, she discovered that her mother had remarried.
We were so happy to knock on their door, but this man appeared. And I called my mom and she saw us, but she couldn't do anything. That guy said, "They're not staying here." He shut the door. So I took my sisters to my granny's, and that's in Hart's Point. And we just got home after all these years.
Going away to residential school in the Northwest Territories brought Frederick Ernest Coe's home life to an end.
I said that year had a monumental effect on my life and my relationship with my family because I came, spent a year here, went back. Everything that I thought I owned was gone. And a month or so later, my family moved over here because my dad moved here with the armed forces, and we lived here. And from that day on, the day we moved here, I never ever went hunting with my dad again.
Molly Roy said that her years at the Spanish Ontario Girls' School left her struggling with a sense of abandonment.
I think the thing about the school more than anything else is the feeling of abandonment. Why was I there, and why didn't you come to see me? Because all of us, with the exception of few, parents were like 10 miles down the road, 10 miles, and the people wouldn't even come. It's not that my parents didn't have a car. My dad worked at Denison and made good money, and there was no, you'd wait and nobody showed up. And I think that's the thing more than anything else that bothered me. It's not the school, it's the fact that I wasn't wanted.
Florence Horaci said that at the residential school she attended in the Northwest Territories, she was made to feel ashamed of being Aboriginal.
When I was in residential school, then they told me I'm a dirty Indian, I'm a lousy Indian, I'm a starving Indian, and my mom and dad were drunkards. I'm to pray for them so when they died, they can go to heaven. They don't even know my mom had died while I was in there. Or do they know that she died when I was in there? I never saw my mom drink. I never saw my mom drunk. But they tell me that, to pray for them so they don't go to hell.
Agnes Moses said that her time in residential schools in northern Canada left her wanting to be white so bad.
The worst thing I ever did was I was ashamed of my mother, that honorable woman, because she couldn't speak English. She never went to school. And we used to go home to her on Saturdays, and they told us that we couldn't talk Wiccan to her, and she couldn't communicate. And my sister was the one that had the nerve to tell her, "We can't talk Luchu, Wiccan to you. They told us not to."
By belittling Aboriginal culture, the schools drove a wedge between the children and their parents. Mary Corshin recalled that in the 1940s at the Fort Alexander School in Manitoba, she was taught that her people were no good.
This is what we were told every day. You savage, your ancestors are no good. What did they do when your people, your ancestors, you know what they used to do? They used to go and they would worship trees, and they would worship the animals. She became so ashamed of being Aboriginal. I looked at my dad, I looked at my mom, I looked at my dad again. You know what? I hated them. I just absolutely hated my own parents. Not because I thought they abandoned me. I hated their brown faces. I hated them because they were Indians. They were Indian. And here I was, coming from. So I looked at my dad and I challenged him, and I said, "From now on, we only speak English in this house," I said to my dad. And when in a traditional home where I was raised, the first thing that we always thought was to respect your elders and never to challenge them. And here I was, 11 years old, and I challenged. Her father's eyes filled with tears. Then he looked at her mother and said in Ojibwe, "I guess we'll never speak to this little girl again. Don't know her."
Feelings of shame complicated many parents' visits. At the Amos, Quebec school, Carmen Petticoy felt ashamed of her parents also.
And I was ashamed of my parents because I was told Indians smell bad and they don't talk. And I said that to myself, as long as they don't come, because I was ashamed, I hope they wouldn't come, because I hope that they would come sometime. At one point, my parents came and I was happy. I was pleased to see them, and I hoped that they would leave soon. Because it hurts so much to be taken away from one's parents like that, and it hurts to say things about one's parents and to be ashamed of them. I had believed because I was told that Indians smell bad and that they don't wash, and my mother brought me an orange, and I kept the orange for the long time, and I never even ate it. I kept it because it came from my mother. This is something that I now regret, having thought that of my parents, that they smelled bad.
After 6 years at the Mohawk Institute in Brantford, Ontario, Jenny Blackbird came to see the English language as being superior to her family's language.
When I returned home, I heard my grandparents and my family around me only speaking our language. I was a very angry person when I heard them speak the Anishinaabe, our language. I remember telling my grandparents, "Don't you dare talk to me in that language," and feeling superior to them. And they did not know how to make the English sounds. I now regret having said that to my loved ones.
When Vitaline Elsie Jenner went home for the summer holidays from the Fort Chipewyan School in Alberta, she was ashamed of her ancestry.
In the summers when I went home from the residential school, I didn't want to know my parents anymore. I was so programmed that at one time I looked down at my mom and dad, my family life, my culture. I looked down on it, ashamed. And that's how I felt.
She tried to deny who she was.
I didn't want to be an Aboriginal person. No way did I want to be an Aboriginal person. I did everything, dyed my hair and whatever else, just so I wouldn't look like an Aboriginal person. Denied my heritage and my culture. I denied it. I drank. I worked as well. I worked and partied hard. When I had that opportunity on my days off, I would party.
When he returned home after spending 3 years at the Anglican school in Aklavik, Albert Elias no longer fit in with his family.
I was a different person, I kind of knew everything after being in residential school. I couldn't, get along and cope with life in Tuktoyaktuk. I was rebelling against my parents, and I didn't listen to them, and I was changed. I had lost my language, but I'm very lucky. In those days, everybody in Tuktoyaktuk still spoke Inuviatuktum, so it didn't take me long to learn my language back. And I know lots of people that don't have that experience.
When Betsy Olson went home after 3 years at the Prince Albert School, she had difficulty adjusting to reserved life.
And the food we had the first day was a rabbit, and I couldn't eat it. I told my sister, I can't eat this. This is Peter Rabbit. I can't eat Peter Rabbit, I told her, because Peter Rabbit was our favorite story in our books there, and I couldn't eat Peter Rabbit. All the wildlife we had for about a month, Mom had to buy white man's food to feed me because I couldn't eat our way of eating back home. I couldn't eat soup, I couldn't eat fish, I couldn't eat bannock, couldn't eat nothing. I had to, so Mom had to get extra money to try and buy extra food just for me.
Ellen Smith, who was born in Fort McPherson, Northwest Territories, found that residential schooling made it impossible for her to fit back into her home community.
I can't sew, I can't cut up caribou meat, I can't cut up moose meat, work with fish, and speak my language, so I was starting to become alienated from my parents and my grandparents, everything.
Raphael Victor Paul spent 10 years at the Beauval, Saskatchewan school. I thought for a long time that I was better than my parents.
That's a thought that they gave you, because my parents didn't talk English, but I did. My parents were very Catholic, and I was very Catholic, but I knew both languages, the catechism and all that. So I got the feeling that maybe I know more than my parents.
His father believed that the residential school education had prevented his son and his friends from learning the skills they need to survive. He said,
You guys that went to residential school are useless because you don't know how to survive like they did. Because you never taught us that, how to. At that time, there was no welfare, there was no running waters or lights, so we had to do all these things by ourselves, but we didn't know how. So the people that went back and had to relearn how to survive. And at that time, survival washing, hunting, and trapping, to this day I don't know how to hunt. I can trap, I can fish, but I don't know how to hunt because I was never taught that.
Some people never adjusted. Although she had not enjoyed her times at the Alberni British Columbia School, Frances Tate discovered she could not find a place for herself in her home community when she returned.
I couldn't survive in the village. I was different, I was an outcast, and my brothers weren't there. As a result, she asked to be sent back to Alberni, where she boarded with a Euro-Canadian family.
Trauma, emotional neglect, and despair. Many of the former students who spoke to the commission emphasized a general atmosphere of fear that permeated their school lives. Despite being surrounded by dozens of children, they were lonely and deprived of affection and approval. Childhood loneliness often drove students to take desperate and destructive measures, resulting in self-harm. To this day, suicide and substance abuse remain prevalent in many First Nations communities, with Inuit 15 to 24-year-olds being the hardest hit at over 35 times that of their non-Indigenous counterparts, while the average among the rest of the First Nations is closer to 8 times the non-Indigenous rate. Add to this that poverty and substance abuse remain ongoing symptoms of generational trauma that continues to this day and, unfortunately, probably far into the future. The effects of the residential school system will continue to be felt for generations to come, and even today, while accounting for only 7% of the adolescent population of Canada, Indigenous children make up 48% of all children in foster care. Raymond Cutknife recalled that when he attended the Hobema school, he lived with fear. As he grew older, this turned into anger and bitterness.
The abuse that I went through, and then I grew with anger as I grew a little older, and that stayed with me for a long, long time. Anger into bitterness as I grew a little older again. And you know, it's about the mid-grades, we're going into grade 9. And then the last part of my experience with my life, that reflected on hatred, was such intense hatred that I never thought what it meant. But when I think about that, you know, as I grow older, even today, when I think about it, you know, I didn't realize how close I came to destroying my own life, spiritually speaking, that is.
Of his years in 2 different Manitoba schools, Timothy Henderson said,
Every day you were in constant fear that your hope was that it wasn't you today that was going to be the target, the victim. You know, you weren't going to have to suffer any form of humiliation because they were good at that, you know, and they always had nasty, nasty remarks all day long. You never heard a kind word. I never heard a single kind word.
William Herney, who attended the Shubenacadie school, recalled the first few days in the school as frightening and bewildering.
And you had to understand, you had to learn. Within those few days, you had to learn, because otherwise you're going to get your head knocked off. Anyway, you learned everything. You learned to obey. One of the rules that you didn't break, you obey. And you were scared. You were very scared. You don't know what to come up with next. I was scared. I was like always afraid, always looking over my shoulder.
Shirley Waskowicz said that in kindergarten at the Catholic school in Onion Lake, Saskatchewan,
I learned the fear, how to be fearful. At 6 years old, it was instilled in me. I was scared and fearful all the time, and that stayed with me throughout my life.
At the Fort Alexander, Manitoba school, Patrick Bruyere used to cry himself to sleep.
It was, you know, a few nights I remember that I just, you know, cried myself to sleep, I guess because of, you know, just wanting to see my mom and dad. I could never figure out why we had to be in there, you know.
Ernest Barkman, who attended the Pine Creek School, recalled,
I was really lonely and I cried a lot. My brother who was with me said I cried a lot.
Paul Dixon, who attended schools in Quebec and Ontario, described life at residential school as one of unbearable loneliness.
You hear children crying at bedtime, you know, but all that time, you know, we had to weep silently. We were not allowed to cry, and we were in fear that as nobody to hear us, you know. If one child was caught crying, everybody was in trouble. You get up in the fastest way. Now they hit you between your legs or pull you out of the bed by the hair, even if it was a top bunk, you know. Homesickness was your constant companion besides hunger, loneliness, and fear.
Rick Gilbert said that in the junior dormitory at the Williams Lake School, children cried themselves to sleep at the beginning of each school year.
That one kid would be lonesome and starting to cry, and then pretty soon the next bed, another kid heard that and started crying, and that's how it really spread, next bed and next bed. Pretty soon almost the whole dorm was filled with kids crying because they are, you know, and just knowing that they're not going to be, that their mom and dad's not going to be coming to tell them good night and that things are okay. Nobody has, that was one thing about this school, was that when you got hurt or got beat up or something and you started crying, nobody comforted you. You just sat in the corner and cried till you got tired of crying. Then you got up and, you know, carried on with life.
Bob Baxter said it was hard to come up with good memories of his time at the Sioux Lookout School. One of his strongest recollections was
the loneliness of being alone and being away from your parents.
At night, he said, the dormitories were full of lonely children.
I remember when the lights used to go out, everybody used to cry when I first got there. I guess being lonesome, I guess. All the kids is crying, and I guess I was crying too.
Betsy Anahatak grew up in Kangersuk in northern Quebec, which was then known as Paine Bay. When her parents were on the land, she lived in a small hostel in the community. Like many students, she has strong memories of the loneliness she experienced at the school.
I remember the time, the first few nights we were in the residential school, when one person would start crying, all the little girls would start crying, all of us. We were different ages and we would cry like little puppies or dogs right into the night until we would go to sleep, longing for our families. That's the memory I have.
Noel Knockwood recalled boys crying themselves to sleep at the Shubenacadie school in the 1940s.
At nighttime, I could hear some boys trying to smother their crying by putting a pillow over their mouth. They would not be heard too much, but we could hear them because they were in the same room with us. And we slept in a large dormitory which had perhaps about 25 or 30 beds, and we were side by side. So we could hear some kids crying at night, and they would say, I'm lonesome, I want my mother, I want my father.
For the first 3 days that Nellie Ningwantz was at the Sioux Lookout School, all she did was cry.
There was lots of us. Other girls didn't seem to be doing the same thing, the younger ones. So my hiding place was in the washroom. I'd sneak to the washroom and sit in the washroom, and they would look for me. I wouldn't answer. I hid in the washroom. I sat on the toilet tank with my feet on the toilet seat, and nobody didn't see me where I was. I wouldn't open the door. Somebody had to crawl under to get me out.
On her first night at the Spanish Ontario Girls' School, Shirley Williams recalled,
No sooner did we have the lights off, and in our beds I could hear people sniffling, and I knew they were crying. I think the loneliness swept in, and for me too. But I slept at least, But I think I woke up every hour but I did go to sleep finally.
Daniel Andre was frightened and lonely when he went to Grolier Hall, the Roman Catholic residence in Inuvik, Northwest Territories.
The hardest part that I had to deal with was when I would go to sleep at night. I'd cry myself to sleep every night, wondering what I did wrong to be away from my mom and dad and not to have them with me or beside me or protecting me.
Students commented on how they felt lonely even in a crowded school. Alan Knockwood said about his time at Shubenacadie,
Biggest thing I remember from the school was that I was lonely. I was surrounded by people all the time, but I was alone. And it took a long time for me to finally acknowledge that I do live in a loving community.
Despite the fact that there were over 100 students at the Mission British Columbia School, Jean Paul felt alone and isolated.
But again, it was the loneliness of crying under my sheets at night, just covering my head underneath my blankets and sniffling, very quietly so nobody could hear me. And I imagine there were a lot of other ones in the room I didn't know might be having the same problem as well.
Josiah Fiddler went to school at Macintosh, Ontario.
My first few weeks in school, I cried every day. Either it was on the beating of the seniors, beatings, the pulling of the ears by the nuns, and my first introduction to the principal was a slap across the head. He told me to get downstairs and join the other 100 boys there. After those first few weeks, I finally said, I'm not going to give them that satisfaction anymore. I stopped crying. And to this day, I haven't cried. I really can't. And I feel so good for people that have the ability to be able to cry because, as I said, I don't know how to cry.
Nick Sibiston, who was placed in the Fort Providence School in the Northwest Territories at the age of 5, recalled it as a place where children hid their emotions.
In residential school, you quickly learn that you should not cry. If you cry, you're teased, you're shamed out, you're even punished. So you brace yourself and learn not to cry. You have to be a big boy. You have to toughen up.
There was one nun at the school who would give students an empty sardine can in which to collect their tears.
And I've always thought, what's so hard about just putting your hand on a child and saying, don't cry, don't be sad, But there was never anything of that.
Jack Anawak recalled of his time at Chesterfield Inlet in the 1950s that
there was no love, there was no feelings. It was just supervisory. For the nuns that were in there, it was just, they supervised us, they told us what to do, they told us when to do it, they told us how to do it, and we didn't have to think, we didn't have to feel.
Murray Crow was very homesick at the school he attended in northwestern Ontario.
At nights I was crying, and I was crying, and there was other students that were crying. We had double bunks. We were all crying in the dorm. And then the worker, Jean Paul there, they kept taking other kids out because they were disturbing the other kids from sleeping, and when I couldn't stop crying, they came and got me. They took me out to the dark room, we called it. And they pulled my trousers down and they spanked me. But I didn't stop crying. I was screaming and crying. They checked me up. They locked me there in the dark room. And they checked me and I wouldn't stop crying. And I was hurting because they hit me too hard. And I hurt so much.
Of her years at Shubenacadie, Joanne Morrison Metho said,
Nobody ever told us they loved us. We couldn't hug each other, the sister said, you can't do that. You know, you can't say you love somebody or hug somebody, you can't kiss boys and stuff. And of course, I was too young for that, but she said we couldn't do that.
Even though Lydia Ross's parents lived in the same community in which the school was located, she rarely saw them when she was enrolled at the Cross Lake, Manitoba school.
If you cried, if you got hurt and cried, there was nobody to comfort you, nobody to put their arms. I miss my mom and dad and my brothers and sisters. On one occasion, she looked out the window and saw her father. I knocked on the window and he looked, and I waved at him. I wanted to go outside, but you're not supposed to. If you see your parents out on a Sunday, you're not supposed to go to them. You can't go and hug your little brother and sister and go and talk to your mom and dad. You can only see them from a distance.
Robert Malcolm said that when he was placed in the Sandy Bay School in Manitoba, he was
taken from a loving environment and put into a place where there was no love, that we had to fend for ourselves pretty much. It was very traumatizing that we had to go through something like that.
Clara Kisses was 6 when she was sent to the Fort William, Ontario school. She found the experience traumatic. She became fearful of the nun who had responsibility for her at the school.
I had to learn the language that she was teaching me to speak. I was not allowed to talk in my language, that whenever she asked me something, whenever she tried to tell me to pronounce this, I have to talk in English, no native language. And she would yell at me if I was saying, I'm trying to tell her I don't understand and I'm confused and I don't know what to say and how to say it. And I was very scared of her. Murray Crow was always raising her voice at me, and she always had this angry look on her face, and it felt really intimidating. And I was homesick. I was like crying, and she yelled at me and told me to stop crying, and she called me a crybaby in front of the students, and it made me not want to cry anymore. I didn't like her. Deep inside, I hated her for being so mean to me, and when she told me not to cry and she told me not to speak my language, I felt like I had to keep everything inside me, and it made me lonely, and there's nothing out here that could make me happy and feel like it was home.
For Florence Harassi, loneliness was a constant feature of life at the schools she attended in the Northwest Territories.
Like the nuns in there, they're cold. There was nobody there to give any hugs. There was nobody there to say goodnight. There was nobody there to even wipe your tears, or we will hide our tears. We're not to cry, so we have to hide and cry. But at night, you could hear a lot of muffling, sometimes all night. Late at night, you can hear somebody crying. I don't know what time it is. There's no time or nothing that I know, but I know it's very late at night. There's nobody to tell us. Everything we do in there is wrong, is what I hear. Couldn't do anything right.
This lack of compassion affected the way students treated one another. Stephen Cockfee attended Grandine College in Fort Smith, Northwest Territories, when he was 12 years old.
And one day, a week after I got to Fort Smith, I had a meltdown because I realized I wasn't going to go home for 10 months and I was homesick. And my older brother didn't know what to do with me.
When another student came into the room and asked what was wrong, Cockfee's brother said,
"He's homesick. He'll get over it." The other student said, "Turn around and walk back out." I think that's how we were, Every kid that came after that, that's what we all said. He'll get over it. No hugs, nothing, no comfort. Everything that I think happened in residential schools, we picked it up. We didn't get any hugs. You ain't gonna get one out of me, I'll tell you that.
Antoinette White has her own disturbing memories related to suicide. The students at her Cooper Island school were forced to look at a suicide victim.
I remember the one young fellow that hung himself in the gym, and they brought us in there and showed us as kids, and they just left him hanging there. And what was that supposed to teach us? I'm 55 years old and I still remember that, and that's one thing out of that school that I remember.
Truancy, learning to lie, or worse. Many students would run away to escape the oftentimes harsh discipline of the schools. Emotional, physical, and even sexual abuse were prevalent, leaving many to feel the only way out was to leave. In some cases, students ran away even though they had no expectation of making it home. They just could not bear the life in the institution any longer. This unfortunately resulted in countless children missing or worse, The true number of children dead or missing will never be known. Some lessons the schools taught too well. Many students mentioned that one of the major things they learned in the schools was the ability to hide, if not completely suppress their feelings. Learning to give the responses needed to just get by, having little or no support structures in place left them feeling alone and afraid, and often expressing bad behavior. While all children find themselves in this situation at some point in their lives, having no family and little friends, along with the authoritarian nature of the school system, little outlet was allowed for these feelings. Cheney Wenjack was 12 years old in 1963, and unfortunate to fall into the latter category. His story, made famous by now deceased Gord Downey Jr., stands out to me as Cheney attended the Kenora Residential School less than 3 hours from where I grew up. And the school I could have attended had I been born a couple of decades earlier. Cheney's body was found beside the railway tracks on October 22, 1966, a week after he fled. He had succumbed to starvation and exposure. In his pocket was nothing but a little glass jar with 7 wooden matches. Margaret Simpson, who attended the first Chippewan, Alberta school, described it as a survival technique.
I learned how to lie so that I will get away with whatever sister wanted me to do, and that whatever she wanted to hear, that's what I told her, even if it was a lie. So it got easier, and I got pretty good at lying, and I had a real time to get out of that lying as I got older in life, to be able to tell the truth and to know the difference of what was happening because of that lie, that it became such a habit for me. I had a real hard time even after I left the residential school.
Noel Knockwood said that at the Shubenacadie school, he learned to fake submission.
We learned how to play the game and acknowledge and bow our heads in agreement, and whatever they said, we agreed with them, because they were too powerful to fight, and they were too strong for us to change their habits and their ways of living.
John B. Custer learned to rebel at residential school. The only things he took away from his years at the Roman Catholic school near the Pas, Manitoba, were a guilty conscience and a bad attitude.
So instead of learning anything in that residential school, we learned just the opposite from good. We learned how to steal, we learned how to fight, we learned how to cheat, we learned how to lie. To tell the truth, I thought I was going to go to hell, so I didn't give a shit. I was sort of a rebel in the residential school. I didn't listen, so I was always being punished.
Elaine DeRocher felt that she received no meaningful education at the Roman Catholic school at Kamsack, Saskatchewan. Rather, she learned the tools for a life on the fringes of society and the sex trade.
They were there to discipline you, teach you, beat you, rape you, molest you, but I never got an education. I knew how to run. I knew how to manipulate. Once I knew that I could get money for touching, and this may sound bad, but once I knew that I could touch a man's penis for candy, that set the pace for when I was a teenager, and I could pull tricks as a prostitute. That's what the residential school taught me. It taught me how to lie, how to manipulate, how to exchange sexual favors for cash, meals, whatever the case may be.
Ken Laquette attended residential schools in Brandon and Portage-la-Prairie, Manitoba. He found the discipline so harsh that he and his friends regularly ran away.
They used to give us traps all the time with our pants down. They give us traps right in public. Then this started happening, and after a while I was getting old enough, I started taking off from there, running away.
After being subjected to ongoing sexual abuse, Anthony Wilson ran away from the Alberni school.
I barely remember how I made it home, but I got bits and pieces of how I made it home. I took off from residential school in Port Alberni, and I hitchhiked from Port Alberni to Nanaimo, and I made it as far as where the BC ferries were. When I was a young child, and I was so messed up from after the abuse, I didn't know what to do, and so I was hiding.
When she returned to the Capel school after being sexually abused by a fellow student the year before, Shirley Brass decided to run away. She did not even bother to unpack her suitcase on the first day at the school.
I took it down to the laundry room, and everybody was taking their suitcases down to wherever they kept them. I took my suitcase down. I told the nun, I said, I have to do my laundry. I said, so I took it to the laundry room. I hid it there, and that night this other girl was supposed to run away with me, but everybody was going up to the dorm. And I went and I asked her, are you coming with me? And she said, no, I'm staying. So I said, well, I'm going. So I left, went and got my suitcase, and I sneaked out. I went by the lake. I stayed there for I don't know how long. I walked by the lake and I sneaked through a little village of Lebret, stayed in a ditch. I saw the school truck passing twice. I just stayed there. I never went back. I had an aunt in Gordon's Reserve, so I went there. I had a brother who was living, a half-brother who was living with his grandparents in Gordon's, and he found me, and somehow he got word to my mom and dad where I was, and they came and got me. My dad wouldn't send me back to Lebret, so I went to school in Norquay. Put myself back in grade 10. I didn't think much of myself. I quit when I was in grade 11 in Norquay.
In the 1940s, Arthur Ron McKay regularly ran away from the Sandy Bay School.
I didn't even know where my home was the first time right away. But these guys are the ones. My friends were living in a nearby reserve, what they called ebb and flow. That's where they were going, so I followed.
He said he was physically abused for running away.
And that my supervisors, they'd hit me like a man hitting somebody else, like a fist and all that. So this went on and on and on. I don't exactly know how to say. And then one time the principal threatened us. If you run away one more time, we're going to send you to a reform school in Portage, boys' reform school. The boys' home, they call it a reform school. If you run away one more time, that's where I'm going to send you and take you down there. I was thinking about that and I said, oh, it's better to go away. Maybe it's better down at the reform school.
Ivan George and a group of his friends ran away from the Mission, British Columbia school when he was 11 years old.
Got as far as Abbotsford, and then they recognized our clothes or whatever, and haircut, I guess, and said, where are you guys going? I said, Chilliwack. He says, okay. He picked us up, drove us right back to here. He gave us a warning. Next time you get the strap. So I stayed for another month or so and I took off by myself. Got as far as the freeway and the police picked me up, took me back. This time they made me take my pants down and strap me. About 2 months later, me and this other guy decided to run again.
This time he got as far as his home in Chilliwack. Indian Affairs officials sent them back.
The guy was getting the strap first, my best friend, and he said, you again? I said, yeah. He was just going to strap me, and I took the strap and I threw it down in the dormitory. He said, go pick it up. And I said, you go pick it up. Gave me extra strappings for that, what I did to him. So I stayed the whole year.
Muriel Morisseau ran away from the Fort Alexander School almost every year she was at the school.
I ran away for, I don't know, just to make the nuns angry, the priests angry, I guess. I didn't get anything out of running away, more punishment. I remember one time when the priests come and got us, me and this girl that I was close to, we went home for a night and he'd come and get us the next day. Nothing good became of it anyway. I remember running away again, trying to cross the river, and it started freezing up. We all got scared. We had to come back again with a tail under our legs.
Walter Jones attended the Alberni School in British Columbia. He ran away several times and was harshly punished in front of other students on his return.
We're all thinking we're not going to cry when that happens. Come to my turn too, all three of us, one after the other. I cried, they cried, and all the other ones cried.
Despite this humiliation, he continued to run away.
We knew we might not be able to get where we came from, but we didn't think of that, We're just running away because we wanted to run away, because we couldn't stay there.
Even when it was not fatal, running away was frightening. Isaac Daniels ran away from the Prince Albert, Saskatchewan school with 2 older boys. Their escape route involved crossing a railway bridge. Partway across, Daniels became too frightened to continue and turned back.
And it was already late. It must have been about 11, 12 o'clock. So I said to myself, well, I'll go back. I'll follow this track all the way and I'll go back to residential school. So that was already, the sun was coming up by the time I got back to the residential school. I was just a young fella, So anyway, I couldn't get in. Dormitory was locked. Doors were locked. I went around the corner and I slipped on by my window there. I just have a window and I used to sneak in and out from the window, through the window there. I must have sat down there and I must have fell asleep.
Dora Nissan ran away from the Fort Francis school with a friend.
Then we ran away to, me and a girl, we by Fort Francis. It's, the States is on the other side of the tracks, so we were crawling there and just to run away. That was in the springtime. There was a lot of ice and there was river flowing down there. There was a train coming behind us, so we were crawling to go past this bridge. And it's a good thing my friend had long hair. That's where I grabbed her, was so she wouldn't slip into the river. Yeah.
They made it to the United States and stayed there for 3 days before returning to the school. When Lauren Swagwan ran away from the Fort Chippewan School in 1965, there was no one along the way to support him.
I walked from Fort Chippewa to Fort Smith, 130 miles. It took me about 5 days. I was only about 16, and I just ate berries and drank water to survive. But at that time, I knew my brother was living in Fort Smith. Simon Wakwan, he was living there that time. That's when he took me under his wing in 1966.
There were many students who considered running away, but in the end decided against it because they had no place to go. Roy Denny, for example, carefully prepared his escape from the Shubenacadie School.
It's been like I tried running away once, and I saved all my lunch. I hid it away. And one night I went down and tried to make a run for it. I went downstairs. I was at the door, a big door. I opened it. It was around midnight, or after midnight, I think. And I stood there. I'm thinking, where in the hell am I going to go? I didn't have any family. The only thing I have is my grandmother. So I went back in. I went back to bed. I felt so helpless, or I couldn't, I don't know, the feeling I had. And I didn't want to leave my sisters there. That's another thing, too. I couldn't take them with me because they're on the other side. So I said I might as well tough it out.
When Beverly Ann Michelle and her friends ran away from the Lytton, British Columbia School, they had to contend with the school's isolated and mountainous location.
It's a plateau region, and the residence was here. And then we walked up onto the road, and then the road goes along, and then it goes a little bit up, and then there's a great big hill going down, and it was halfway down this big hill, and then from there you could see the town. And we got halfway down there, and we were all feeling like, woohoo, you know? And we got out of there, and we're gonna go do something fun, and then we got halfway down, and then we realized, well, we have no money, and we have no place to go. There was no place to go. There was no safe place to go. And that was really weird to me because where the residential school was, and where I lived just before I went into the residential school, I lived on a reserve, just like it was like less than a mile away, and yet I had no place to go. Yeah, so we were very sad, and we all agreed that we had to go back because we had no place to go, so we went back.
One student even flew away from the school. Doug Beardy left the Sturland Lake, Ontario school for good, shortly before his 2 years at the school were completed.
There was a plane that used to come there with, I think, with fish, tubs of fish that they would drop them off there, and they were thrown into a truck, a semi-truck. So this plane landed. I went down to the plane and stood around until the pilot was ready to go. And, you know, he was right about ready to close the door. When he was ready to close the door, I jumped into the plane. This pilot was in Round Lake for many years, and he has since passed away. He didn't ask me anything. He didn't ask me why I jumped into the plane. He just looked at me when I jumped into the plane. He just looked at me and didn't say anything, and he just took off. And that's how I left the school.
Harsh discipline. Many students were caught by surprise by the violent nature of the discipline at the schools. Flogging, strapping, and other forms of physical violence were to be expected. The line between punishment and abuse was blurry at best and frequently crossed. Many of the school administrators believed that the students had to have their spirit broken. This resulted in students who would not adhere to school schedules and regulations receiving strappings and were often humiliated in front of their peers. Trying to run away from the schools and being caught would result in their hair being cut very short regardless of sex. And solitary confinement and withholding of food were also common practice. The relationship between staff and student at times getting so bad as to result in death. Isabel Whitford said that prior to coming to the Sandy Bay School, she had not been physically disciplined.
All my dad had to do was raise his voice, and we knew what he meant. So when I first got hit by the nuns, it was really devastating because how can they hit me when my parents didn't hit me, you know? Never did I get a licking from my parents. It was just my dad raising his voice, and we knew what he meant. We had our chores to do, and we would do them.
Rachel Chakasim said that at the Fort Albany, Ontario school,
I saw violence for the first time. I would see kids getting hit. Sometimes in the classrooms, a yardstick was being used to hit. A nun would hit us. Even though our hair was short as it is, the nun would grab us by the hair and throw us on the floor of the classroom. We never knew such fear before. It was very scary. I witnessed as other children were being mistreated.
Ricky Kakagagamuk said that students at the Poplar Hill Ontario School were often disciplined at night.
You try and sleep. You just hear that noise of somebody crying. I don't know how long, maybe a month later. That's when I finally found out what was going on. Whoever was bad, didn't listen, well, the ones they wanted to punish, they'd come and get them in the middle of the night when everybody's asleep. That's what they did. So I kept hearing this whimpering and crying at night. They came and got them at the night, took them down wherever they wanted to strap them, and they brought them back.
Stella Marie Tuckett never forgot being called to the principal's office at the Fort Albany, Ontario school.
There was a priest there standing, and the sister standing, a nun. And then there were two in the office, and at the time, I remember they were strapping me 5 times on my hands and 5 times the other hand. And that's where I stopped going to school, because I showed my dad my hands at that time, and then he took me away from school. It was hard for me to continue my school at that time. It was hard to feel the stripes on my hands. My hands were red at the time, painful. Sometimes I could tell sometimes how I was feeling. I feel that pain sometimes. And I stopped going to school after that.
Fred Brass said that his years at the Roman Catholic school at Kamsack, Saskatchewan were
the hellish years of my life. You know, to be degraded by our so-called educators, to be beat by these people that were supposed to have been there to look after us, to teach us right from wrong. Makes me wonder now today, a lot of times I ask the question, who is right and who is wrong?
Brass described a school dominated by a violent regime of punishment.
I saw my brother with his face held to a hot steaming pipe and then getting burned on the arm by the supervisor. I took my brother, tried to get him out of there. I saw my cousin get beat up to the point where he was getting kicked, where he couldn't even walk, and then it was my turn. I got beat so bad that I wet my pants. Fears I lived with day and night, to the point where at nighttime when you want to go to the bathroom, you can't, because there's someone sitting there with a stick or a strap ready to beat on you if you tried to go to that bathroom. The only choice we had was to pee in our beds. Not a nice feeling to have to sleep in that kind of a bed.
Joanne Morrison Matho told the commission that noisy behavior was punished severely at the Shubenacadie school.
I used to count. One girl got strapped 45 times, and I was counting. Yeah. And then it came to my turn. I got a beating, and I wouldn't cry. I just let her beat me, and I wouldn't cry. I just let her do that because, well, sometimes I would pretend I'm crying just so she'll stop. But then other times I just didn't cry because I knew I was talking. Maybe it was my fault, so I just let her beat me, and then then after we'd go to the bed.
Alfred Noley said that corporal punishment at the Alert Bay School was strict and painful.
There was one big staff there. He used to lay me over a desk, big square thing there. I think because I used to work up at the farm up here. There were horses up here. He had those big leather straps, big leather heavy ones, about that thick, I guess. I lean over a desk, take my pants down, and he hit me in the bum with that strap. And that hurts really bad. Every time I got caught talking our language, that's when it's usually big staff. He was 300 pounds, really big guy.
Ron Windsor had strong memories of being punished for laughing at the dining room table at the Alert Bay School.
I didn't know what he was going to do. He grabbed my hair, put his knee in my back, and held me right on the floor. And I tried to tell him my neck is sore and that I was crying. And he caught me off guard. I didn't expect that. Now, why would you do that to a little boy like me at that time?
For crossing into the girls' playground at the Sioux Lookout School, Ken A. Littledeer was grabbed by 2 staff members. One of them then beat him on the hands with branches from a thorny bush.
I was crying. Never cried hard before. I never felt this sharp pain before, and anger built up, and resentment built up, that if I grow bigger I would get this person back. I knew that I was small, and I can't hit him back.
Doug Beardy said that at the Stirland Lake, Ontario school, the principal punished him with blows administered with a hockey stick, a goalie stick that was cut off like a paddle. For going to the washroom in the middle of the night at the Sault Ste. Marie residence, Diana Lariviere said she was sent
down to the basement, and I was in the basement practically all night, scrubbing the cement floor on my hands and knees. And that was my punishment for that night. Now it was a scary, a very frightening situation because of all the creaks and the noises that were going on in the basement.
Linda Papasi MacDonald said that on one occasion she was placed in a closet as punishment at the Roman Catholic school in Kenora.
There's just a little bit of light coming through that door, and when I sat there, I don't know how many hours. I felt like a long time. And that's where they put any child that acted up into the closet. I remember my sister going there a couple of times too, my younger one. She would go in there also.
Extended periods of kneeling were another form of discipline. Wesley Kiwatan said that at the Capel school, students might have to kneel in front of a statue of the Virgin Mary for half an hour to an hour. Kiwatan also recalled that at the Capel school, a teacher he had thought had always treated him well slapped him so hard that he went flying. He attributed his deafness in one ear to this incident. Inez Dieter felt that her hearing was damaged by the punishment she received at a Saskatchewan school.
I was speaking out of turn, and there was a male supervisor. I was about 14, maybe 13. He was a male supervisor. He was big. He came up to me, and instead of talking to me in a nice way, he just plowed into my ear like this. Today, I wear hearing aids. Today, I can't hear. I can't hear well enough. And that really hurt because there was nobody there to say I'm sorry, because everybody was scared. Nobody wanted to say anything, but I felt it. I felt the blow, and again, I cried.
Dolores Adolphe also said that the punishment she received at the mission school impaired her hearing.
The nun slapped me across the face, and I had too much soap in my hair and my ears, and I was trying to get the soap out of my ears and my face, and she gave me one good slap, and all I saw was stars. And so I didn't know that my eardrum was broken at that point. So after a while, they were getting mad because I couldn't hear what they were saying.
Edmund Matatawaban spoke of how he and other students at the Fort Albany School had been punished by being placed in what students referred to as the electric chair. According to Matatawaban, this was a metal-framed chair with a wooden seat and back. After being buckled into the chair, an electric current from a hand-cranked generator was run into their bodies. The chair had been constructed by Brother Goulet, the school's electrician, and had apparently been initially used as an entertainment. It came, however, to be used as an instrument of punishment. Matatawaban said he had sat on the electric chair 3 times. Simeon Nakuchi was another student who was put in the chair.
To them, it's like entertainment. Like, it was just like, who wants to get in? It wasn't, it was like a selection. I never wanted to get in that chair, I saw that chair. I could even describe it, that thing to you, That thing just right out of my mind. I could describe it, what the chair looked like, what they use. Then I never volunteer or raise my hand, and then she just called my name, the nun, just sit on that chair. It was almost like a crack, She wouldn't let me get off of there and then I probably cried after that, and she wouldn't let me get out after this. People thought kids were laughing, asking why I cry,
He said he thought the chair was later destroyed. Jonas Granjam recalled how the nun in charge of the boys' dormitory at the Roman Catholic school in Aklavik gave the students what he called a rough time.
Grabbing us by the ear and pushing us against the corner to kneel down. Sometimes we had to kneel down all day. And if we spilled something, she would do the same thing, grab our ear and twist it until we, make us go down on the floor. And whatever we dropped there, we had to eat it or lick it. I don't know.
Margaret Plamondon, who attended the Holy Angels residential school in Fort Chipewyan, Alberta, said she once saw a nun push a student down a flight of stairs.
It was one of my friends, and we were lining up to go to the bathrooms before school was to start, and I don't know what happened. And one of the nuns that were looking after us, not the teacher, and then she, as I turned around, I see the nun push that girl down a flight of stairs, and she never got up. We were chased away down to go away from there. I don't know what happened, but she never came back for months. And when she came back, she was kind of crippled. She was never the same after that. She had a broken back after. She came back and she was almost gone a year before I see her again. They didn't tell us what went wrong.
Noel Starblanket recalled being constantly slapped on the side of the head at the Capel school. One teacher struck him in the face and broke his nose.
My nose started bleeding. I ran out. I went to the bathroom, was wiping my face with cold water, And it took a long time to stop it, and I plugged it with toilet paper and paper towel, whatever I could find. I went back in class and everybody was teasing me, bugging me, and ha ha ha, look at him, all that, humiliating me. And so anyway, it started swelling up, getting bluer under here, and I wondered, gee, is there something wrong? I was sore here. So a couple of days after it started going down, I remember waking up in the middle of the night and my nose would be bleeding, and I'd have to run to the bathroom and wash it and plug it again.
Adam Highway recalled a beating that he witnessed the principal of the Sturgeon Landing, Saskatchewan school administer in the 1920s.
The priest grabbed him by the hair, threw him down. Now, that was a cement floor where he played. And here he kicked him repeatedly. There was no stick. He had brand new boots, leather. I was sitting not too far away. I wasn't very big. I still can't forget to this day. It's like I'm still watching him. It must have been 10 minutes. These were brand new boots. On the thighs and the buttocks. He bounced his boots off of him as he kicked him. And the brother that looked at him, the principal said to him, George, he said, we will kneel there until 6 o'clock, he told him.
There are also reports of group punishment. Earl Clark recalled how at the Prince Albert, Saskatchewan school, many of the boys would start fooling around when the lights went out in the dormitory. Eventually, he said, the supervisor would come out and line up the boys he suspected to have been making noise. He would then
take them down to the end of the hall and would get out a leather strap, just like a conveyor belt type of material. The kid would come hopping out, crying, bawling, little ones, because the little ones would get forced to go first.
Ernest Barkman, who went to the Fort Albany school, said that on one occasion, all the boys were punished for the actions of one student.
We all stood in rows, 3 or 4 rows, all the boys, and we had to stand there for 1 hour, and we were told not to move. And if we moved, we got hit. That's one thing I remember.
At the Norway House School, Shirley Ida Moore recalled,
When something would happen, like one of the girls would get into trouble, or somebody would get into trouble, they'd haul us all down to the playroom, and we'd stand in these lines. We had to stand at attention, and you would walk around. We would be forced to stand there until whoever did what, confessed. And I guess the memory that I have is like we stood there for so long. I saw girls falling. That's how long we stood there for. So I guess it was really a battle of wills.
Gerald McLeod recalled being subjected to group punishments at the Carcross Yukon School.
And another place where we used to play downstairs, they call it the play area, where they make us stand up in line, and if one guy got in trouble, all of us would have to stand there till we confessed who did, stole candy from the candy place, whatever went wrong or something. We always got punished for it.
Students might also be punished if it was felt they were withholding information about the activities of other students. Eli Carpenter recalled that the principal of the Presbyterian school in Kenora in the early 1940s was very strict. On one occasion, Carpenter was strapped because the principal believed he was not revealing information about the destination of a boy who had run away. Carpenter said the boy had not shared his plans with him. Mary Vivier saw her brother publicly flogged at the Fort Francis school.
I don't know what my brother did. All I know is that we were all in the dining area when they brought him in. They had, I don't know, I was just pretty small, but it looked like a big, long rod to me. Maybe it was smaller. That's when they were hit in front of all the students. Maybe it was a lesson for us or scare tactic. I'm not sure, but I cried. I had one of the nuns holding me down so I don't go running to my brother. They had another one by my sister. I remember that day I cried.
Daniel Andre was disciplined in front of other students at Grolier Hall, the Roman Catholic residence in Inuvik.
All I remember is being singled out in the center of attention and being abused physically. When he couldn't make me cry or weaken me that way, he would get all the students who call me different kinds of names and laugh at me, forcibly make them laugh at me so that I cried. And I cried every single time when it happened. I couldn't help it.
Not only were runaway students often punished as a group, but they were also disciplined in front of the entire student body and subjected to punishments that were clearly intended to humiliate them and intimidate the rest of the students. When a group of runaway girls were brought back to the Sioux Lookout School, They were punished in front of the assembled students. According to Nellie Nigwantz,
We were all lined up, boys on one side, girls on one side, to watch them being punished. Their pants were pulled down right to bare butt. They were strapped with a belt, bent over, and all the boys and girls were watching them.
boys who ran away from the Spanish school also were punished in front of their fellow students. William Antoine said,
What they did to them, they cut all their hair off, and they got all the boys to look at what is happening to this boy, what they were doing to him because he ran away. They cut all his hair off and they pulled his pants down, and he was kneeling on the floor and holding onto the chair. And they were whipping him with this big belt. I mean hard too. They were hitting him for I don't know how long. He started to cry after. It was hurting so bad, I don't know how many times they hit him, but they hit him lots of times. And those boys that got whipped that time there was two of them. They couldn't sit down for 2 months. That's how bad it was. That's how bad they got beat because they ran away. And that's what the priest said. If any of you boys run away, that's what you're going to get.
According to Lawrence Wanakamek, students who ran away from the Macintosh, Ontario school were subjected to a similar punishment.
When they got caught a couple of days after, they hauled them into the playroom, and they told us, gather around. There used to be benches along the walls in the playroom, and everybody would sit down, and we'd sit down there. We knew it was those kids who got caught, and we didn't know where they were, though. We didn't know what had happened. And then after everybody was gathered, they'd bring them in, wherever, how much they were, 2, 3, sometimes 4. And one of the nuns brought in a real big strap, about 2 feet long. It was one of those hard rubber conveyor belt type of rubber. They bring that out. They tell the kids to put their hands out, and they did. Then pow, pow. I don't know how many times.
J.G. Michael Sutherland recalled the public punishment of boys who ran away from the Fort Albany, Ontario school in the 1960s.
So all the boys were lined up, and at the west side of the building where the sun slide was, they were lining up these 4 boys that had been caught that ran away. I'm 6 years old. There was about 25 of us, it was just starting, and then the grade 1s. There was another 25 of them, so there was quite a few of us, 6, 7 years old. And the brothers in black robes were standing there. There was about 5 of them. And there were some nuns. So we were there to learn a lesson. They stripped the 4 boys naked. They tied them up on this big thing. It looked like a wheel. It was, well, they've got them by the hands, and they started whipping them one by one.
Doris Young recalled that runaways from the Anglican schools she attended in Manitoba and Saskatchewan were punished in front of the assembled students.
They both were brought back into the dining room where we witnessed them getting their head shaved, and then they had to remove their clothes. They'd remove their clothes, and then they strapped them in front of all of us, and we all had to go into the dining room where usually the boys and the girls' dining rooms were separated, but we were all taken into the dining room, and we had to witness this beating. And I thought, oh, I hope it's not one of my brothers, but it wasn't. And still they were boys and girls, that the boys and girls and everybody, the supervisors were all standing there witnessing these horrible beatings that these boys were getting because they ran away from school.
Even when the students were not disciplined in public, they were subjected to invasive and humiliating punishment. Once, Violet Boileau and her friends slipped out of the Fort Resolution School in the middle of winter.
I don't know why I did that, so we planned it all out, and it was a really, really cold winter night, blizzard.
They were quickly caught and accused of attempting to get into the boys' dormitory.
They got the father there too, took us each our turn in the room and really gave it to us. Better tell the truth. Lay down there, pull your pants down, whack, whack. What did you do? Nothing. Again, whack. Holy smokes, I was just bruised. And they tried to make us say that we saw somebody. Who did we see? All that stuff just for a dare, And they put us in penance for, like, we were forbidden to do anything, go anywhere. Like, they'd have Sunday movies, stuff like that, and shut us out, and they tried to get us to stay, to say we did something.
Dorothy Ross and a friend ran away from the Sioux Lookout School.
We ran as fast as we could down the lake, along the shore. We followed that girl through the bush. I remember the tracks. I just followed, and that there's the tracks, a train We didn't get too far. We ran on the side of the tracks, and I could see lights coming, and people running, chasing after us. They were caught, returned to the school, and sent to the principal's office.
There, she was told to pull her pants down so she could be strapped on her bare bottom.
Pull your pants down, he would yell at me, but I won't let him. So he grabbed me by my collar, took me to the desk. It's a long desk, put me against that desk, pull your pants down. I remember him saying that all the time, pull your pants down. I wasn't gonna give in. He had to force me. He forced me to pull my pants down. He had to do it. I didn't do it. So he put me against that desk and he whacked me with that. I remember the strap. It was a big, thick strap, brown, that he hit me on my bum. I started crying. That's how much it hurted. You're a bad girl. You don't run away again, or you will. You're gonna get it again.
When she was at the Lestock, Saskatchewan school, Clara Monroe joined a group of girls who were running away.
One evening they said, come with us, and I said, okay. I thought, okay, I'll go with them. Here, I didn't know they were planning to run away. There was 12 of us. So that's what I did. I followed them. Next thing I knew, there was a wagon, team of horses picked us up like a bunch of cattle, threw us in the wagon, brought us back. Didn't say nothing. And we used to line up. We used to get in line, and we were on our way to the dormitories, bedtime. Who did they call? They called me. They called on another girl there, the two of us, and I was blamed for that. And I didn't even know a thing about it, so they wouldn't listen to me. So what did they do? They took us to the principal's office. The principal was there. There was 3 nuns there, and not a word. They just pulled my pants down. And the priest, the father principal, gave me a strap. And yet, I know, I was so ashamed. I started laughing, and the nun said, she's laughing. And he strapped me harder and longer. I was so embarrassed.
Some students said they tried not to show any signs of pain when they were being punished. Once, when Tina Duguay and her friend Sandra were about to be punished at their school in British Columbia, Tina told herself,
this time they're not breaking me. I don't care what. They're not going to break me. She recalled receiving 100 strokes on each hand without crying. So after she sent us out of her office, walking down the stairs, and Sandra says, man, you're tough. And I said, no. I just stopped it. And I says, now I'm going to cry. So I ended up crying. We went in the bathroom and let it out. And I said, there. And I said, that's it. She didn't see me do it, though.
To their frustration, some students were not able to convince their parents of the severity of the punishment at the schools. Noel Knockwood found it difficult to get his parents to believe that he and his fellow students were being harshly punished. At Shubenacadie in the 1940s.
When we would tell our mothers and fathers, and when mother and father will come and visit us on the Sunday, they usually have visiting days on Sunday. We would all go into the room where we would meet, and I would tell my mother and my father that we'd seen some boys and some girls getting beaten. Some of them were whipped. Some of them were beaten with a leather strap. And mom and dad, they always said, oh no, the priests and nuns wouldn't do that because they are people of God. My mother and father were very strong Catholics.
Students recalled that some staff members were clearly uncomfortable with the harsh disciplinary regimes that prevailed at so many schools. Eugene Tetrol was an Aboriginal man who worked as a boys' supervisor at the Fort Francis School. It was his job to discipline students who had been referred to him by one of the nuns at the school. He said,
it's not my thing to do that kind of work.
Once at the Anglican school in Onion Lake,
I'll take the slap. I'll slap on my desk and you scream. And I'll say that boy was really happy about that. So I slapped on the table and the boy screamed, ow, ow, ouch. And that was the end of it.
Autonomy was strapped by the laundry superintendent for joking with a student in the hallway. The principal encountered her shortly afterwards and asked why she was crying. When she explained what happened, the principal told her to go into his office.
And he put me in his office and he told me, you wait there. And so I waited in his office. You were never allowed in his office, and he went down to the laundry room and must have went and talked to her. Within 2 weeks, she was gone anyway. So I don't know. His name was Mr. Card and that. And so he told me, you can miss school till the swelling goes down. So I was thinking, what's going on here? Why do I have to miss school now? I can't go to work. I can't go to school. And so I asked him, well, what am I going to do? I have to go to school in that. And he told me, well, just you can't do anything anyway. You can't hold anything in your hand. He said they're all swollen, like my hand was just puffed up, like from the strapping that I got.
Roger Cromarty said that at the Sioux Lookout School, different staff members were allowed to discipline students in different ways.
While teachers might use a yardstick, dormitory supervisors use a strap. This would be a strap about 1.5 inches wide, about 1/4 inch thick, and about 12 inches long. That they would use that on us boys, either open hand, or in some cases, if the principal is there, they would strap them on the bum, bare bum, with the principal as a witness. Now, when you got punished the punishment was being done by the principal, he had a longer strap. That's about 15 inches long, and it's 1.5 inches wide, 1/4 inch thick. And he was the one, he didn't have to have a witness. I never saw him. When he hit me with it, there was no witness, and you're supposed to have a witness.
Strict discipline bred animosity. Roy Johnson said that at the Carcross School, students came to hate their supervisors.
But I remember hating. It's really something to behold, to hate a person. You look them right in the eye and say over and over, you're going down last day, which means you can go to hell last day, over and over. Then when you're getting strapping, you try to keep that frame of mind burning, that hatred burning in you until you finally can't take it anymore. They were upstairs and downstairs, locked themselves in a dormitory or whatever, but the supervisor was chasing them and the principal. And I was looking up from the playroom, and from the fire door, a tin garbage can came flying down and got me here. I think a boy was taking off running. He was hollering back, "Sorry, Roy." I was holding my head. I had Kleenex. I had to be taken to a dispensary. I guess those, they were dealt with when they were all caught. And there's another boy from here. Fire hose was used on him. His older brother would get in a fight with with the supervisor. They would fight up in the dormitory. They fight there, and then again in the kitchen. I think then again in the playroom. The kitchen one was sort of, who's tougher, I guess. I don't know. But that boy grabbed a pot of mashed potatoes and just lifted up and put it over the supervisor's head. And they were fighting, wrestling around for a while. It's funny. It wasn't funny to me, but it was, it was, that's how life was there.
Molly Roy recalled fighting when a teacher at the girls' school in Spanish tried to punish her.
The teacher was tall and she was mean, and she'd grab us by the cheeks and just twist, just turn, and she'd do this every time. Well, I guess one day I was her victim, and that was the last time. She turned, she put her finger, and I bit on it. I bit it just about to the bone. There was blood pouring down. She was just freaking out. "Let go!" And I kept shaking my head, and that was the last time she ever touched anybody's cheeks. But we'd have big marks on our cheeks all the time.
Larry Beardy recalled how at the Dolphin School, the students eventually rebelled.
One of the saddest things that I want to share is in the dormitories we were in, young boys. I started to notice a lot of my colleagues running away, and every time somebody ran away, the whole dorm would get physically strapped by the principal of that school, and also the supervisors. And this kept continuing, and it escalated so bad. A 8-year-old, a 9-year-old, 10-year-old, we ransacked the whole dorm. We went violent.
Outright abuse. Due to the power relation and age differentials in a residential school, no sexual relationship between a staff member and student could be considered consensual, and many former students recalled having been raped at school. Some sexual abusers purportedly carefully recruited their victims, providing them treats and small favors, while others made use of simple threats and physical force. At the Fort Albany School, one of the lay brothers cornered Josephine Sutherland in the school garage.
I couldn't call for help. I couldn't. And he did awful things to me. And I was just a little girl, not even 13 years old yet. And he did something to me that the experience was having a horrible pain. He got me from the back, and he was holding me down with his, covering my mouth, and I couldn't yell out. I was so stunned I couldn't move. I couldn't.
As a student at the Fort Francis School in the 1960s, Richard Morrison said he was called into a change room by a staff member. Once he was in the room, a bag was put over his head and his clothes were removed.
I remember that he had struggled with me really, really hard. And I fought back, and I don't know how long it was. I just fought, and pretty soon I don't know what he did. He had restrained me somehow. When that happened, he had sexually abused me. He penetrated me, and all I remember was just a pain. The pain was just strong. It was really hurtful, and I remember that the day after that, I was a very, very angry kid.
At the Capel school, Rainey Tuckenow said he witnessed staff committing sadistic acts of abuse.
But I know what they did. I know what they did to me, and I know what they did to others too. Looking up here, just like that up here, I watched a young man. They tied him. And I know him today. I see him today. They tied him by his ankles, and they tied him to the heat register, and they put him out the window with a broomstick handle shoved up his ass. And I witnessed that.
Leonard Peter Alexei was abused at the Alberni school. The abuse began one night when a staff member tapped him on the shoulder and told him it was time for him to take a shower.
So I thought that was one of the things going on there. I'll go back a bit. First morning, he woke us up about 6:30. Take us down to the playroom, and this big guy. I was very small, but and he started pushing me around, slapping me. Come on, let's fight, he said. I'm the boss here. There was no kids in the playroom. They're all looking through the little window outside. So I just fell down and cried and cried and cried. Finally, he left me alone. And then we went into the dining room.
Later, Leonard was told to take his clothes off.
Next thing I know, he had all his clothes off too. He said, I'm going to wash you. He washed me down. He started fooling around with my private parts, and then he took my hand and put it on his private parts. And then I started crying.
In some cases, students said that discipline was mixed with sexual abuse. Mary Vivier told the commission about her experience at the Fort Francis school.
And there was a priest, I'm not sure what he was, I don't know, but he was the head priest at the time, the principal. I don't know what they call it. He had a chair. Whenever we were brought up to his office to get our strapping, there was a chair outside his office, and there was like a leaning chair, I guess. It was low enough for us to, from here on down, we'd remove our unders, our pants, our underpants. He would strap us, and he would rub us, saying, you shouldn't have done that, you shouldn't have done this. Another strap, another fondling, where we were exposed. I think when I was younger, only got 5. As I grew older, I got more and more.
Donna Antoine was exposed to ongoing harassment from a staff member at one of the Roman Catholic schools she attended in the interior of British Columbia.
He was the maintenance person. He would come over and he would stand in my way. He did that for a while, and then and other times he would tap me on my backside, and that felt very uncomfortable. And then when I'd go by, because he'd stand right by the table, and he had to squeeze by him in a little area. He made sure he stood in the way, and he grabbed me by my backside. And so I told my sister about it. I was afraid to tell the sister because she might think I was an evil person. I didn't want to displease her. And the next time he found me carrying up a load of laundry in my hands going up the stairs, and then he took that opportunity to put his hands between my legs. And I thought, why is this happening? What did I do to deserve to be treated like this?
Vitaline Elsie Jetter said that a bishop used to seat children on his lap when he visited the Fort Chippewan school.
I just went and sat on his lap, but when I sat on his lap, he was holding me, holding me around like that and pressing me against his penis, and kind of like moving me up and down, and I could feel like a hardness of his penis underneath my bottom, and I didn't know what to do. I became scared.
Louisa Papatai said that at the Emos school, the head of the school once summoned her upstairs.
Come, that's what she said. Come with me. She gave me a kiss on the mouth. And at one point, she started caressing my back, and I fought back. And I tried to get away, but I didn't have the strength because I was just a child, and she was bigger than me.
Ricky Kakagagamuk said that one of the supervisors at the Poplar Hills, Ontario school used to invite him in his room every weekend.
When he would start changing, taking his church clothes off, he kept his underwear on though. He would just stand there only in his underwear. Every Sunday that was me in there. I didn't like being in there. I was so uncomfortable. It's a small room, just enough for his bed to fit in a drawer and a chair. But every Sunday I had to go in there. I felt violated. I was so uncomfortable. I didn't like he liked me being in there, him standing there, because he didn't put his pants back on right away. He just stands there, talks to me in his underwear. It made me feel uncomfortable because usually you can see the bulginess of that underwear. I think he was getting his thrills like that. I don't know if he wanted to violate me physically. I just kept on ignoring him, trying, and look away. That still bugs me to this day.
Doris Judy McKay said that at the Birtle, Manitoba school, the principal would come into the girls' shower area.
And then we'd go and have our showers, and when we were in the shower, he'd come there, walk around, check us out, and as we try and hide ourselves, we'd crouch into a corner of the shower and try to hide, and he'd be walking around there, just back and forth, checking us out.
At the Bouval School in Saskatchewan, Mervyn Morasti was told to take a lunch pail to a priest's room. He had not been warned that boys who were sent on such errands were likely to be abused, as Morasti was in this instance. When he returned, he felt that boys who knew what had happened to him were mocking him.
The boys looked at me, and some of the older ones, they were all smiling. And to this day, I don't know why he didn't listen to me. Like, he went up there, I guess, the next day or soon after, and he came back crying.
Students were particularly vulnerable when they were alone. Flora Northwest said that she was victimized by both staff and fellow students at the Hobbema, Alberta school. To protect herself, she said,
I always tried to make sure that I was not alone. I tried not to be alone.
Aaron Leon said that he was abused by supervisors at the Mission, British Columbia school. The abuse generally took place on the weekends when there were fewer students and staff at the school. Certain dormitory supervisors used their authority to institute dormitory-wide systems of abuse. Arthur Plint was eventually convicted for abuses he committed while he was a dormitory supervisor at the Alberni, British Columbia school. Richard Hall was one of his victims. According to Hall, Plint coerced a group of older students into assisting him in imposing a regime of abuse upon the rest of the students in the dormitory.
There's times when the bullies, I called them goons, they chased me and get me and bring me to that pedophile so he could molest me, have his way with me. He would live in constant fear. He'd watch for these guys all the time. He'd be running all the time because I was in a group of boys that I was one of the smaller, or runt of the boys, I guess you would say, but I was aggressive. That's probably one of the reasons they moved me really quick, because I was aggressive. I did learn to be aggressive. And times at night, these boys under his thumb would get their ways and do things to the kids. I could hear the kids, and those fears were also in me that you'd be urinated on, and they had an ointment called wintergreen that they used to put at night, used to reach under the blankets of the young boys and wipe it all over their genitals, and it would burn. And if you added water, it would burn even more. And they laughed about it. They got what they wanted. If the dorm was punished, these boys got the food. They got to do what they want. And for some of the behaviors, Plint, I think, would give them alcohol. These boys was also in the night travel to other dorms. I know because he asked me to be part of it, but it wasn't in my nature.
The experience of abuse changed his life immediately.
Went home for the summer. Went home a different person back to Bella Coola for the summer. I was 12 years old. At 12 years old, I began drinking alcohol to forget.
Francis Tate was also sexually abused by staff and students at the Alberni school. In this case, several supervisors might have been involved in the abuse.
I was taken out night after night after night. And that went on until I was about 12 years old. And it was several of the male supervisors plus a female, and it was in the dorm. It was in their room. It was in the carport. It was in his car. It was in the gym, the back of the crummy that took us on road trips, the public school, the changing room.
Timothy Henderson, who attended school in Manitoba, said he recalled the tension he felt lying in bed.
I know nobody was sleeping because he hadn't picked anybody yet. So you'd be under your covers. I know I was. Right under them. I could hear light footsteps.
Students were particularly vulnerable to abusive staff members who sought to win their trust through what initially appeared to be simple kindness. Marlene Casey's recalled that at the school she attended, the principal began focusing extra attention on her.
I don't remember if he did that to other kids, but he used to let me stay up, and they used to have movies sometimes. If the sister was in a good mood, I guess, we watched a movie on TV, and if some kids went to bed, if they didn't listen, they were sent to bed. This favoritism, however, was the prelude to a sexual assault that left her scared and confused. Why is my friend doing this to me? I trusted him, and I just started to feel really not good.
Fred Bass said that on one occasion at the Roman Catholic school at Kamsack, Saskatchewan, a nun who he thought was consoling him after he had been beaten up by other students
made me put her hands down her panties and made her feel her up, and this went on for a long, long time. I was supposed to be the one that was supposed to comfort me and help me, but she used me in that way for her own self-gratitude.
Elaine DeRocher recalled that the staff at the same school took advantage of the children's simplest needs to coerce them into sexual activities.
And then after church, there was a little canteen in the church, and the priest would sell us candies. Well, after they got to know us, they started making us touch their penis for candy. So not only were we going to church to pray and go to catechism, but we were also going to church because they were giving us candy for touching them. We didn't have money.
Shortly after Ben Pratt started attending the Gordon's Saskatchewan school, the residence supervisor, William Starr, asked him if he wanted to work in the school canteen. He agreed, since it was a way of making some extra spending money. However, after a short time on the job, he was invited into Starr's office.
And I remember after that evening, he took me into his office. There was about 5 or 6 of us boys in there, and he started touching us boys. Some would leave, and some would come back. Some would leave and come back when we were watching TV in the back of his office. He had a couch in there and a TV. We'd all get ready to go to bed, and then he made me stay back. And at that time, I didn't know what was going to happen. I was sitting there, and I was wondering how come I had to stay back. And I was watching TV there, and then he started touching me in between my legs, and he pulled my pajamas down. The experience that I went through of him raping me, and I cried and I yelled, but it didn't do any good because he shoved that rag in my mouth. And he was much stronger than me. He held me down. The pain and the yelling that I was screaming, "Why are you doing this to me?" There was no one to help me. I felt helpless. And after he finished doing what he did to me, he sent me back to my room. And I was in so much pain I couldn't even hardly walk. And I could feel this warm feeling running down the back of my legs, on my pajamas and all my shorts. And I went to the washroom. I tried to clean myself up. This was blood.
Starr organized a variety of extracurricular clubs to justify taking students on field trips. According to Pratt,
we went all over Saskatchewan and dancing powwow and going boxing, be different places, cadets, but it still continued to happen. As we were traveling in the vehicle, we always had big station wagons or a van, and he fondled us boys. All of us boys knew what was happening, but none of us ever spoke about it or shared anything what happened to us. We were too ashamed, too scared.
Percy Isaac, who also lived in the Gordons' residence, recalled how Starr would first win the confidence of the students he intended to abuse.
Like paying us off when we worked the canteen, paying us off when we'd work the bingo, paying us off to do any kind of things which he had. Like he had a boat, he had ski-doos, he had all these different kind of gadgets, cars, let us drive cars when we were underage. We were driving a car.
In 1993, Starr was convicted of 10 counts of sexually assaulting the Gordons' resident students.
Abused in hotels, motels, all over the damn place. Toronto, Ottawa, you name it. Finland. Went to Finland, got abused over there, But just constantly abused, sexually abused from this man. It was horrible.
Many students thought that they were the only children being abused. Clara Kisas said she was abused by a staff person at the Fort Albany school.
There was no support, no one to tell us that this is all happening in this building. A lot of girls must have experienced it, what the priest was doing, and you're not to tell anybody. I always hate that priest. And then I had to live like that for 2 years, even though I didn't want to. It's like I had no choice, put myself in this situation. Him putting his hands underneath my dress, feeling me up, I felt so disgusted, even though I didn't have no words for what I was feeling.
This confusion made it difficult for students to describe or report their abuse. Linda Papa C. McDonald said she was sexually molested by a staff member of the Roman Catholic school in Kenora.
And this woman, what she did to me and how she molested me as a child, and I was wondering why I'll be the only one being taken to this room all the time and to her bedroom and stuff like that. And I thought it was normal. I thought it was, this is what happened, like, to everybody, so I never said nothing.
Abusers often told their victims never to speak of what had happened. Larry Roger Listener, who was abused when he attended residential school in Alberta, said a priest told him that
God's going to punish you if you say anything. I always fear God. All these years, I never said anything. I still kind of fear God because I never forgot what that priest told me. He's going to punish me.
Mary Vivier, who was abused at the Fort Francis school, was told she would be in purgatory for the rest of her life if she spoke of her abuse. The staff member who sexually abused Elizabeth Ashini at the Sept-Îles, Quebec school told her she could never speak of what he had done to her. He said, "You have to keep it to yourself because little Jesus will be angry. He won't be happy." As a result, she did not report the abuse. When he went home for the Christmas break, Ivan George told his father he was being abused at the mission school.
And he'd say, "What did he do? What had he been doing to you?" I told him he was kind of drunk. He says, "No, you're going back. You're just making that up just to stay out of there." And I never did return, and I was glad of it. I was put into foster homes, group homes after that. I didn't go back.
In Ben Pratt's case, a laundry worker at the Gordon residence realized that something was wrong and asked him what had happened. Pratt initially resisted telling her, but then he explained how William Starr had abused him.
The look on her face, she was angry, but she never said nothing.
When he was an adult, Pratt told his mother about the abuse that he and the other students were being subjected to at Gordon's.
And she screamed and she started crying, and I continued telling her what was happening when I was there. And the look on her face, the anger and the rage that came out of her, she screamed and yelled, and she went quiet for a long time. And this is the first time I ever had talked to my mother. She went calm for about 15-20 minutes. And she said, "My boy," she said, "the school I went to when I was a young girl," she said, "I too was sexually abused," she said, "by the fathers." And I asked her, "What school did you go to, Mom?" She said, "St. Philip's." I didn't know where it was. And the things she told me that happened to her as a girl, from the fathers that run the school or worked there, the anger that came up inside me was so painful. I bent over and I couldn't sit up straight. That's how much anger and rage I had inside when she was telling me what had happened. We talked for a good half hour to an hour, me and my mother. And it's the first time I ever heard my mom tell me, "I love you, my boy."
Shortly after, he was enrolled at the Sturgeon Lake School in Calais, Alberta. Jimmy Cunningham was sexually assaulted. When he told one of the nuns what had been done to him, he was strapped for lying.
I told the sister what happened. She didn't believe me. She strapped me for lying. I went to see the priest, Father Superior, and he says there's nothing he could do. Sent me back to the boys' hall, and then the first thing you know, the phone rang. The old crank phones. The sister answered it, and it was the father telling her that I had been there complaining about what happened. She immediately took me again and strapped me again for doing that without her permission.
Others simply felt too ashamed to ever speak of the abuse. One of the supervisors at the Assiniboia School in Winnipeg attempted to rape Violet Rupp Cook in the school gymnasium. She was able to beat him back, but the event left her shaken.
I didn't know what to do. I was afraid. I was just shaking. I went back to the dorms. I didn't tell anybody. I felt so ashamed. I didn't tell my supervisor. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't tell any of the girls that were there.
From then on, she was always afraid and unable to concentrate on her schoolwork. Elizabeth Good said she was abused during her years at the Alberni School.
I won't get into detail about the abuse because it was so violent. I had 3 abusers, 2 men and 1 woman. I was also the youngest one in the residential school at the time. She wondered if that was one of the reasons she was targeted by one of the abusers. There was a couple of occasions where he had mentioned that I was the baby in the residential school, and he always told me that I was going to be a no-good-for-nothing squaw. And I'll be good for his having babies, and they're going to be worthless, and he's so wrong today.
Some students ran away from school in an attempt to escape sexual abuse. Hazel Mary Anderson and her sister found the atmosphere so abusive at the Gordon School that they ran away so often that they were transferred to the Leastock School. Wayne Reindeer was abused while attending the Roman Catholic hostel in Inuvik. He had been placed in residential school by his family because his mother was ill and his father could not care for all his children. He ran away from the school several times. On one occasion, he returned to the family home in Inuvik.
I hid under the house for 2 days and my sisters fed me until the hostel contacted my father and he said Wayne has been missing. And my dad found out from my sisters and he dragged me back, kicking and screaming all the way. I wanted to stay home.
Students also fought back. Ken A. Little Deer was sexually abused by Leonard Hans, a member of the staff of the Sioux Lookout School. Initially, he submitted to the abuse because he feared hands.
Might get mad and hit me and spank me or something like that, or punish me.
But when Hands approached him a second time, Little Deer punched him and ran away. Sphenia Jones said that when a staff member attempted to abuse her one night, she fought back.
I grabbed her and I went like that to her and she went flying, and then all the kids in the dormitory woke up when I started screaming. She crawled back out of the door and she didn't come back in the dormitory for maybe a week or two after that, right? But she never bothered me again.
Many of those who fought back were overpowered. Lawrence Wagwan said that he was sexually abused by male and female staff at a residential school in northern Alberta. He told the commission that he eventually concluded,
Nothing you can do. You can say no, and the more you fight back, she'd slap you over and over again. Finally, you can't cry, You're shaken, scared.
In some cases, students fought back en masse. At the Edmonton, Alberta school, students deliberately barred the doors to the dormitory in order to stop the abuse during the nights. Mel H. Buffalo said he was one of the organizers of the protest. He told the commission
about how the students had backed up the dressers that were full of clothes and stuff and put it against the entrance of the dorm, and at 4:30 in the morning the people were, I guess they were doing the checks, couldn't open the door, and this time they were really furious. They got the bigger boys from the other areas to come help them try to break down the door, but they couldn't. Eventually, he said, the police were called. We threw our shoes and stuff at them and yelled. Some guys knew how to swear. I didn't. They were swearing at everybody. We threw a list of demands down to the principal. We wrote on there that we wanted better food, we wanted certain staff fired that we were suspicious of, and we wanted our clothes back that we came with when we got to the school, because they confiscated all our clothes and gave us government-issued clothes. We finally decided, well, we better do what needs to be done. When the protest ended, he was called into principal's office. I went down to see the principal, and to my surprise, there was my grandfather sitting there, and the principal said, Mr. Buffalo, your son is here. We can't handle him. We'd appreciate it if you could take him back, and good luck in raising him.
Student versus student. The statements from former students from coast to coast indicate that other students could be just as much of a source of concern as the staff. The testimonies highlight the difficulties in getting staff to address bullying and help explain why other students did not raise the issue with staff. In the statements, it was often recalled how badly bullies contributed to the atmosphere of fear and violence that prevailed at many of the schools. Former students rarely referred to attempts to report episodes of bullying to the school administration. The statements of those who did make such reports suggest that they found it difficult to get staff to believe them or take them seriously. From robbery to rape, this became yet another gigantic obstacle for a child with little to no support structure to take on. Bullying is never easy for any children to deal with, but the nature of the schools left the students especially exposed to ongoing, unfettered abuse. William Garson recalled that at the Elkhorn, Manitoba school,
we were always hiding in the corners, away from any abusement, from older boys, students.
Percy Thompson said that at the Hobema, Alberta school,
one bully used to come at me and he'd pretend he was going to talk to me, and all of a sudden he hit me in the belly. And of course I gag, and he'd laugh his head off and, to see me in such a predicament.
Alice Ruperthouse spoke of the cruelty of the other children at the Amos, Quebec school.
It was, like in a jungle. Like in a jungle, you don't know what's going to come out, but you had to watch out.
Albert Elias felt that the classroom at the Anglican school in Aklavik
was the safest place to be in, because that's where nobody could beat me up. I dreaded recesses and lunches and after school. I dreaded those times.
Bullying might start shortly after arrival. In some schools, all new male students were put through a hazing. Dennis Morrison gave the following description of arrival at the Fort Francis school.
It's almost like every kid that came in, the new kid that came in, you almost had That's like being they call this new fish, eh? The new fish and coming into the tank. They used to initiate you, like, they would beat the hell out of you, the other kids would. It wasn't anybody else, it was the other kids, the older ones, eh? It's like it was like the normal thing to happen. You were the one that had to get beat up now, eh? And so you went through the getting beat up.
In some cases, the schools encouraged these fights. Joseph Maud recalled that at the school at Pine Creek, Manitoba, students were forced to fight one another.
It seems to me that there was also a lot of boxing, like boxing matches between the boys. We had to box against another boy, and, until one of us cried. So I don't know if that's, like, it just seemed like I picked up some of those habits from that supervisor. It seemed like he liked that. He got a kick out of watching another boy beat up another boy, just like that. You know that there's a word they call that, like being kind of like sadistic, like enjoying pain, inflicting pain. Like you were the loser, of course he would be crying. I know I lost my share of boxing matches, and and nobody could really help you. Like, sure, my brothers were there, and because I know they were made to fight too, other boys. So it was like a no-win situation. Even if you did win, just like another boy would challenge you anyway. Like if you did win your fight, and just like the supervisor liked that, and he enjoyed it. Watching boys pound each other, give each other bleeding noses, or making each other cry. It almost seemed like that supervisor enjoyed that, and it almost seemed like I picked up some of those habits later on in my life.
Bob Baxter recalled that there were student gangs at the Sioux Lookout School. He was beaten up and knifed on one occasion. He had a vivid memory of people tying him to his bed and throwing hot water over him. Clark, he says that at the Fort Albany School in Ontario, older girls would threaten the younger ones with knives. Louisa Birot recalled that the girls at the La Tuque, Quebec school all formed themselves into hostile groups.
We hated each other. So this little gang didn't like the other gang. That's the way at the school. That's what we were taught, fears. And we were scared, and I went to hide in what we called the junk room, the junk closet.
Such violence bred violence. David Charlson says that at the Christie British Columbia School, the students were learning how to hurt each other. Victoria McIntosh said the Fort Alexander School reminded her of a prison yard.
If you didn't have older siblings to protect you, you're on your own. So you learned how to fight anger and not trusting anybody and just being hard, and you weren't going to cry. And if you cried, then that was not a good thing. And it was a sign of being weak. But I always felt like inside that I hated all of that. I never wanted to intentionally hurt anybody.
To survive at schools in Northern Ontario in the 1960s, one former student said that she made herself tough and began picking on those younger than me. She said she was trying to look out for me since nobody else was. At school in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, Leona Bird grew up fearful and angry.
There are girls from Manitoba, girls from different places. They weren't too friendly with me. I learned to fight. The hatred that built up in me, I learned to fight my way out of everything that I can, whether a beating or not, I didn't care, as long as I fought back. That's how hatred was building up so big there inside my whole body. I couldn't do nothing.
Louise Large described herself as the leader of the pack at the Blue Quills School.
Nobody could bother the Crees, or they would have to deal with me. And so I beat anybody, and it came to the point where the boys would try, and, even when we started playing with the boys slowly, but even the boys would come fight with us, and I would always beat them all up.
Don Willie said that the Alert Bay School had a bully system.
It started out with the senior boys, and it just worked its way right down. I used to get punched every day by one of them. I ended up fighting him back, and then he's saying, no, the only reason you're fighting is the girls are watching. So all the girls rushed to the window when we started fighting. I said, okay, well, let's go upstairs and fight then. So we went upstairs, and he just backed right off. But he didn't bother me again after that. I thought one of the other bullies were going to come after me, but they didn't, so. But it was that system, I don't know. It kind of really bothered me after. I know it bothered my brother.
Janet Murray had a similar experience at the same school.
I thought here I would have an easy life, but the kids picked on me and abused me. So where the little kids were between 7 and 5 years old, that's where I was. That's where I was placed, and the supervisor was old, very old. He couldn't look after us, so he asked these 2 seniors to come look after us, help us out, comb my hair and teach us how to make our beds, I guess. And that's when the abuse started. There were 3 of us, and things were always done to us seniors. These girls, young women, were big that came there to look after us. They combed our hair. I don't know if it's a wire brush or something. They used to hit us on the head like this until we had scabs. We had to have a brush cut because we all had scabs all over our heads. And when we went to school, the boys, young men, laughed at us because we had bald heads. Sometimes they stabbed us in the face and we had bruises, and they say we were so clumsy. They say we banged our face into the wall, and that's what they said. And one time they came and woke us up in the middle of the night. They told us to take our panties off. They told us to spread our legs, and they used that brush between our legs. And they even put a cloth in our mouths so we couldn't yell or cry. For 2 weeks we couldn't go to school because we couldn't walk. There were scars all over there. Sometimes they would come to our bed and spread our legs just to see what damage they had done to us, and they'd laugh like it's funny. When she tried to get help, she was punished again. But that time I couldn't talk English. Even now, I was trying to speak for myself, talking Cree. I was trying to tell the supervisor. Instead, I was hit for talking Cree.
The most important source of protection against bullying was another family member. Daniel Nanuch was bullied and beaten by other students at the Wabaska, Alberta school.
Everybody was fighting me, beating me up because I was alone. I had no brothers. Everybody else had their brothers with them, but I had nobody there to protect me. So I was fighting. I was getting beat up. So when I think back as a little child at the mission, I remember all those crying for somebody to see that they're getting beat up by the nuns or by the other kids, because they knew I was there alone, so they could hit me, and there was nobody to protect me.
When Gordon Keewatin attended the Portage La Prairie and Bertle schools in Manitoba, he depended on his brother to protect him from school bullies. He said that,
"The next thing I knew, there were older boys there that used to pick on the younger ones. I was starting to get picked on, but I always ran to my brother, always looked for him, especially if somebody came and started poking me."
Students could not always protect their siblings. In some cases, all they could do was watch them being bullied and humiliated. Mary Rose Julian remembered seeing her brother bullied at the Shubenacadie school.
And one time I was working in the refectory. I was cleaning up in there, and I saw my brother cornered. There was about four or five boys, they cornered him in there. There was the chapel and the refectory, and he was cornered, and I went like this, I was gonna see him getting beat. He was getting beaten up, and he was just cornered, and these guys were going after him. All of a sudden, I saw somebody grab those boys and throw them off one by one, and they scattered. And he went and picked up my brother, and when he turned around, I recognized him. It was Albert Marshall from Escasoni. He was like friends from our same community, And oh my God, I was relieved, and I was there screaming, and I was going like this, I was just screaming inside. I couldn't do nothing, helpless and everything. I didn't want my brother in that kind of situation.
In some situations, students were obliged to punish their siblings. Harvey Ben recalled how students who ran away from the Lower Post British Columbia school were forced to run the gauntlet.
He said that for you people that don't understand what the gauntlet is, it's a row of people standing with weapons in their hands, their fists clenched, and the offending students were made to run through this group of people and get hit and get beat. And if they didn't participate, then they were forced to run through this gauntlet. So I, myself, was made to run through. I was hit and beaten, and my brother ran through it, and I had to hit him, and I had to beat him.
At Stringer Hall, the Anglican residents in Inuvik, Angus Haviuk, said he was physically abused by both fellow students and residents of Inuvik. He fought back.
At the same time, I was abused by an Indian for who I am. I'm an Inuk, and they're the Indians, and they go against me for some reason. They tease me for who I am. So I tried my best, not to be scared anymore, so I grabbed his neck. I was tired of his bullshit and his buddies standing around us. I grabbed his neck and put him down, and I got a scar yet from that. I still have it right now.
Alphonsine McNeely used to try to talk to the students from the Anglican school at Aklavik when those children went for walks near the Catholic school she attended.
The sister used to tell me they're evil, they're no good, they're not Catholics, and they're no good. And then they used to get some of the girls to throw rocks or whatever at them. They taught us hate, to hate other religion.
In some cases, students were able to overcome these barriers. Martina Therese Fisher went to the Assiniboine residence in Winnipeg in the 1970s. She was the only student from the Blood Vein Reserve at the school.
I was harassed by these students from up north. They were from God's Lake, and they said, "You're not going you won't be able to stay here 1 year." And I said, "Why?" And they said, "We chased all the Soto girls away before you came." But because they said that to me, I made up my mind I'm going to stick it out here this year.
She did, and eventually she and the other girls became friends. Noel Starblanket said that at the Capel school, he and his friends would have to
give this bully our bread or our butter or whatever. That was our payment to him for not bullying us, and then we'd eat whatever we had left then.
Dorothy Ross said that at the Presbyterian school in Kenora in the 1960s, the older students
would take our candies, whatever you had, food candies, chocolate bars, we weren't allowed. We had to pass them on to the bigger, the older, or if you had money, they would take that money from you.
Some bullies demanded money rather than food. Isaac Daniels said that at the Prince Albert School, an older boy robbed him of money that was intended for a sick brother.
He said, "You got any money?" I said, "No." "Let me see it." He said, "No." I said, "I don't have no money." Well, he beat the heck out of me. Threw me down right in the washroom there. Took my wallet, took all my money.
At the Beauval, Saskatchewan school, an older boy was assigned by the school to help Albert Fiddler adapt to the school. However, the boy soon insisted that Albert give him his dessert at dinner.
So I had to go out there and sneak and give him my sweet stuff, yeah. That's how I was paying him for that. That's how they were. They were doing that, I guess. They had this little racket going on that they get all the dessert from the small boys, or otherwise they will, like, there's more of they're going to protect us, or whatever.
In this case, bullying became increasingly sinister. Eventually, the bully began to sexually abuse Fiddler. Fiddler was one of the many students who were sexually abused by fellow students. Many more students reported such abuse in their statements. The assaults ranged from being forced to kiss someone, to being forced to simulate a sex act, to being raped. While some cases, victims were given small treats to encourage them to be silent. In other cases, they were told they would be killed if they reported the assault. Agnes Moses recalled being molested by older girls at a hostel in northern Canada.
I never quite understood it, and it really wrecked my life. It wrecked my life as a mother, a wife, a woman, and sexuality was it was a dirty word for us.
The experience of being abused at a British Columbia school by a group of boys left Don Willie distrustful of most people.
The only friends I kept after that were my relatives.
As with the case of Albert Fiddler, some new students were victimized by older students who had been assigned responsibility for initiating them into the life of the school. The younger students could also be confused or uncertain about what was being done to them. In describing the abuse she was subjected to by a fellow student, Alphonsine McNeely said,
"I'm just a little girl. I didn't know what she was doing to me. She was touching my private parts and used to push her hand way into me. And she used to tell me, 'You don't say anything.' And I don't know what is going on. I didn't know that what she was doing is not a good thing."
Wesley Kiwatan said that when he attended the Capel school, he found the routine strange at first, but soon adapted. But then older boys started coming into his bed at night.
And then they'd make me feel them, and then they'd fill me up, and then it started. How can I put this? Is there any way to put it? They started sexually molesting me. They were screwing my bottom, and when it started happening, like I was confused. I was confused there because, like I had older brothers there, and I said, okay, I'm going to get these guys for doing that to me. But they used to tell me, yeah, I know your brothers. If you tell them, they'll get a licking too. It went on like that for a long time. And I used to tell the nuns that this was going on. This was happening to me. What they tell me was, go pray, just go pray. And that really confused me even more, It's like they knew that it was going on, but they, like, who would they believe? You know, like, would they believe me or whoever I was pointing my finger at? You know, because these older boys, they could most certainly deny it. It must have happened to them too, because they'd always bring me back, and I figured, okay, you know, this is normal.
Gladys Prince recalled that her mother did not believe her when she told her of the sexual abuse of students at the Sandy Bay, Manitoba school. Students who were seen as being different were often particularly vulnerable to bullying. Gordon James Pemmican said that he was a subject of regular bullying when he was a student at the Sioux Lookout School.
So they used to beat me up quite a bit, and they teased me because of my voice. I was born prematurely, and I sounded different. And I too, also as a result, I had probably had bladder problems, like peeing in the bed, and so I got teased for that. The kids were really mean there, and I never understood that. I got beat up quite often, almost every day. It was hard for me to find moments, you know, where I can actually just relax and have fun with some, you know, some other little kids. We got too exposed, and the other kids see me. Then they came over, and, you know, they would take me off and beat me up.
One student was raped by 3 fellow students while living in Grolier Hall in the Northwest Territories in the 1970s. One of the staff members could see she was in distress. However, the student could not bring herself to tell her what had happened.
I felt so ashamed, you know, and I thought it was my fault, and then I quit school. I went home, you know.
The younger siblings of abusive students reported that on some occasions they were abused during the holiday period or when their sibling left school. Within a week of being placed in a Manitoba residential school, Greg Murdoch was raped by a group of older boys. That assault represents a failure on the part of the residential school system to protect him. But the failure did not end there. Murdoch told school officials about the assault the day after it occurred.
They said, "Don't worry, Greg, we will look after it." The next night it happened again. I got raped again. I remember getting beat, putting my hand up. "Don't hit me, stop hitting me." No, they did it again. The next day I went again, but this time, the second day, I couldn't speak so loud. My voice was a little smaller now. "They hurt me again," I said. "What did they do?" But at that time I was only 7. I didn't know what it was, so I just said, "Well, they hurt me." Well, the next night it happened again. This time they said, "You're really going to get it if you speak. You are really going to get it."
When school staff asked him the next day if anything had happened, he said,
"No, nothing happened. No, nothing happened. Don't send me back there no more." She said, "Greg, I have to send you back." I said, "I don't want to go back there. They are mean to me, Mom. Don't send me back." She sent me back. Again, I was being beaten. Again, I went home. This time I thought, no, I got to do something different. I know what I'm going to do. I got up early in the morning on Sunday, and I cleaned up all the floors. I washed the floors. I washed the windows. I washed all of the dishes. I said, "Mom, look what I did. I cleaned the house for you. Don't send me back. If you don't send me back, I will always look after the house, Mom. I will always keep it clean. They're mean to me. Don't send me there." "I got to send you there, my son," she said. I said, "No, Ma, don't. They are mean." She sent me in the taxi, and I remember I jumped out of the taxi and I ran away. I was running away down to the bush. And I could hear this man chasing me, and he picked me up, put me under his arm, and he carried me. I looked in the taxi and I could see my mom crying. And me too, I was crying. But they took me.
Warm memories. Although the overall descriptions of their residential school years were overwhelmingly negative, many students also pointed to benefits they received from their schooling, activities they enjoyed, or staff members they remembered with affection. It can't be left out that some of the students found a sense of safety and security they were unable to find in their homes, and others found the skills and the knowledge they needed to achieve success that would perhaps have been otherwise unachievable. As they say, even a stopped clock is right twice a day. Paul Jonup said his 2.5 years at the Stirland Lake, Ontario school were both positive and negative.
I learned things there. I got to know people that are people from other communities. I got to know some people from the States. That's where the staff was from, mainly from the States. And I learned some academic courses too. And I learned carpentry, mechanical, electrical.
Monique Papatai who attended the Amos school and went on to teach, was positive about much of her residential school experience.
I learned some fine things at the school. When I began working at the school, I was never late. It was very rare that I was late. That's what I learned in residential school, and to be ready to teach. That's why this morning you see me walking with a book. I'm still that way today. I'm still an educator. That's what I learned in the residential school, and to tell the truth as well. That's what I learned.
Although Lillian Kennedy had problems with academics in the higher grades of the Fort Alexander School, she said she enjoyed being at the residential school.
I think I learned lots from the nuns that were there, and I got along with everybody. I had lots of friends, and then I helped at the kitchen or wherever. Whenever they did work, I did. Like housekeeping work, making bread, helping the old lady that made bread every day. And then we learned how to knit and sew embroidery. Whatever they had, I enjoyed doing it. I helped with everything in this school.
Jeannie Thomas recalled a teacher at one of the schools she attended in British Columbia who encouraged her to read.
Page 291, 292, graduation days. There was a whole set of those, I don't know, Spot and Jane books, and then little blue books that went up from there. Read all of those books, went down to the grade level books, read all of those, and then I think there was a yellow color too. So these are really old books and they're school books, and I remember reading through all of those, and that's what kept me going. I don't know if those books are still around, but that just came back to me, and that was really, I guess that's what kept me sane.
Shirley Ida Moore had positive memories of a supervisor named Mrs. Saunders at the Norway House School.
She made these chocolate Easter nest type things. She took us down to the kitchen and we made them. That was my one food I liked.
Geraldine Shingus had positive memories of the Leastock school principal.
But one of the things I wanted to share about Father Desjardins was that I really liked him. He treated us good. He was a principal of that school, and that I know that he meant it in his heart to take care of us, of the kids. Just the staff that were working there didn't.
Jean Rioux found the Edmonton school to be a respite from an unpleasant family situation.
My mother didn't really seem to know how to show affection physically at all, so there's a kind of cold atmosphere, and my father was absent a lot and he was working. I mean, I sort of understand that was necessary because there were so many of us, but it was not really the most loving circumstance. So anyway, that's just kind of a bit of a framework. I was sent to boarding school when I was 14, and that was 100 miles away from where we lived. I lived in Red Deer at the time. And I was sent to boarding school in Edmonton, and for me, that was a pleasure to be in boarding school. There were a lot of people in the school that were trying to run away constantly, but I was happy to be there because it was less hurting and less anger, and yeah.
Martha Minus had strong memories of the friendships she formed with some girls at the Roman Catholic school in Cardston. Like many others, she described her friends as her residential school family.
I had 3 friends. They were my best friends, and I was the 4th one, and we hang around together. We became so close. I think we took each other as a family. We were so close, so one day we said, let's really try our best so we won't get punished, so we can go to the show. We have to watch everything we do, so we are really trying our best. Next thing, we got our name again for some little thing, and we couldn't go to the show, but we remained close, and that has kept us going. And in our little group, we always laughed. We always shared stories. We always talked Blackfoot. That made us feel better.
Alphonsine McNeely said that on the weekends, the students at the Roman Catholic school at Aklavik used to go for school picnics.
Then we'd play outside, we'd go sliding. We'd play all kind of games on the lake, and we'll just have fun.
According to David Charlson, the only time he had fun at the Christie School was when he was
out of the school building. When we were in the woods, we felt free, or we were down on the beach by the water, collecting food that we were used to eating.
Like many other schools, the Spanish boys' school had regular movie nights. William Antoine said that
the best thing that we all liked was the movies. We had movies on Sunday night. And that was the one thing that we looked forward to back then. It was the movies.
At the Presbyterian school in Kenora in the 1960s, Saturday night was the highlight of the week. Donald Kopanes recalled.
They'd bring a box of old comic books, and the kids would grab whatever comic book and read that, and that was it.
Even those students who were abused at school could identify certain qualified benefits of their school experience. Amelia Gallegos-Thomas, who was sexually assaulted at the 2 schools she attended in British Columbia, spoke of the trips that the school organized for students.
The one thing I could say that came good out of the boarding school is we got to travel. I got to learn to play different instruments. I got to meet Pierre Trudeau. The furthest I've traveled was Disneyland. I've met Bob Barker. I learned how to Scottish dance. I learned how to play Star Wars on an instrument.
Robert Malcolm, who was sexually abused while attending the Sandy Bay School, said there were positive aspects to the residential school experience.
I guess it wasn't all bad. Like, even though I received an education, I actually did fairly well in my studies when I was there. Like, I'm thankful that I was able to be involved in sports when those sports weren't part of my home environment before. I was able to play hockey and baseball and stuff like that, basketball.
Mary Rose Julian valued what she learned at the Shubenacadie School.
I learned English, and that's why I want to make this statement, because so much negative came out of it, but I can see a lot of positives. I learned English. That was my objective for going there in the first place. My brother learned English. That was my second objective, for him to learn English. And then I learned more prayers. I learned Latin, and I learned, like, there was a Sunday school every Sunday, so you learned your Bible. I know my Bible inside and out. I know my Latin. I can read Latin. And I know, and another thing I learned was I learned how to take care of kids. I already knew how to take care of kids. I had a little bit of experience with my brothers and sisters, but over there I learned when I had a charge, I would look after my charge, no problem at all. And then I learned to sew. I already knew when I went to residential school, I already knew how to sew, and it was on those pedal machines. I could even thread the needle, bobbins and stuff, and I could do all that.
Julian said she never experienced physical abuse at the school.
I was there a year and a half. A nun never laid a hand on me. And a lot of people that I've listened to, talk about this ordeal every single night or every single day, They were being strapped or something was happening to them. Nothing like that ever happened to me.
For Percy Tuesday, who attended the Roman Catholic school in Kenora, the only positive memories of schooling came from when he stood up for himself.
This friend of mine and I used to play guitar a lot together. So we used to play jamming, One day that boy's supervisor took my guitar away, took it from me, and I guess there was nothing I could do. So I went storming up to the principal's office, and I told him, "This guy took my guitar. I want it back now." And I was mad. I had it back within 10 minutes. That's the only time that I remember standing up for myself. Everything else, I did what I was told, because obedience was the highest virtue,
Graduation days. Graduating from a residential school meant going home and never coming back. A day most of the students had dreamt about for up to a decade or more. While most students would leave residential school when they turned 16, some contrived to leave earlier, while others would be forced to stay longer at the principal's discretion. At the end of one summer, Roy Denny hid in the woods so he would not be returned to school. When the Indian agent came to visit his grandmother, she told him he would rather be at home helping her. According to Roy,
They said, "Okay," and geez, I was real glad, real happy.
Rebecca Many Grey Horse's parents successfully withdrew her from the Anglican school in Cardston after another student broke her collarbone.
I was taken to the hospital and spent a few days there. My parents came, and so it was at that time that I asked that, not to be put back in there.
Many of the students in the hostels in northern Canada in the 1960s and 1970s were well over the official school-leaving age, but they had come from remote communities to finish high school or take vocational training. As they grew older, some found their curfews and limits on personal freedom difficult to accept. When she was in her late teens, Lena McKay snuck out of Brainat Hall, one of the Fort Smith residences in the Northwest Territories, to spend an evening with a friend. She was caught sneaking back in later that night. The event left her frustrated with the limits on her freedom.
I was just sick of it, so I said, no, it's not for me. I can't stay. And I said, I'm not going to sneak around, and yeah, I'm not going to do that again.
As a result, she left. Many students could remember their day of discharge. Roy Johnson was glad when the day came when he could leave the Carcross school.
When I left, I was, abused, psychologically damaged, illiterate. I was very happy when that last day came along, when I left Carcross. Jump on that bus, that's your angel's the bus driver, because he'd be taking you home, really.
William Francis Paul vividly recalled the day he was discharged from Shubenacadie. He said he was woken in the middle of the night and informed that he was going home. He was driven to the local train station and placed on a train to his home community. While on the train, he befriended an Aboriginal woman with a son of his age. Instead of continuing on to his home, he got on the train and lived with them for a while. Eventually, the Indian agent located him and returned him to his family in Membertou, Nova Scotia. For some students, the last day of school was also the last day that the school itself was open. Rose Mary Prosper said she would never forget the day the students were told that the Shubenacadie school was to be closed. One day in early 1967, her teacher, Sister Charles Mary, came into the classroom.
She went up to her desk there, and she just stood there, and she was looking at us like we were all just talking amongst ourselves, and she was just standing there looking at us, and we were like, okay, she's going to flip out pretty soon. She's going to snap her yardstick on our desk and tell us to be quiet or something. And she didn't say anything, and I was sitting at my desk and I was looking at her. I wasn't talking because I get strapped for everything, so I kind of learned not to talk. So I was sitting there and I was looking at her, and she was standing there. She had her hands like this up to her mouth, and she was looking at all of us. And she said, okay. She said, I want everyone to quiet down. So we were sure we were all going to start our work. So she sat out on her desk in the front there. She said, I have something to tell all of you. And she said, after I tell you, she said, I want you all to stay in your desks, stay in your chairs, and not to make any noise, to be very, very quiet. So we didn't know what was going on or anything. And then she said, when you leave here in June, you're not coming back, she said. The doors are closing for good. It was the happiest news. It was the happiest thing we've ever heard. I mean, at the time, you're not supposed to touch a boy or nothing, but we had boys in our classroom, and when she said that nobody was coming back in June, that you'll never see each other again, you'll never see any of the nuns again, you'll never see the school again, nothing. She goes, when you go home, you're staying home for good. When she told us that, we all jumped out of our chairs, we banged our desks, our books went flying, we hugged each other. We grabbed the boys, and we were crying, we were laughing, and it was the best thing we ever heard.
Doreen Bernard was also at the Shubenacadie school when it closed in 1967.
I remember my last day walking out of residential school at the end of June 1967. We were the last ones to leave because we were getting on a plane, so we had to be. We were the last ones to leave that school, me and my brother and my sisters. My mom was going to meet us at the airport in Boston. We were waiting for a drive to come take us to the airport, and it was just like an evil place, and it was empty. You hear the echoes walking through and talking like this place. You could hear your echo everywhere you went. And I could remember getting into the car, looking back, and sister came running down the stairs, and she said, you forgot something, Doreen, you forgot something. And she passed me that Bible missile, and I took it and I threw it. I threw it away, and I told her to keep it. I don't need it where I'm going. And my sister was even scared when we were getting ready to leave. Don't do that. Don't say that, she said. I said, what can they do to me? They're not going to do anything to us now. We're out of here.
To conclude, for every story in this book, 1,000 more are lost forever, never to be told. For over 100 years and spanning 4 generations, stories just like these were lived out every day from coast to coast of Canada. The days of our lives that are meant to be the most carefree, stolen by institution in the name of the greater good. If hindsight is truly 2020, it can now without a doubt be said that the residential school program was a failure. It was all for naught. It has become apparent that speaking English or French, as well as several other new skills, would indeed need to be learned by the Indigenous populations to adapt to their new life alongside European settlers. But this could have been achieved without the destruction of the family structures, culture, and languages of said populations. To this day, we walk alongside the ruins of an amazing culture we can never hope to fully understand. So much has been lost over the century and a half that we can never hope to fully comprehend what came before us. Many of the traditional languages are on the verge of going extinct, while still others are already gone. The real lesson of the residential school program will turn out to be how foolish and costly our hubris can be, and how they will forever stand out as a blemish on the relations between the Indigenous and the Government of Canada, the Church and the Crown. Hopefully, with enough passing of the talking stick, with enough speaking hard truths and hearing them, it's a lesson that we will hopefully only need to learn once. Acknowledgements. This book is based on the interviews conducted by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. It is with heartfelt appreciation and acknowledgement to both the survivors who dug into painful memories and made the effort to make sure their stories were not forgotten, and to officers tasked with tracking down, conducting, cataloging, and publishing the interviews and reports. Without the hard work and dedication of those mentioned above, this book would not be possible. Thank you again to John Edmonds for his continued efforts to inform the public and for his timeline, which I also used in my previous book. Without people like these, we'll never be able to fully reconcile the mistakes of the past. John's Indian Residential Schools, a chronology, has been used in several books since its original publication in 2014. I would also like to take a moment to thank N.F. Davin and Monica Lamb-Yorsky. Their work was also instrumental in the creation of this and previous projects. The end. Indian Residential Schools, Chronology. This chronology was compiled to convey, by historic milestones, how the Indian residential school system came to be, how it embodied attitudes of its time, how critics were dismissed, and how finally the deep harm it did to many members of generations of Indian children was exposed in the course of a reconciliation process that continues. While Canada has apologized and provided compensation, much of the damage to individuals and to First Nations culture can never be put right. This first appeared in Law Now magazine in 2014. A version updated to 2017 was published as Appendix 2 to 21 Things You May Not Know About the Indian Act, Indigenous Relations Press 2018. This is essentially that version, so does not include more recent events, such as the tragic discoveries of graves near schools. Copyright John Edmund. 1755. Indian Department created as branch of British military to establish and maintain relations with Indians. 1820. This decade sees Anglican and Methodist missionary schools established in Upper Canada and Red River Settlement. 1842. Governor-General Sir Charles Bagot appoints commission to report on the affairs of the Indians in Canada. 1844. Bagot Commission finds reserved communities in a half-civilized state, recommends assimilationist policy, including establishment of boarding schools distant from child's community, to provide training in manual labor and agriculture, portends major shift away from the Royal Proclamation of 1763 policy that Indians were autonomous entities under Crown protection. 1847. Dr. Adolphus Egerton Ryerson, Methodist minister and educational reformer, commissioned by Assistant Superintendent General of Indian Affairs to study Native education, supports Bagot approach, as does Governor-General Lord Elgin, proposes model on which Indian residential school system was built. 1856. Quote, any hope of raising the Indians to the level of their white neighbors is yet a distant spark. Unquote. Governor General Sir Edmund's head commissioner to investigate Indian affairs in Canada. 1857. Gradual Civilization Act passed. Males sufficiently advanced in the elementary branches of education could be enfranchised. They would no longer be Indians and could vote. 1861. St. Mary's Mission Indian Residential School, Mission, and Presbyterian Cocolitza Indian Residential School, Chilliwack, first residential schools in BC established. 1862. What became Blue Quills Indian Residential School, Hospice of St. Joseph, Lac-les-Biches Boarding School, established at Lac-les-Biches, later Saddle Lake, then St. Paul, Alberta, first residential school on the prairies. 1867. Confederation, British North America Act, now Constitution Act 1867, establishes federal jurisdiction over Indians. Thus, while education is under provincial jurisdiction, Indian matters, including education, are federal. Fort Providence and Fort Resolution Indian Residential Schools established, first residential schools north of 60 degrees. 1871, Treaty No. 1, entered into at Lower Fort Garry. Quote, Her Majesty agrees to maintain a school on each reserve, whenever the Indians of the reserve should desire it. Unquote. This promise, repeated in subsequent treaties, though hedged in Treaties No. 5, reflected desire of Indian leadership to ensure transition of their youth to demands of anticipated newcomer society. 1876, Indian Act passed into law by Parliament. 1879, Nicholas Flood Davin, journalist and defeated Tory candidate, commissioned by Prime Minister MacDonald, also Minister of the Interior, to produce proposal for Indian education. Visits U.S. industrial schools grounded in policy of aggressive civilization. Produces report on industrial schools for Indians and half-breeds. 4 residential schools already operated in Ontario, mission schools, planned for the West. This date generally taken to mark beginning of Indian residential schools, though the system had early predecessors in New France and New Brunswick, and several schools were already operating. Duncan Campbell Scott, best known later as a Confederation poet, joins Indian Affairs at age 17 as copying clerk at direction of MacDonald. 1883, first industrial school established at Battleford, modeled on Davin Report. 1885, quote, Residential schools necessary to remove children from influence of the home, only way of advancing the Indian in civilization. End quote. Lawrence Vanquonet, Deputy Superintendent General, to Prime Minister MacDonald. Despite treaty promises, reserves lacked schools. Removal, often forcible, of pupils to residential schools is option chosen by government. 1890, physician Dr. G. Orton reports to Indian Affairs that tuberculosis in the schools could be reduced by half, measures rejected as too costly. 1892, regulations passed giving control over daily school administration to churches, Catholic, Anglican, Presbyterian, Methodist. In 1925, Methodists joined most Presbyterians and others to form United Church, which continued to run schools. 1896, program of studies issued, stresses importance of replacing native tongue with English. Children forbidden to speak their native language, even to each other, and punished for doing so. This continued to be the policy for the life of the system. 1904, Dr. Peter Bryce appointed medical inspector to the Departments of the Interior and Indian Affairs. Again, 1904, Minister Sir Clifford Sifton announces closure of industrial schools, large urban institutions, in favor of boarding schools. They are closed over the next 2 decades. 1907, Dr. Bryce visits 35 schools. Reports appallingly unsanitary conditions, microorganism-bearing ventilation, high death rates. The almost invariable cause is tuberculosis. The appalling number of deaths among the younger children brings the department within unpleasant nearness to the charge of manslaughter. Honorable S. H. Blake, KC, Chair of Advisory Board on Indian Education, partner in what is now national law firm Blake, Castles and Graydon, to Minister Frank Oliver. 1908. Indian Affairs Accountant F. H. Paget reports school buildings in bad condition. 1909. Duncan Campbell Scott appointed Superintendent of Indian Education. 1910. Quote, I can safely say that barely half of the children in our Indian schools survive to take advantage of the education we are offering them. End quote. Scott to Major D. M. McKay, Indian Affairs Agent General in BC. The children catch the disease in a building, burdened with tuberculosis bacilli. Duck Lake Indian Agent MacArthur on the continuing prevalence of tuberculosis. 1912. Quote, in the early days of school administration, the well-known predisposition of Indians to tuberculosis resulted in a very large percentage of deaths among the pupils. 50% of the children who passed through these schools did not live to benefit from the education they had received therein. End quote. Scott, in an essay to the authoritative 22-volume Canada and its Provinces. 1913. Scott appointed Deputy Superintendent General of Indian Affairs, Deputy Minister, reporting to Minister of the Interior and Superintendent General Dr. William A. Roche. 1919. Position of Medical Inspector for Indian Agencies and Residential Schools abolished, in the year of the Spanish flu, by order in council on the recommendation of Scott, for reasons of economy. 1920. Quote, I want to get rid of the Indian problem. End quote. D.C. Scott to Parliamentary Committee. A Scott instigated amendment to the Indian Act, with church concurrence, compelled school attendance of all children aged 7 to 15. Though no particular kind of school was stipulated, Scott favored residential schooling to eliminate the influences of home and reserve and hasten assimilation. Quote, I am afraid I cannot give a very encouraging answer to that question. We are not convinced that it is increasing, but it is not decreasing. End quote. Prime Minister Arthur Meighen, former Minister of the Interior, on being asked whether tuberculosis was increasing or decreasing amongst the Indians. 1922, Dr. Bryce publishes The Story of a National Crime, being an appeal for justice to the Indians of Canada, the wards of our nation, our allies in the Revolutionary War, our brothers in arms in the Great War. He charges that for 1894 to 1908, within 5 years of entry, 30% to 60% of students had died. An avoidable mortality rate had healthy children not been exposed to children with tuberculosis. A trail of disease and death has gone on almost unchecked by any serious efforts on the part of the Department of Indian Affairs. His 1907 recommendations on tuberculosis control not given effect, he says, owing to the active opposition of Mr. D.C. Scott. 1923, residential schools adopted as official term, replacing boarding, 55, and industrial, 16, housing 5,347 children. 1932, Scott retires as Deputy Superintendent General after more than 52 years in the department. The anthologist John Garvin writes that Scott's policy of assimilating the Indians had been so much in keeping with the thinking of the time that he was widely praised for his capable administration. He embodied a fundamental contradiction. While a rigid and often heartless bureaucrat, his sensibilities as a poet were saddened by the waning of an ancient culture. Canadian Encyclopedia. 1939, 9,027 children are in 79 residential schools run by Catholic, 60%, Anglican, 25%, United, and Presbyterian churches. Quote, 1939 was the approximate midpoint of the history of the system. End quote. John S. Milloy, A National Crime. 1944. Consensus develops among senior Indian Affairs officials that integration into provincial systems should replace segregated Aboriginal education. 1951. Indian Act of 1876, with many amendments, repealed, replaced with modernized Indian Act, today's Act with amendments, conceptually similar to previous Act. 1955. Jean Lesage, Minister of Northern Affairs and National Resources, department responsible for Inuit, then known as Eskimos, gets cabinet approval for broad education policy in the North. General policy is to substitute settlements for nomadic life. A school is built at Chesterfield Inlet, followed by a copper mine and 10 hostels. Some Inuit had formerly been sent south to Indian Affairs schools. Destitute Métis were sometimes also enrolled. 1969. Indian Affairs takes over sole management of residential schools from churches. 1969. Indian Affairs Minister Jean Chrétien produces assimilationist white paper to abolish Indian status, strongly opposed by Indian organizations. Alberta Indian Association produces Citizen Plus, known as Red Paper, in response. White Paper retracted 2 years later. 1971, Blue Quills School, St. Paul, Alberta, becomes first Indian-run school, following month-long contentious occupation by elders and others. 1972, National Indian Brotherhood, predecessor of Assembly of First Nations, produces Indian control of Indian education, advocating greater band control of education on reserves, adopted next year by the government. 1975, 6 residential schools closed this year, 15 remain. 1976, NIB proposes amendments to Indian Act to provide legal basis for Indian control of education, rejected by government. 1978, National Film Board produces first film ever on residential schools, Wandering Spirit Survival School, about a non-traditional school organized by parents who had themselves survived residential schools. 1984, 187 bands are operating own day schools, half in BC, the rest mainly on prairies. 1993, Archbishop Michael Piers, Primate of Anglican Church of Canada, apologizes to survivors of Indian residential schools on behalf of the church. 1996, Gordon Indian Residential School, Punitchi, Saskatchewan, closes, last of 139 Indian residential schools in Canada. The report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples recommends public investigation into violence and abuses at residential schools. Report brings these issues to national attention. 1998, Minister of Indian Affairs Jane Stewart responds with Statement of Reconciliation, acknowledging government's role, stating sexual and physical abuse should never have happened. To those of you who suffered this tragedy at residential schools, we are deeply sorry. Established Aboriginal Healing Foundation to assist Aboriginal communities to build healing processes, with $350 million endowment. Express apology had to wait until 2008. 2001, Federal Office of Indian Residential Schools, Resolution Canada, created to manage and resolve large number of abuse claims filed by former students, resulting in 17 court judgments. 2003, National Resolution Framework launched, including alternative dispute resolution process, an out-of-court process providing compensation and psychological support for former students who were physically or sexually abused or had been wrongfully confined. 2004, Assembly of First Nations, AFN, report on Canada's dispute resolution plan to compensate for abuses in Indian residential schools, leads to resolution discussions. RCMP Commissioner Giuliano Zaccardelli expresses sorrow for the force's role in the residential school system. 2005, $1.9 billion compensation package announced to benefit former residential school students. 2007, Indian Residential Schools Settlement Agreement, largest class action settlement in Canadian history, negotiated and approved by parties and courts in 9 jurisdictions. Implemented. Of the 139 schools ultimately included in the settlement, 64 were Roman Catholic, 35 Anglican, 14 United Church, and the balance other or no denomination. The objective was reconciliation with the estimated 80,000 former students then still living, of over 150,000 enrolled since 1879. Elements are common experience payment to be paid to all eligible former students who resided at a recognized Indian residential school, independent assessment process for claims of sexual or serious physical abuse, establishment of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, commemoration activities, measures to support healing such as the Indian Residential Schools Resolution Health Support Program and an endowment to the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. Survivors report harsh and cruel punishments, suicides of others, physical, psychological, and sexual abuse, poor quality and meager rations and shabby clothes in the schools, and inability on leaving to belong in either the Aboriginal or larger world. Post-traumatic stress disorder, major depression, anxiety disorder, and borderline personality disorder have been diagnosed, and many have criminal records. 2008, Prime Minister Harper offers formal apology in Parliament for the Indian residential schools, in presence of Aboriginal delegates and church leaders. Indian Residential Schools Truth and Reconciliation Commission established June 1st, with 5-year mandate, later extended to 2015. 2009, AFN Chief Phil Fontaine meets Pope Benedict. AFN Chief Phil Fontaine meets Pope Benedict XVI at the Vatican. Pope Benedict expresses sorrow and sympathy and prayerful solidarity, but avoids apologizing. After a rocky start with resignations of original commissioners, Truth and Reconciliation Commission begins work under Justice Murray Sinclair, an Aboriginal Manitoba judge who became the province's Associate Chief Justice in 1988. 2010, Truth and Reconciliation Commission begins hearings in Winnipeg. 2011, University of Manitoba President David Barnard apologizes to Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada for institution's role in educating people who operated the residential school system. 2012, Truth and Reconciliation Commission releases interim report, reviews progress, explains statement gathering and document collection process, tells of degrading treatment, unwarranted punishments, and physical and sexual abuse by loveless institutions, makes numerous recommendations respecting public education about residential schools and about mental health and wellness programs, especially in the North, and that Canada and churches establish a cultural revival fund. Notes mandate to establish a national research centre. Over 105,000 applications for common experience payments were received by Canada by September 19, 2012 deadline. Over 79,000 were found eligible and paid, the average amount being $19,412. 2014, Commission hearings in more than 300 communities wrap up. National events in Winnipeg, Inuvik, Halifax, Saskatoon, Montreal, and Vancouver were held, as required by the settlement agreement, the final one taking place March 27th to 30th in Edmonton. 2015, the final year for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Related events occur. August 16th, Dr. Peter Bryce, 1853 to 1932, author of The Story of a National Crime, is honored by the unveiling of a plaque in his honor at Ottawa's Beechwood Cemetery, the National Cemetery of Canada. November 1st, the plaque at Beechwood Cemetery honoring Scott as a poet modified to include mention of his role in residential schools. December 15th, the massive final 6-volume, 3,231-page TRC report is released. The TRC also produced a summary and 5 other companion volumes, 2012 to 15. December 18. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission closes its doors. As required by the settlement agreement, the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation opens, with a mandate to hold and make accessible all the materials gathered by the Commission throughout its mandate. It is located at the 177 Dysart Road on the University of Manitoba Fort Garry campus in South Winnipeg. nctr.ca. The report looks to the future. Reconciliation is not about closing a sad chapter in Canada's past, but about opening new healing pathways of reconciliation that are forged in truth and justice. Assimilation policy was cultural genocide, the destruction of those structures and practices that allow a targeted group to continue as a group. At the heart of the report are 94 calls to action, under 2 main headings: legacy and reconciliation. Governments, educational, professional, and sports bodies, media, churches, including the Pope, the arts, and the corporate sector are called to action. Legacy calls are to redress the legacy of residential schools in the areas of child welfare, education, language and culture, health, and justice. Under justice, an investigation into missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls is called for and is underway. Reconciliation calls are more general, the most numerous calling for full adoption and implementation of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as the framework for reconciliation and related matters. This is controversial, and the federal government is equivocal. Other calls are for a covenant of reconciliation, a national council for reconciliation, church apologies, and a national day for truth and reconciliation as a statutory holiday. Many non-governmental entities, including law societies, have acted in response to the report. 2016. The Supreme Court of Newfoundland and Labrador approves a $50 million settlement of 5 class action lawsuits on behalf of Indigenous former students from Labrador who attended one of the residential schools at Cartwright, Lockwood, Northwest River, Yale, Makavik and Nain in Labrador, and St. Anthony on the island of Newfoundland. The schools were established by the International Grenfell Association or by the Moravian Mission well before 1949 when Newfoundland joined Canada, but subsequently received government support until the last one closed in 1980. 2017, Prime Minister Trudeau apologizes at Happy Valley, Goose Bay, Newfoundland, to the Indigenous former students who attended residential schools in Newfoundland and Labrador, and to their families, loved ones, and communities impacted by these schools for the painful and sometimes tragic legacies these schools left behind. Residential school students were not included in Prime Minister Harper's 2008 apology, having been excluded from the 2007 Indian Residential Schools Settlement Agreement in the province. John Edmund is an Ottawa lawyer with an interest in constitutional and Aboriginal law. He is a member of the bars of Ontario and British Columbia, and served as Commission Counsel to the Indian Claims Commission 2003 to 2008.